When blood turns against you, make it cost them. I, 32, never thought my brother Mark, 38, would be the person to destroy me financially and emotionally. But here we are. Our parents died in a car accident 2 years ago. It was sudden, brutal, and left me completely shattered. They were driving home from their anniversary dinner when a drunk driver ran a red light. Gone in an instant. The grief was overwhelming. I could barely function for weeks. I couldn't think straight, couldn't handle basic tasks, and definitely couldn't deal with the mountain of paperwork that comes with death. That's when Mark stepped up. He volunteered to handle the estate, said he'd take care of everything. It made sense at the time. He was the older brother, ran his own business, had experience with legal stuff. I was grateful, honestly. I was drowning in grief and he threw me a lifeline. Or at least that's what I thought he was doing. The estate wasn't small either. My parents had been smart with money, owned their house outright, worth about $400,000. They had savings, around $180,000, plus investment accounts and my mom's jewelry collection that she'd been building since she was young. We're talking a decent inheritance that should have set both of us up pretty well. Those first few months after the funeral, Mark was handling everything. He'd text me updates here and there, always vague stuff like meeting with the lawyer today or working through the paperwork. Whenever I asked for details, he'd brush it off. Said it was all complex legal stuff, told me not to worry about it. He'd say things like, "I've got this, just focus on healing," and "You don't need to stress about the technical details." I trusted him. I mean, he was my brother. We grew up together, shared a room until high school, had each other's backs our whole lives. Why wouldn't I trust him? But looking back now, there were red flags. Around month 3, I asked if I could see some of the documents, just to understand where things stood. Mark got weird about it. Not aggressive, but defensive. He asked if I didn't trust him. Said it felt like I was questioning his ability to handle things. Made me feel guilty for even asking. So I backed off. The timeline kept stretching too. Every time I'd ask when we'd be able to access the inheritance, he'd say soon, or these things take time. Month 4 became month 5, then 6. I started needing money. Had some medical bills from a minor surgery. Nothing major, but I was stretched thin. I figured it was time to at least get some of what was mine. 6 months after our parents died, I called Mark and said I needed to talk about accessing my portion of the estate. He went radio silent for 2 full days. Didn't respond to texts, didn't answer calls. Finally, he agreed to meet me at a coffee shop near his office. I remember walking in and seeing him already sitting there with his coffee, looking at his phone. Something about his body language felt off. Tense. When I sat down, he didn't even wait for me to order. He just said it, straight up. "Actually, everything's already been transferred. To me. It's done." I didn't understand at first. I asked what he meant, thinking maybe he was saying the assets were in his name temporarily during probate or something. But no. He explained, casual as anything, that he'd forged my signature on the estate documents, transferred the house to himself, the savings accounts, the investments, even Mom's jewelry. All of it was legally his now. I sat there completely frozen while he justified it. Said he'd done all the work, that I was too emotional to handle any of it anyway, that it was only fair he got more since he'd put in the effort. He actually used the word fair. Then came the line that still makes my blood boil. He leaned back, took a sip of his coffee and said, "Besides, it's too late now. Everything's legally processed and recorded. You should be grateful I'm letting you keep Dad's 2001 Honda." Dad's old car. The beat-up sedan with 160,000 miles on it that he'd refused to get rid of for sentimental reasons. That's what I got from my parents' entire life's work. I couldn't respond. My brain just shut down. I think I said something like, "You can't be serious." But Mark just shrugged. He stood up, said he had to get back to work, and left me sitting there. Walked out like he'd just told me about the weather. I drove home in that Honda in complete shock. Numb. I tried calling him later that night, but he didn't pick up. Sent a text asking him to explain again, to tell me this was some kind of misunderstanding. He responded with, "It's done. Move on." That's when I checked my bank account. Mark had been added as joint on our parents' accounts temporarily to handle estate business. He'd cleaned them out. Every penny that was supposed to be split between us was gone. The numbness wore off around midnight. I spent 3 hours crying in my apartment, looking at pictures of my parents, thinking about how they'd saved and planned and worked so hard to leave us something. They'd wanted to take care of us even after they were gone. And Mark had stolen it, stolen my half, forged my signature, committed fraud against his own sibling. But somewhere around 3 a.m., something shifted. The grief hardened into something else, something cold and focused. I stopped crying. I opened my laptop, and I started taking notes. If Mark thought it was over, he had no idea what was coming. The next 18 months were hell. I had to pick up a second job just to cover rent and basic expenses. I was working at my regular office job during the day, then doing freelance work at night and on weekends. Living in a studio apartment that was barely 400 square feet, eating ramen more nights than I want to admit. Meanwhile, Mark was living his best life, in my parents' house, the house I grew up in, where Mom taught me to bake cookies in the kitchen, and Dad and I built that treehouse in the backyard. Mark posted it all over Instagram, too. New furniture for the living room, renovations to the master bathroom, a photo of him on the back deck with some caption about enjoying the fruits of hard work. Then came the BMW, a brand new one, sleek and black. He posted a photo leaning against it in the driveway with "Success looks good on me" as the caption. That car cost more than I made in a year at my main job. The Europe trips started around month 8. Paris, Barcelona, Amsterdam. I'd see the photos pop up on my feed and have to close the app before I threw my phone. He was spending my inheritance, our parents' money, and he was bragging about it. Friends started asking questions. Why did Mark get the house? What happened with the estate? I'd either lie and say we'd worked it out privately, or I'd tell the truth and watch them get uncomfortable. Nobody wants to believe someone would do that to family. A few people suggested I was misunderstanding the situation, that maybe Mark was holding assets in trust or something. They didn't want to think he was capable of it. But I was keeping track. Screenshots of every post, every vacation photo, every purchase, every smug comment. I started a folder on my laptop labeled Mark and saved everything. Dates, amounts when I could figure them out, locations. I documented it all. Then I started reaching out to mutual friends. Casual conversations, usually over coffee or drinks. I'd bring up Mark, see what they'd say. Most people gave standard responses about how well he was doing, but a few let things slip. Sarah was the first real break. We met for lunch, and after a few drinks, she mentioned a party at Mark's place a few months back. She said Mark had been drinking and got really talkative about his business wins. When I pressed gently, she admitted he'd bragged about outsmarting someone close to him. She didn't want to say more at first, felt weird about it. But I asked her to write down what she remembered, just for me. She did, sent me an email 2 days later with the whole story. Mark had apparently laughed about how easy it was to forge a signature, and how his sibling was too trusting and stupid to even check. Another friend, Tom, told me Mark had joked at a bar about the forged signature. Actually joked about committing fraud. Tom thought Mark was just being an idiot and exaggerating, Didn't realize it was real. Every piece of information went into the folder. I'd been saving what little I could from my jobs. It took me 9 months to afford a consultation with a real estate and inheritance lawyer. I walked into that office with a manila folder full of everything I'd kept. Copies of my parents' will that I'd gotten from their house before Mark changed the locks. Bank statements I'd printed before he removed me from the accounts. Property records I'd requested from the county. Screenshots of Mark's social media showing him with assets that should have been split. The lawyer, this woman named Patricia, went through everything. She kept stopping to look up at me, then back at the documents. After about 30 minutes, she sat back and said, "This is textbook inheritance fraud, and it's a felony." She explained that what Mark did wasn't just unethical or a civil matter. It was criminal. Forging someone's signature on legal documents, especially estate documents, could get him serious jail time. The problem was proving it beyond doubt. That's when I went into full investigator mode. I requested official documents from the county recorder's office showing the estate transfers. Cost me $50, but I got certified copies of everything Mark had filed, including the pages with my signature. I compared them to my actual signature on old documents, tax returns, my lease, anything official. They didn't match. At all. Mark had tried, but he'd gotten the loops wrong. The slant was off. It was obvious. I tracked down the notary who'd supposedly witnessed my signature on the estate documents, found her business online, and called. She had no record of ever meeting me. When I explained the situation, she got really quiet and said she'd been notarizing documents for Mark's business transactions, and he must have slipped the estate papers into a batch. She offered to provide a statement. I pulled bank records showing the exact dates Mark transferred money out of our parents' accounts, matched them up with the dates on the forged documents. The timing was damning. He'd moved fast, within weeks of their death, before anyone could question anything. Then there were the recordings. I'd started recording conversations with Mark on the rare occasions he'd actually talked to me. Nothing dramatic, just him being dismissive and occasionally admitting what he'd done when he thought it didn't matter. In one call, he literally said, "Yeah, I handled the paperwork myself. All of it. You weren't in any state to deal with it anyway." After 9 more months of building the case, Patricia told me we had enough. Enough for a civil suit, and enough that she was confident the DA's office would pursue criminal charges once they saw the evidence. She asked me point blank if I was sure. Said this would destroy him. Destroy his business, his reputation, possibly send him to jail. Asked if I wanted to maybe try mediation first, give him a chance to make it right, quietly. I thought about that coffee shop, his face, the way he'd said I should be grateful, the years of struggling while he lived off money that was half mine, my parents' money that they'd saved thinking it would help both their kids. I told Patricia to file everything. 2 weeks later, Mark got served at his office. Papers for a civil lawsuit citing fraud, breach of fiduciary duty, conversion, and emotional distress. He called me within an hour, absolutely losing it, yelling about how I was destroying the family. How could I do this to him? Didn't I care about Mom and Dad's memory? I stayed calm. Told him he forged my signature and stole from me. That's a crime. He threatened me, said no court would side with me, that I had no proof, that he'd bury me in legal fees. I let him finish his rant. Then I told him I had 47 pages of documentation, 6 witness statements, handwriting analysis, and recordings of him admitting what he did. The line went quiet. Then he tried the family angle. Said Mom and Dad would be ashamed of me for suing family, that they raised us better than this. That's what made me snap. I told him Mom and Dad would be ashamed of the son who stole from his grieving sibling and committed fraud with their estate. That we were done talking, and all future communication would go through lawyers. Then I hung up. He tried calling back 15 times. I blocked his number. The legal process took 8 months total. The DA's office got involved after Patricia sent over our evidence package. They filed criminal charges for fraud and forgery while the civil case moved forward. Mark hired an expensive lawyer, some guy from a big firm downtown who apparently specialized in white-collar crime. At first, Mark fought everything. Denied the forgery, claimed I'd signed documents and just forgot about it because of grief, said I was making up stories for money. His lawyer tried to paint me as someone taking advantage of the situation, twisting a family disagreement into a legal matter. But then they got our full evidence dump during discovery. The handwriting analysis, the notary's statement, the bank records showing the suspicious timing, the recordings, the witness statements from his friends about him bragging. All of it. Mark's lawyer apparently sat him down after that and told him he was screwed. Advised him to settle the civil case and take a plea deal on the criminal charges. Mark refused at first. He was convinced he could still win, that a jury would side with him somehow. The civil trial happened first. It lasted 3 days. I had to sit there and watch Mark's lawyer try to tear apart my character, suggest I was lying, imply I was mentally unstable from grief. It was brutal. But then our side presented the evidence. Document after document. Expert testimony about the forged signature. Sarah and Tom testifying about what Mark had told them. The notary explaining she'd never met me. The jury deliberated for 2 hours. When they came back, the forewoman read the verdict. Mark was liable for fraud, breach of fiduciary duty, intentional infliction of emotional distress. They awarded me everything, the full value of what he'd taken plus interest, damages for emotional distress, and my legal fees. The total came out to around $750,000. Mark's face went white. He looked like he might throw up. The criminal case wrapped up 2 months later. With the civil verdict on record, Mark's lawyer pushed hard for a plea deal. Mark accepted it to avoid jail time, pleaded guilty to felony fraud, got 3 years probation, community service, and had to pay full restitution on top of the civil judgment. Everything fell apart for him after that. His business tanked almost immediately. Turns out when you're a convicted fraudster, clients don't want to work with you. His partners dropped him. Contracts got canceled. He tried to rebrand and start over, but the conviction was public record. People found out. He had to sell the BMW to pay his lawyer, had to liquidate other assets to start paying what he owed me. The court ordered the house transferred back to my name as part of the settlement. He had 60 days to move out. I moved into the family house 6 months ago. It felt weird at first, walking through rooms that Mark had changed. He'd painted over the wallpaper Mom loved in the dining room, ripped out the carpet Dad had installed. But it was still home. I started putting it back the way it was, bit by bit. Hung up old family photos, put Mom's jewelry in her jewelry box in what used to be her dresser. Mark ended up renting a tiny apartment across town. I found out through mutual friends. It's like 600 square feet, 1 bedroom. His social media went completely dark. No more bragging posts, no more vacation photos. Just gone. I drove past his apartment complex once. Not on purpose, just happened to be in the area. Saw his parking spot. The BMW was gone. He was driving some beat-up used Corolla. Part of me felt satisfaction. Most of me just felt tired. It's not a happy ending, exactly. The family is destroyed. Some relatives took Mark's side, said I should have just let it go, that family is more important than money. They stopped talking to me. Others apologized for not believing me at first, said they had no idea Mark was capable of something like that. A few relationships survived, but they're different now. I don't feel triumphant living in this house. Some days I do. Some days I walk through and remember Mom cooking Sunday dinners, or Dad watching football in the living room, and I'm just sad. Sad that it came to this. Sad that Mark chose to do what he did. Sad that my parents worked their whole lives to leave us something, and it turned into this mess. I still get angry sometimes. I'll be doing something normal like grocery shopping, and I'll remember that coffee shop conversation and feel rage all over again. But mostly, I just feel nothing when I think about Mark. Indifferent. He made his choices and faced the consequences. We ran into each other about 3 weeks ago at the grocery store. I was in the cereal aisle and turned the corner, and there he was. He saw me. His eyes went wide, and he just turned around and walked the other way. I heard him check out and leave, fast. I didn't feel anything. No anger, no satisfaction, nothing. Mark used to tell me all the time that family doesn't sue family. He'd say it whenever I questioned his decisions about anything, even small stuff. After everything that happened, I think he was right in a weird way. Family doesn't sue family, but what Mark did wasn't family. That was betrayal with a blood relation attached to it. Sometimes late at night, I wonder if I should feel guilty about how everything turned out for him. Then I remember his face in that coffee shop. The smugness. The way he tried to make me feel stupid for even asking about my inheritance. How he thought he was untouchable because we were related. And I remember, I didn't destroy him. I just made him face consequences he thought he was too smart to ever deal with. Last week I got a letter from Mark's lawyer. Haven't opened it yet. It's sitting on my kitchen counter. Something about reconciliation, and possibly helping him get the felony expunged if he completes probation successfully. I walked past it this morning making coffee and just left it there. I don't know if I'll ever open it. Part of me wonders if blood really does mean something, if there's a point where you're supposed to forgive and move on. The other part remembers everything he put me through and thinks some betrayals are just too deep. Maybe some bridges are supposed to stay burned. For now, I'm living in my parents' house, the house they wanted both of us to benefit from. And Mark is wherever he is, dealing with what he did. That's how it is. They kicked me out for being ungrateful, so I took the house they tried to steal. I'm 28, and for the past 6 months, I've been in a legal war with my own parents over my grandparents' house. It sounds insane when I say it out loud, but here we are. My grandparents died within 3 months of each other last year. Grandpa went first, heart attack in his sleep. Grandma followed right after. The doctors said it was pneumonia, but I think she just gave up without him. They'd been married for 56 years. I was the only one who actually spent time with them. Every weekend I'd come over to help with groceries, take them to doctor appointments, fix things around the house. My parents lived 20 minutes away and visited maybe twice a year on holidays. They were always too busy with work, too busy with their own lives. But the second my grandparents died, suddenly they cared a whole lot about family. The will reading was a nightmare. The attorney, Mr. Henderson, read through everything, and when he got to the house, he said it was left entirely to me. Not split between my parents and me, not held in trust, just mine. My parents sat there in complete shock, and then my mom started crying. Not sad crying, angry crying. My dad's face went red, and he actually stood up and accused me of manipulating them. He said I must have brainwashed 2 dying old people into cutting out their own son. I tried to explain that I had no idea they were leaving me the house. I knew they appreciated my help, but I never asked for anything. I did it because I loved them. My dad didn't want to hear it. He said I was ungrateful and conniving, that I'd taken advantage of elderly people who weren't in their right minds. My mom just kept saying it wasn't fair, that they were the actual children and I was just a grandchild. Then came the demands. They wanted me to sign the house over to them so they could manage it properly. They said I was too young to handle property, that I'd make mistakes, that it made more sense for them to have it. When I refused, things got ugly fast. My dad told me I was making a huge mistake and that I'd regret choosing money over family. At first, it was just guilt trips. Phone calls every day about how hurt they were, how betrayed they felt. Then relatives started calling. Aunts and uncles I barely talked to suddenly had opinions about how I should do the right thing and honor my parents. Most of them didn't even know the full story. My parents had gotten to them first with their version, where I was some kind of master manipulator. I changed the locks on the house when I moved in because my parents kept showing up unannounced, demanding we talk about this. They'd bang on the door at 8 in the morning or show up during dinner. I couldn't deal with it anymore. That's when things escalated. 2 weeks after I changed the locks, my utilities got shut off. Power, water, everything. I called the companies and somehow my parents had gotten access to the accounts and canceled them. I got everything restored and put passwords on the accounts, but it happened again a week later. My mail started going missing too. I'd be waiting for important documents and they'd just never show up. Then my parents started telling the entire extended family that I'd stolen the inheritance from them. The family group chat became this toxic mess of people taking sides. Half of them thought I was a terrible person. The other half stayed quiet because they didn't want to get involved. The worst part came about a month after I moved in. I came home from work one day and my key didn't work. They'd changed the locks. I could see movement inside through the windows, and when I looked closer, my parents were in there. They were actually inside my house going through my things. I called the police, but when they showed up, my parents had some documents that made it look like they had partial ownership. I don't know where they got them, but the cops said it was a civil matter, and they couldn't force anyone out. I had to call Mr. Henderson, and even then it took 3 days to sort out. Those 3 days I stayed with my friend Jake because I had nowhere else to go. After that, living there became impossible. My parents started camping outside, parking their car on the street, and just sitting there watching the house. The neighbors started complaining. Someone slashed my tires one night. I couldn't prove it was them, but I knew. Anonymous complaints got filed with the city about property maintenance, even though I was keeping everything perfect. Then my parents filed a restraining order claiming I'd threatened them. It was complete garbage, but I had to deal with lawyers and court dates. The judge eventually dismissed it, but the damage was done. I couldn't stay there anymore. Every day was a new disaster, a new way they found to make my life hell. I packed up what I could and went back to Jake's place. I crashed on his couch and tried to figure out what to do next. My parents moved into the house the day after I left. They sent me a text saying, maybe now I'd learn some respect and understand that family comes first. They actually thought they'd won. I took the important documents with me, though. All the paperwork from my grandparents, copies of the will, everything I could grab. I didn't know what I was going to do with it yet, but I wasn't going to let them have it all. My parents started posting on social media about finally getting what was rightfully theirs. Family members congratulated them. I got blocked from family events. It felt like I'd lost everything. My grandparents, their house, and now the entire family. I spent 2 weeks on Jake's couch feeling completely defeated. My parents were living in my house, posting pictures on Facebook about their new place, and half the family was commenting, "Congratulations," like they'd just bought it themselves. I got uninvited from my cousin's wedding. My aunt sent me a long message about how disappointed my grandparents would be in me. It was insane how fast everyone turned. The worst part was the depression that set in. I'd lost my grandparents, and now I'd lost their house too, the last real connection I had to them. Some nights I couldn't sleep, and I'd just sit there, going through the boxes of documents I'd managed to take with me. Old photos, receipts, random paperwork my grandparents had kept. I don't know what I was looking for exactly. Then one night, about 3 weeks after I'd left, I found something weird. There were some legal documents in one of my grandpa's files, dated from 2 years ago. Property transfer forms, but the signatures looked off. The dates didn't match up with other things in the file. I'm not a handwriting expert, but something felt wrong about it. I called Mr. Henderson the next morning. He was the attorney who wrote my grandparents' will, and he'd always been straight with me. I told him what I found and asked if he could look into it. He said he'd check the county records and get back to me. 3 days later, he called me back and his voice was different. Serious. He said I needed to come to his office right away. When I got there, he had documents spread across his desk. Turns out my parents had filed fraudulent transfer paperwork with the county, claiming there was an error in the original will. They'd forged signatures on a grantor deed transfer and submitted it weeks after the funeral. While I was grieving and barely functioning, they were at the county recorder's office filing fake documents. Mr. Henderson showed me the evidence. The notary stamps didn't match official records. The dates were wrong. Some of the signatures were obviously forged if you compared them to real documents. And here's the worst part. There were emails and drafts in the county system showing my parents had been planning this before my grandparents even died. They'd consulted with someone about how to contest a will months in advance. I felt sick. These were my parents, the people who raised me, and they'd been plotting to steal from their own parents while those parents were still alive. Mr. Henderson referred me to a litigation attorney named Ms. Chen, who specialized in estate fraud. She looked at everything and said we had a strong case, but it was going to be expensive and messy. I didn't care anymore. I was done being the pushover who just accepted whatever my parents did. We filed in court within a week. Fraud, forgery, illegal eviction, the whole thing. We also filed a criminal complaint with the DA's office, because what they did wasn't just shady, it was actually illegal. When my parents got served with the papers, my dad called me, screaming. I hung up and blocked their numbers. The legal battle took 6 months, and it was brutal. My parents hired an expensive lawyer, and their story kept changing every time they had to give a deposition. First, they said my grandparents had verbally promised them the house. Then they said there was a written agreement that got lost. Then they claimed I'd stolen documents that proved their case. None of it held up because none of it was true. The turning point was when Ms. Chen got access to my dad's text messages through Discovery. There were messages to my mom from 3 years ago talking about what they'd do once the old man was gone and how they'd fix this mistake. Actual texts about planning to overturn the will before my grandpa even died. When those got entered into evidence, you could see their lawyer's face just drop. Some of the relatives who'd testified for my parents started backtracking after that. My uncle claimed he'd been misled about the situation. My aunt suddenly remembered that actually my grandparents had talked about leaving me the house. It was pathetic watching everyone scramble to cover themselves. The legal fees destroyed my parents financially. They'd hired this expensive attorney thinking they'd win quickly, and instead it dragged on for months. Every deposition, every motion, every court appearance cost them money they didn't have. I found out later they'd taken out a second mortgage on their own house to pay for it. Finally, after 6 months, we went before a judge for the final ruling. He didn't even take that long to decide. He called my parents' actions calculated fraud against the deceased's wishes and said it was one of the more blatant cases of estate theft he'd seen. The property was restored to me immediately. My parents were fined $50,000 for fraudulent filing. They were ordered to pay my legal fees, which came to about $75,000. And they got criminal charges, probation and community service for the fraud. My mom cried in the courtroom. My dad just sat there staring at the table. Their lawyer looked relieved it was over. Ms. Chen shook my hand and told me she was proud of how I'd fought back. But it wasn't really over yet. My parents couldn't pay the fines and legal fees. They couldn't even make their regular mortgage payments anymore because everything had gone to their lawyer. Within 2 months, foreclosure proceedings started on their house. They were losing everything because they'd tried to take everything from me. The sheriff delivered the eviction notice to them at my grandparents' house, my house, about a week after the court ruling. I was there. Ms. Chen had advised me to stay away, but I couldn't help myself. I sat in my car down the street and watched as the sheriff handed them the papers. My mom was crying again. My dad was yelling, and I just sat there watching it happen, feeling nothing. My parents had 30 days to get out, but they were gone in 2 weeks. They moved into a rental apartment across town, some small place they could barely afford. Their house sold at auction for less than they owed on it. Everything they'd built for themselves, gone because they got greedy and stupid. When I finally moved back into my grandparents' house, I understood why they'd left so fast. They'd trashed the place. Holes punched in walls, carpet ripped up in spots, cabinet doors hanging off hinges. It was like they'd gone through and destroyed whatever they could before leaving. Even some of my grandma's old decorations were smashed. That hurt worse than anything they'd done to me directly. I spent the next month fixing everything. Patching walls, replacing carpet, repairing what I could and replacing what I couldn't. It cost money, but I didn't care. This was my grandparents' house, and I was going to restore it the way they'd kept it. I put their photos back on the walls. I replanted my grandma's garden that had died from neglect. Slowly, the house started feeling like home again, instead of a crime scene. The family fallout was messy. Everyone took sides, and the extended family basically split in half. Some relatives thought I'd gone too far, that I should have just given my parents the house and kept the peace. Others were horrified when they found out about the forged documents and the planning my parents had done. Family dinners stopped happening. Thanksgiving that year was canceled because no one could agree on who to invite. The family group chat got so toxic that someone finally just deleted it. My aunts and uncles got awkward when I'd run into them in public. Some would pretend they didn't see me. Others would give me these uncomfortable smiles and ask how I was doing, in that tone that meant they didn't actually want to know. My cousins picked sides too. The ones around my age mostly supported me once they heard the full story, but the older generation thought I should have been the bigger person. My parents spent the next few months telling anyone who'd listen that I destroyed the family. My mom posted things on Facebook about ungrateful children who value money over blood. My dad apparently told people at his church that I'd falsified evidence and manipulated the court system. Some relatives believed them. A few people I'd known my whole life stopped talking to me completely based on whatever story my parents told them. Other relatives quietly reached out, though. My mom's younger sister sent me a message saying she was sorry for not speaking up sooner, that she'd always known my parents were difficult, but didn't realize how far they'd go. One of my uncles admitted he'd never liked how my parents treated my grandparents and was glad someone finally stood up to them. It was weird finding out that some family members had been waiting for someone to call my parents out for years. My parents' lives fell apart pretty completely. They were both in their early 50s and had to start over from almost nothing. The apartment they moved into was maybe 900 square feet. My dad's health got worse from the stress. High blood pressure, some kind of heart thing. My mom took a part-time job at a grocery store because they needed the money. People who knew them saw how far they'd fallen, and I'm sure some of them felt sorry for them. Sometimes I feel guilty about it. I'll see something that reminds me of them, or I'll remember a good memory from childhood, and I'll think about how they're struggling now. Then I remember what they tried to do, and the guilt goes away. They didn't just try to take the house. They planned it while my grandparents were alive. They forged documents. They kicked me out of my own home and made me feel like I was the villain for not handing over my inheritance. My grandpa used to say, "Family is who shows up." I showed up for them every weekend for years. I took them to appointments and helped around the house and listened to the same stories over and over because it made them happy. My parents showed up twice a year, and then came running the second there was money involved. My grandma had a saying, too, about not starting fights you can't finish. My parents started this fight thinking I'd just roll over. They taught me that lesson the hard way. It's been about 6 months since the legal case ended. The house is mine, completely and legally. I've got the deed, the court ruling, everything documented. I sit in my grandpa's old workshop sometimes, or cook in my grandma's kitchen, and I feel like I did right by them. This is where I'm supposed to be. I haven't had any contact with my parents since the eviction. They've sent letters, some apologizing, some angry, some trying to explain their side. I haven't opened most of them. I don't know what they could say that would make any of this better. A few times I've thought about reaching out, but then I remember everything, and I just don't. Last week, my younger cousin called me and said my parents are telling people I'm going to lose the house in another lawsuit. Some story about how the court case isn't really over and they're filing an appeal. It's garbage. Nothing's been filed, and they don't have money for another lawyer anyway. But it made me paranoid for a few days, checking the court records online to make sure nothing new had popped up. My mom called yesterday. First time in months. I saw her name on my phone and I let it go to voicemail. The notification is still sitting there. I haven't listened to it yet. Part of me wants to know what she said. Part of me thinks listening to it would just open everything back up again. Maybe she's apologizing. Maybe she's asking for money. Maybe she just wants to tell me one more time that I destroyed everything. The house is mine. I won. But sometimes when I'm sitting here alone, I wonder if anyone actually won, or if we all just lost different things. That time, I took down my aunt's scheme to frame my mom as a thief. 23, never thought I'd have to choose between keeping the peace and defending my mom, 51, from my Aunt Linda, 48. But here we are. For context, Aunt Linda has always had this jealous thing going on with my mom. Growing up, I'd hear her make these comments about how mom was the pretty one, how grandma always liked her better, how everything came so easy for her. Mom never engaged with it. She'd just smile and change the subject, which probably made it worse, honestly. Things really exploded when Grandma passed away 4 months ago. The will reading was tense. Aunt Linda got some money, my uncle got the house, other relatives got various things. But Grandma left her entire antique jewelry collection to my mom. I'm talking about the pieces Grandma wore in all those old photos, the stuff she'd show us as kids and tell stories about. Aunt Linda's face went completely red when the lawyer read that part. She actually stood up and said something about how unfair it was before she stormed out. Mom just sat there looking sad and guilty, even though she hadn't done anything wrong. Fast forward 1 month. Mom called me sobbing because the jewelry box was missing from her bedroom. She'd torn apart the house looking for it. And on that same day, Aunt Linda started making calls. By the next morning, the entire family knew her version of events. According to Aunt Linda, Mom had sold the jewelry for cash and betrayed Grandma's memory. The family group chat was going insane. My cousins stopped texting Mom back. My uncle actually called, demanding she come clean about where the jewelry went. It spread that fast. Mom was devastated. She wore Grandma's locket every single day before it disappeared. These weren't just expensive pieces to her. They were memories. But no one wanted to hear her side. I didn't buy Aunt Linda's story for a second. The timing was way too convenient, and I remembered that she still had a spare key to our house from years ago when she used to water our plants. Something felt off about the whole thing. So I decided to check our security camera footage from that week. We have cameras at the front door and in the hallway. I pulled up the footage from the night before Mom noticed everything was gone. And there she was. Aunt Linda, clear as day, letting herself into our house at 2:47 in the morning. She tried to avoid the cameras, but the hallway one caught her going upstairs. 12 minutes later, she came back down carrying Grandma's jewelry box. I had her. I saved copies of that footage to 3 different devices. Then I sat on it for 2 weeks. I know that sounds weird, but I wanted to see how far Aunt Linda would take this. Turns out, pretty far. She uninvited Mom from my cousin Sarah's baby shower, She kept posting these vague Facebook statuses about family thieves and disappointments. Mom stopped going to her book club because people kept asking uncomfortable questions. I watched her cry multiple times trying to figure out what she did to deserve all this. At one point, Mom even offered to take a lie detector test, and Aunt Linda said it wouldn't prove anything. The whole family had turned on her. Meanwhile, I knew exactly what happened, and I was just waiting for the right moment. That moment came when Uncle Tom announced his annual family barbecue. I knew Aunt Linda would be there. I also knew she'd bring up the jewelry again because she always did. So I packed an HDMI cable in my car and made sure my phone was charged. I told Mom to trust me but didn't explain what I was planning. She almost didn't want to go, but I convinced her. The barbecue was awkward from the start. People were polite to Mom but distant. After dinner, everyone gathered in Uncle Tom's living room, and right on schedule, Aunt Linda started up. She said something about how it was such a shame about Grandma's jewelry, and how Grandma would be heartbroken knowing it was gone. I stood up and asked Uncle Tom if I could use his TV for a second. Before anyone could object, I connected my phone and hit play on the footage. Complete silence. Everyone watched Aunt Linda sneak into our house in the middle of the night and walk out with the jewelry box. Someone asked if that was her. She grabbed her purse and mumbled that it wasn't what it looked like. She tried to leave, but Uncle Tom blocked the door and demanded an explanation. She completely broke down, started saying she just wanted to hold the pieces, that she deserved them more than Mom did. Then she admitted she was planning to keep them hidden for about a year, and then suddenly find them somewhere and claim Mom must have misplaced them, like everyone would just forget about all the accusations she made. The room exploded. People were yelling, Aunt Linda was crying, and Mom just sat there looking exhausted. Aunt Linda eventually left, and later that week her lawyer contacted us about returning the jewelry. She couldn't even face us herself. Uncle Tom apologized to Mom right after Aunt Linda left. Cousin Sarah was crying, saying she felt terrible about the baby shower. Half the family started calling Aunt Linda demanding answers. The other half just sat there in shock. Mom didn't say much. She looked completely drained. We left early because she didn't want to be around anyone anymore. That night, Aunt Linda texted me. Not Mom, me. She begged me not to send the video to anyone else and said I'd ruined her enough. Then something about thinking of the family name. The next morning, she sent another text saying her own kids were ashamed of her and asking if I was happy now. I didn't respond to any of it. She sent Mom this half-hearted apology about how she was grieving and things got out of hand. Mom didn't respond either. 2 weeks later, and the family is still split over this. Aunt Linda's kids apologized to Mom and said they had no idea what their mom was doing. But Aunt Linda's sister, my Aunt Carol, thinks I went too far. Her whole argument is that yes, Linda was wrong, but I humiliated her in front of everyone and could have handled it privately. Uncle Tom's wife agrees. They keep using the word cruel. Aunt Linda hasn't shown up to any family events since. Thanksgiving is next month, and apparently there's drama about whether she'll be invited and where people will sit. Mom got the jewelry back, but she barely looks at it now. She says it just reminds her of all this mess. I don't regret what I did, but I can see how it split everyone down the middle. Some relatives think I did the right thing. Others avoid me at family stuff now. Mom won't tell me how she really feels about my method. She just says she's glad the truth is out there. The thing is, I've been thinking about what Aunt Carol said. If I'd confronted Aunt Linda privately, would she have just denied everything and kept the jewelry hidden forever? She had a whole plan to make Mom look crazy. The public thing was nuclear, but it also meant there was no way for her to spin the story or make excuses. Everyone saw exactly what she did. But now, family events are weird. Some people think I'm vindictive, and I wonder sometimes if clearing Mom's name was worth turning everyone against each other. Part of me thinks Aunt Linda deserved the embarrassment after what she put Mom through. Another part thinks maybe I just made everything worse. I guess I'll find out at Thanksgiving when we see who actually shows up. Betrayal runs deep, but so does payback. I, 18, just received a letter that made me realize my Aunt Linda, 45, had been lying to me for the past 6 years. The whole thing started on a Tuesday afternoon when I was checking the mail. I wasn't expecting anything important, just the usual junk and bills that came to the house. But there it was, a thick envelope from Meridian Life Insurance Company with my name on it. Not Linda's name, mine. I need to back up a bit so this makes sense. My mom died when I was 12. Cancer. It happened fast, like 6 months from diagnosis to gone. My dad was never in the picture, just some guy whose name I know but have never met. So, when Mom passed, Linda swooped in and took me. She was Mom's older sister, already had 2 kids of her own, Ryan and Sophia, who were 8 and 10 at the time. Linda sat me down at the funeral and told me I'd be living with her now, that she'd treat me like her own. I remember being so grateful. I had nowhere else to go, and she seemed like she actually wanted me there. That was 6 years ago. 6 years of cooking every meal for a family of 5. 6 years of cleaning the entire house because Linda said she worked hard at her job and needed help. 6 years of babysitting Ryan and Sophia whenever Linda wanted to go out with friends or take weekend trips. She'd always tell me we were tight on money when I asked for anything. New shoes? We can't afford it right now. Money for a school trip? Maybe next time. College fund? She'd laugh and say we'd figure it out later. Meanwhile, I watched her renovate the kitchen, buy a new car, and eventually move us all into a bigger house 2 years ago. I worked part-time at a grocery store just to have money for basic stuff. Shampoo, clothes that actually fit, anything that wasn't a necessity for the household. Every dollar I made went into a savings account that I was terrified to touch because it was all I had. By the time I turned 18, I had about $1,200 in there. That was it. 6 years of work. So back to the letter. I opened it in my room because something felt weird about it. The first page was formal, talking about a life insurance policy disbursement and asking me to confirm some information for their records. I read it 3 times before it clicked. The policy was my mom's. The disbursement date was 6 years ago, like 2 months after she died. The amount was $150,000. My hands started shaking. I called the number on the letter right then, closed my door so Linda wouldn't hear. The woman who answered was nice, walked me through the account details. Yes, the policy was issued to me as the sole beneficiary. Yes, it was cashed out using guardianship documents that Linda had submitted. Yes, the full amount had been sent to her 6 years ago. No, there was nothing left. It was all gone. I sat on my bed for probably an hour, just staring at the wall. Everything suddenly made sense. The bigger house, the renovations, Linda's shopping trips, the way she'd tell me we were broke while she was planning a vacation. She'd been living off my money this whole time and I didn't even know it existed. All those times she'd said I should be grateful. All those times she'd reminded me that she took me in when nobody else wanted me. The way she'd wave her hand and say I owed her for putting a roof over my head. I thought about every meal I'd cooked, every floor I'd scrubbed, every weekend I'd spent watching her kids so she could go out. She'd been spending my inheritance while treating me like live-in help. The worst part was realizing she'd planned this from the start. She didn't take me in because she cared. She took me in because I came with a paycheck. And when I turned 18, and the insurance company sent verification to the address on file, my address, where I actually lived, her little scheme started to crack. I don't know how long I sat there, but eventually the anger kicked in. Not the hot kind where you yell and throw things, the cold kind where you get really, really clear about what needs to happen next. I read through every page of that letter again, took pictures of all of it with my phone, and put the originals in my backpack. Then I went downstairs. Linda was in the kitchen drinking wine and scrolling through her phone. She looked up when I walked in, and I just put the letter on the counter in front of her. Didn't say anything at first, just watched her face. She went pale for a second, and I knew she understood exactly what I'd found. She recovered fast, though, picked up the letter, skimmed it, and then looked at me like I was being dramatic. She asked what I was so upset about, like this was all some misunderstanding. So I told her. I told her I knew about the money, about the forged guardianship papers, about all of it. And you know what she did? She got mad at me. Started listing everything she'd done for me over the years. The food, the room, the clothes. Like I should be thanking her for the bare minimum, while she spent $150,000 that belonged to me. Then she said it. The thing I'll never forget. She looked me dead in the eye and said, "You owe me for raising you." And she laughed. Actually laughed, like the whole thing was funny. Like I was being ridiculous for thinking that money was mine. That was the last time she laughed at me. I grabbed the letter off the counter and went back upstairs. I didn't pack everything, just the important stuff. Documents, photos of Mom, my laptop, some clothes. I texted my coworker Josh and asked if I could crash at his place. He said yes, didn't even ask why. By midnight, I was gone. Linda didn't even notice I'd left until the next morning. She sent a bunch of texts asking where I was, saying I was being dramatic, that we needed to talk like adults. I didn't respond to any of them. I spent that whole next day researching. Fraud, forgery, guardianship laws, statute of limitations. By the time the sun went down, I knew exactly what I was going to do. I took my $1,200 in savings and made an appointment with a lawyer. We met 2 days later, and when I showed him everything, he actually looked angry on my behalf. He told me this wasn't just civil fraud, this was criminal. Linda had forged legal documents and stolen from a minor. We filed a police report that same afternoon. The police report got assigned to a detective within a week. Detective Martinez. She was in her 40s, no-nonsense type, and she didn't waste time. She called me in for an interview first, had me walk through everything. The timeline, the letter, how Linda had treated me, all of it. She took notes the whole time and kept nodding like she'd seen this kind of thing before. When I finished, she told me she'd need to talk to Linda next, and that I should prepare for things to get messy. She wasn't wrong. Martinez showed up at Linda's house 2 days later. I wasn't there, obviously, but Linda called me 17 times that day. I didn't pick up. She left voicemails that started off angry, then confused, then panicked. The last one was her crying, saying I was ruining everything and that I needed to call off the investigation before it was too late. I saved all of them and forwarded them to Martinez. My lawyer told me Linda tried to play it off during the interview. Said there was a misunderstanding about the guardianship documents, that she'd been authorized to access the funds for my care, that everything was legal. But Martinez wasn't buying it. She subpoenaed Linda's financial records, and that's when things really started to fall apart for her. Turns out the life insurance money wasn't the only thing Linda had been doing. Martinez called me about 3 weeks into the investigation and said they'd found more. Linda had been filing taxes using my identity. She'd claimed me as a dependent every year, which was fine, I guess, but she'd also been claiming my part-time income on her returns and pocketing the difference. There were fake receipts for care expenses that never happened. Medical bills under my name that were actually for Linda's cosmetic procedures. She'd even opened a credit card using my social security number. The balance wasn't huge, maybe $800, but it was still fraud. The tax stuff was what really got her, though. Martinez said once the IRS got involved, it became a whole different situation. Federal charges were on the table now, not just state fraud. My lawyer explained that Linda was looking at serious time if she got convicted on everything. Around week 4, Linda's calls stopped. I thought maybe she'd finally accepted what was happening. Then I started getting messages from family members, her friends, people I barely knew. All of them saying basically the same thing, that I was being vindictive, that Linda made a mistake but she'd raised me, that I was going to destroy her life over money. A few of them tried the whole family loyalty angle. One of Mom's cousins told me Mom would be ashamed of me. That one hurt. But my grandmother, Mom's mom, called me too. She was the only one who got it. She told me she'd always wondered where Mom's life insurance had gone, that Linda had told everyone there wasn't any. Grandma said she should have pushed harder, asked more questions. She apologized for not protecting me. I told her it wasn't her fault. How was she supposed to know? Linda tried a different approach after the family pressure didn't work. She showed up at the grocery store where I worked, just walked right in and cornered me by the produce section. Started begging, saying she was sorry, that she'd pay me back, that we could work something out without the courts. She looked terrible, like she hadn't slept in days. Part of me almost felt bad. Almost. Then she said if I didn't drop the charges, she'd tell everyone I'd been stealing from her for years, that I was a troubled kid who'd made her life hell. The threats killed whatever sympathy I might have had. My manager had to ask her to leave. I filed a restraining order the next day. 2 months after I'd filed the initial report, Linda got arrested. They charged her with felony fraud, identity theft, and forgery. The tax stuff was being handled separately by the IRS, but Martinez said that was coming too. Linda's lawyer tried to get her a deal, plead guilty to lesser charges, agree to restitution, avoid jail time. The prosecutor wasn't interested. They wanted to make an example out of her, I think. Cases like this don't happen every day. The court hearings were brutal. I had to sit there and listen to Linda's lawyer paint me as this ungrateful kid who'd turned on his caretaker over a misunderstanding. He tried to argue that Linda had used the money for my benefit, that the house and the food and everything counted as care expenses. The prosecutor tore that apart pretty fast, showed the receipts for Linda's shopping sprees, her vacations, the cosmetic work, showed that I'd been working part-time and buying my own necessities, showed my bank statements, proving I'd spent 6 years scraping by while Linda lived large. Linda cried on the stand. Talked about how hard it had been to raise 3 kids on her own, how much she'd sacrificed, how she'd only wanted to give me a good home. The prosecutor asked her why she'd forged guardianship documents if everything was legitimate, asked her why she'd filed fake tax receipts, asked her why she'd opened a credit card in my name. Linda didn't have good answers for any of it. The jury took 4 hours to come back. Guilty on all counts. Sentencing came 2 weeks later. The judge wasn't sympathetic. He said Linda had violated a sacred trust, that she'd exploited a grieving child for financial gain, and that her actions were calculated and deliberate. He ordered full restitution, the $150,000 plus 6 years of interest, which brought it to almost $190,000, probation for 5 years, community service, and a felony record that meant she lost her job. Linda had to sell the house to pay the restitution, the one she'd bought with my money. Her ex-husband, the father of Ryan and Sophia, took the kids. They moved 2 hours away. I heard through family that Linda had to move into a tiny apartment and was working retail to make ends meet. People kept telling me I should feel good about that. Justice served and all. But mostly I just felt tired. The money hit my account 3 months after sentencing. All of it, including the interest. I stared at the balance for probably 20 minutes. It should have felt like winning. It just felt like the end of something I never wanted to be part of in the first place. That was 8 months ago. I'm in college now, studying business at a state school about an hour from where I grew up. Got a small apartment near campus. Nothing fancy, but it's mine. I still work part-time, mostly because I want to, not because I have to anymore. The money from the restitution is in a mix of savings and investments. My lawyer helped me set it up so I wouldn't blow through it. I'm trying to be smart about it, make it last. Therapy has been helping. I started going about a month after everything was finalized because I wasn't sleeping, and I kept having these angry episodes over nothing. My therapist says I have trust issues now, which feels obvious but apparently needs to be said out loud. I don't let people get close. I assume everyone wants something from me. We're working on it. Linda never stopped, though. She spent the first few months after sentencing posting on Facebook about me. Long rants about how her ungrateful nephew had destroyed her family over a misunderstanding. She painted herself as the victim, said she'd sacrificed everything to raise me, and I'd repaid her by having her arrested. A lot of people believed her. Extended family mostly. People who didn't know the full story or didn't want to know it. My mom's side of the family split pretty much down the middle. Grandma cut Linda off completely, told her she was ashamed to call her a daughter. My other aunt, Mom's younger sister Karen, won't talk to me anymore. She thinks I went too far, that I should have handled it privately instead of getting the law involved. She sent me a long email about forgiveness and family loyalty. I never responded. A few cousins reached out to say they supported me, but most of them just stayed quiet. I don't blame them. It's awkward. The house sold at auction 4 months ago. Linda couldn't keep up with the mortgage once she lost her job, and the restitution order meant she had to liquidate assets anyway. I got a notification about it from my lawyer, asking if I wanted to put in a bid. I had the money. I could have bought it outright and probably had cash left over. But I couldn't imagine living there. Too many bad memories of scrubbing floors and cooking meals while Linda spent my inheritance. So I let it go. A young couple bought it. They have 2 little kids. I drove by one day, not really sure why. Just curious, I guess. The kids were playing in the front yard on one of those plastic jungle gyms. The mom was gardening. It looked happy. Normal. It was weird seeing the place like that. Like Linda and all the bad stuff had never happened there. I haven't gone back since. Linda tried reaching out directly a few times. She's blocked on everything, but she'd make new social media accounts just to message me. Always the same thing. I ruined her life. I took everything from her. I destroyed her family. After the 5th or 6th account, I just stopped responding entirely. My lawyer said to keep screenshots of everything in case she violated the restraining order, but she's been careful to stay just on the legal side of harassment. Ryan and Sophia are doing okay from what I hear. They're with their dad now, and apparently, he's actually been a decent parent. He'd been paying child support the whole time they were with Linda, which I didn't know. Grandma keeps in touch with them and gives me updates sometimes. Part of me wants to reach out, explain my side of things, but my therapist says to give it time. They lost their home and had to switch schools because of what happened. Even if Linda was the one who caused it, I'm the one they're going to associate with the fallout. 3 weeks ago, something new happened. I got a letter from Linda's lawyer. Not about criminal stuff, that's all done. This was about the restitution. Linda is claiming financial hardship and asking the court to reduce the monthly payments. She's paid back maybe $20,000 so far, which means she still owes me around $170,000. Her lawyer is arguing that the current payment plan is unsustainable and that she'll never be able to pay it all back at this rate. My lawyer says we can fight it, that financial hardship isn't a valid reason to reduce court-ordered restitution, especially for a felony. But he also said if we push back hard, this could drag out for years. More court dates, more legal fees, more of my life spent dealing with Linda's mess. He asked me what I wanted to do. Honestly, I don't know. Part of me wants every single dollar she owes me. It's not about the money anymore. It's about her facing consequences for what she did. But another part of me is just exhausted. I'm 19 years old and I've spent the last year of my life in police stations and courtrooms. I'm supposed to be figuring out who I am and what I want to do with my life, not fighting with my aunt over restitution payments. People have a lot of opinions about what I should do. Grandma thinks I should let some of it go, that holding on to anger is only hurting me. My roommate thinks I should squeeze her for every penny. My therapist won't tell me what to do, just asks me questions about how each option makes me feel. Everyone wants to weigh in on whether I was right or wrong, whether I went too far or not far enough. The truth is, I don't regret reporting her. What she did was illegal and wrong, and she needed to face that. But I also can't pretend that other people didn't get hurt in the process. Ryan and Sophia lost their home. They lost their mom, basically, since she's barely functioning now. Yeah, that's on Linda for what she did, but they're still kids dealing with the aftermath. Linda's lawyer included a note with the motion. He says Linda is willing to apologize publicly and admit what she did was wrong if I agree to a reduced payment plan. My first instinct was to laugh. She's had 8 months to apologize and hasn't. Now suddenly she's sorry because it might save her money. But then again, maybe an apology is worth something. Maybe it's worth more than dragging this out for another 5 years. I haven't decided yet. The hearing is in 3 weeks. My lawyer needs an answer before then about how we want to proceed. Some days I think I should fight it, make her pay back every cent even if it takes decades. Other days, I think about just being done with it, taking whatever she can reasonably pay and moving on with my life. I'm 19. I've got my whole life ahead of me, and I don't want to spend it stuck in the past with Linda. So that's where things stand now. Linda tells everyone I ruined her life. Maybe I did. But I didn't steal anything. I just took back what was always mine. How I exposed my grandfather's secret will and shattered the family illusion. I, 28, never expected to become the family villain for doing what I thought was right. My grandfather, 84 when he passed, was the undisputed patriarch of our family. My mom, Sarah, 52, was his only daughter among 3 children. My uncles, Robert, 56, and Thomas, 54, had always been the golden sons. Then there were us grandkids. Robert's kids Mark, 31, and Jessica, 29, who could do no wrong, and me and my sister Emma, 24, who were basically furniture at family gatherings. Growing up, the favoritism was obvious, but we all just accepted it. Grandfather built his fortune in real estate, starting with 1 rental property and ending with a portfolio worth millions. He was the kind of man who believed sons carried the family legacy, and daughters were meant to marry well. Still, when he got sick with cancer 2 years ago, it wasn't his precious sons who showed up. It was my mom, driving him to chemo 3 times a week, managing his medications, cooking his meals, and sleeping on his couch when he had bad nights. Robert and Thomas? They'd drop by once a month, usually when they needed something signed. The will reading happened 2 weeks after the funeral at Robert's law office. I remember the mahogany conference table, the smell of leather chairs, and Robert's barely concealed smirk as he read through the documents. Thomas got the commercial properties downtown. Robert got the rental properties in the suburbs, plus the vacation home in Florida. Their kids each got trust funds worth 6 figures, and Mark specifically got grandfather's collection of classic cars. My mom? She got his old Rolex. That's it. A watch worth maybe $5,000 if she was lucky. Robert had the audacity to pat her shoulder and say, "Dad knew Sarah had her husband's support. He wanted to ensure the family name and legacy stayed with the sons." My mom just nodded, eyes wet, clutching that watch box like it was made of gold. Emma and I weren't even mentioned, which honestly didn't surprise me. But watching my mom try to smile while her brothers counted their millions made my stomach turn. 3 weeks later, I was helping Mom clean out Grandfather's study. She couldn't face it alone, kept breaking down every time she found his handwriting on something. We were trying to move his massive oak desk when I noticed it had a locked drawer. After 20 minutes of searching, I found a small key taped under the desk lamp base. Inside the drawer was a manila envelope marked "Final Draft," notarized, with an official seal. My hands were shaking as I opened it. What I found inside would destroy everything our family thought we knew about my grandfather's final wishes. The document inside that envelope changed everything. It was another will, dated 3 weeks after the one Robert had read to us. This one split everything equally between Robert, Thomas, and my mom. All the properties, all the money, everything divided into perfect thirds. There was even a handwritten note in Grandfather's shaky writing. Sarah deserves no less than her brothers. She gave the most. My first thought was that this had to be fake, but the more I examined it, the more legitimate it looked. The signatures matched Grandfather's other documents perfectly. The notary seal was real, with witness signatures from 2 names I recognized from Grandfather's church. All 6 grandkids were supposed to get equal trust funds, too. Emma and I were specifically named this time. I spent the next week investigating quietly. Called the notary office, pretending to be confirming an appointment detail for my grandfather's estate. They confirmed he'd been there on that exact date, mentally sharp, and had finalized his will. The receptionist even mentioned how he'd insisted on reading it twice before signing. Then I found his appointment book in the study with an entry, "Update will with Johnson. Final." The most damning evidence came from Grandfather's old computer. Buried in his email was a message from Robert sent 2 days before that final will was signed. "Dad, we need to discuss your recent changes. This isn't what we agreed on." There were 3 missed calls from Robert on Grandfather's phone log the day he went to the notary. I knew Robert had filed the old will just 2 days after Grandfather died. As the executor and a lawyer himself, he had immediate access to all the documents. He knew exactly what he was doing. I made copies of everything at 3 different places, paranoid that something might happen to the evidence. Scanned everything into multiple cloud accounts, too. Then I called a lawyer friend from college who specialized in estate law. She took one look at the documents and told me this was serious fraud if Robert knew about the newer will. The next part was probably petty, but I wanted maximum impact. I sent copies via certified mail to every single person named in both wills, timed to arrive on the same day. Everyone except Robert. I included a letter explaining how I'd found the document and suggested they might want to consult their own lawyers. Thomas called me within 2 hours of delivery, screaming so loud I had to hold the phone away from my ear. He wasn't angry at me, though. He was furious at Robert. My mom just sat at her kitchen table, staring at the will, tears streaming down her face. She kept touching Grandfather's handwritten note, tracing the words with her finger. By that evening, Robert was calling everyone, claiming the newer will was forged, that Grandfather wasn't in his right mind, that I was trying to destroy the family. But the damage was done. The legal battle that followed was brutal. Thomas immediately hired an attorney and demanded a full investigation. Robert tried to claim the newer will was created under duress. That Grandfather was confused in his final weeks. But the forensic document examiner confirmed both wills were authentic, and the notary testified that Grandfather was completely lucid during their appointment. She even mentioned how Robert had called her office multiple times after Grandfather's death, asking strange questions about their procedures. The court froze all the assets that had already been distributed. Mark had to return the cars he'd already started selling. Jessica had to halt her house purchase. Robert's law license was suspended pending investigation for fraud and breach of fiduciary duty. The prosecutor said he could face actual jail time. The family explosion was worse than any legal drama. Robert's wife, Helen, left him after 28 years of marriage. She told my mom she'd suspected Robert was shady, but never had proof until now. The cousins split down the middle. Jessica actually thanked me for uncovering the truth, saying she'd rather have less money than live with stolen inheritance. Mark, on the other hand, called me a jealous piece of shit who destroyed his father's life over money that wasn't even mine. 6 months later, the court ruled in favor of the newer will. Everything had to be redistributed according to grandfather's actual final wishes. Robert lost his law practice, his reputation, and most of his family. He's facing criminal charges that could result in up to 5 years in prison. My mom got her third of the estate, but she ended up donating a huge chunk to the cancer center where grandfather received treatment. She said the money felt tainted now. Thomas and my mom are slowly rebuilding their relationship. He admitted he'd heard grandfather mention changing the will several times in those final months, but Robert always convinced him to wait and think about it. The hospice nurse came forward during the investigation and confirmed grandfather had been frustrated about Robert's interference, though she hadn't understood what he meant at the time. I found one last thing while going through grandfather's papers for the lawyers, a journal entry from a week before he died. Must ensure fairness before it's too late. Sarah deserves better. He knew what he wanted. Robert just made sure it didn't happen. Now family gatherings don't exist anymore. Thanksgiving this year was just me, Emma, and Mom. Christmas will probably be the same. Half the relatives think I'm a hero for exposing the truth. The other half say I destroyed the family over money I wasn't even getting, that I should have respected what they call grandfather's original wishes. My mom says she wishes I'd never found that will, that she'd rather have kept the family intact than have the money. But then she'll look at that handwritten note from grandfather, saying she deserved no less than her brothers, and cry all over again. How I let my greedy sister ruin her own wedding, trying to one-up me. I, 28, have been dealing with my sister Mara's competitive nature my entire life, but things reached a breaking point when I got engaged. Mara is 30, and for as long as I can remember, she's turned everything into a competition. I got straight A's in high school. She had to get into a better college. I landed a decent job. She had to get a promotion within 6 months at hers. It didn't matter what I did. She had to do it better, louder, and with more attention. So when I got engaged to my boyfriend of 4 years last spring, I knew something was coming. We announced it at a family dinner, and I watched Mara's face do that thing where she smiles but her eyes don't. She congratulated us, hugged me a little too tight, and spent the rest of the evening asking pointed questions about the ring and when we were thinking of having the wedding. 2 months later, she announced her own engagement, the guy she'd been dating for 6 weeks. 6 weeks. My parents tried to look excited, but I could see the concern on their faces. Meanwhile, Mara was already talking about wedding dates, venues, and how she wanted everything to be perfect. She booked her wedding for 3 months before mine, which should have been my first red flag that this wasn't going to be normal sibling wedding overlap. That's when the copying started. She asked me about my venue in what seemed like a casual sister-to-sister conversation, and suddenly she was looking at similar places. I posted my color scheme, blush and gold, on my private Pinterest board that she followed, and 2 days later she was telling Mom how she'd always dreamed of a blush and gold wedding. I shared a Spotify playlist I was considering for the reception on Instagram, and she commented about how great my taste in music was. Then her wedding playlist appeared, and it was almost identical. The worst part was when she started telling our relatives that I was the one copying her. At my aunt's birthday party, I overheard her telling our cousins that she'd had all these ideas first, and I was trying to steal her thunder by planning something similar. Some of them actually believed her because her wedding was happening first. I tried to defend myself, but she just played innocent, acting like she was hurt that I'd accuse her of lying. I was furious. This wasn't just typical Mara behavior anymore. She was actively trying to make me look bad while ripping off every detail of my wedding. That's when I decided to have a little fun with this situation. Over the next few weeks, I started feeding her false information. Nothing direct, because she'd stopped asking me questions outright. But I knew she was still watching everything I posted and listening to what I told our mom. So I got creative. I mentioned in the family group chat that I was considering neon centerpieces for a pop of color. I posted on Instagram about how I was loving the rustic farm aesthetic lately. I told my mom, knowing full well she'd repeat it to Mara, that I was thinking about burlap table runners and mason jars for that homey feel. Every single time, Mara took the bait. She started bragging to family members about her original farm-to-table rustic theme and how she was perfecting the vision that I'd only thought about attempting. I kept dropping hints for weeks. I posted pictures of farm weddings with chickens and hay bales, captioned with things like, "So charming." I casually mentioned to my mom that I was thinking about having a live animal display for photo opportunities. I even suggested to my aunt, in front of Mara at a family lunch, that maybe a rustic casual dress code would be fun, so guests could be comfortable. Mara ate it all up. She stopped asking me direct questions, but I could see her liking and screenshotting everything I posted. She started telling everyone about her unique farm-themed wedding and how it was going to be so much better than traditional weddings. She bragged about finding the perfect vendors who really understood her vision. At one point, she actually told my mom that she was glad I'd given her inspiration, but that she was taking it to the next level. The week before her wedding, she texted me asking what I was telling guests about dress code. I told her I was going with rustic casual, maybe suggesting denim and flannel to really lean into the theme. She loved it. She sent out a message to all her guests, updating the dress code to rustic casual attire. I had a moment, the night before her wedding, where I wondered if I'd gone too far. For about 5 minutes I felt guilty. But then I remembered her stealing my boyfriend's attention at my high school graduation party to announce she got into her top college. I remembered her taking credit for my work project at her company event when she worked at the same firm as me briefly. I remembered every single time she'd made my achievements about her competition. The guilt disappeared pretty quickly. Her wedding day came and I showed up with my parents and our aunt. The venue was this really nice ballroom that her fiancé's parents had helped book. Very elegant, very formal, which made what I saw inside absolutely insane. There were neon pink and orange centerpieces on every table, clashing horribly with the cream and gold decor of the venue. Burlap was everywhere, wrapped around chairs, used as table runners, even draped on the walls. Every table had mason jars as drinking glasses, which looked completely out of place in this fancy ballroom. And in the corner of the reception space, I kid you not, there was a penned area with live chickens. For the farm aesthetic. The guests looked confused. About half had shown up in denim and flannel because of her dress code message, but the other half were in suits and cocktail dresses because the invitation had originally said semi-formal. Mara was in her wedding dress trying to act like everything was perfect, but I could see the panic in her eyes. Then, her future in-laws arrived. They walked in wearing formal evening attire, and I watched the mother-in-law's face go from excited to horrified in about 3 seconds. They stood near the entrance, looking around like they'd walked into the wrong wedding. The father-in-law found Mara, and I saw him talking to her with this tight expression on his face. She was gesturing around, trying to explain, but he didn't look happy. During the reception, the in-laws barely touched their food. They sat at their table looking miserable, and I heard the mother-in-law ask someone why there were farm animals at a ballroom wedding. They left before the cake was even cut, making some excuse about not feeling well. The groom looked humiliated, and Mara spent the rest of the reception trying to pretend everything was fine while obviously falling apart. I kept a straight face the entire time and left with my family without saying a word about any of it. 2 days after the wedding, Mara called me absolutely hysterical. Her in-laws were refusing to pay their portion of the wedding costs. They'd promised to cover half, which was over $20,000, and now they were backing out completely. Apparently, Mara had told them it was going to be an elegant garden party type of wedding, and they felt completely blindsided by the farm-themed disaster. They were furious about what they called a bait and switch, and her new husband was caught in the middle of it all. Then Mara turned on me. She started accusing me of sabotaging her, saying I'd deliberately given her terrible ideas, knowing she'd use them. I played dumb and asked her what she was talking about. I told her I'd never actually planned any of that stuff for my own wedding. I was just sharing random ideas I'd seen online. She couldn't prove anything, because admitting she'd been copying me meant admitting she'd lied to everyone about me stealing her ideas first. Within a week, our relatives started putting the pieces together. My aunt asked why Mara's wedding had looked so different from what she'd been describing for months. Some cousins remembered Mara claiming I was copying her, but my Pinterest board was still public and showed a completely different aesthetic. Classic and elegant, nothing remotely farm-themed. People started asking Mara why she'd accused me of copying when our weddings looked nothing alike. My aunt eventually asked me directly if I'd fed Mara fake information on purpose. I admitted I might have mentioned some ideas I wasn't seriously considering, but I never told her to actually use any of it. Some family members thought it was hilarious and that Mara had it coming. Others, including my mom, thought I'd crossed a line and been cruel. Mara hasn't spoken to me in almost a month now. She blocked me on everything and has been avoiding family gatherings. I heard from my mom that her marriage is already rocky because her husband is embarrassed about the whole thing and frustrated about the debt they're in. His family still won't talk to her much. My own wedding is 2 months away now, and I haven't received an RSVP from Mara. My parents keep pressuring me to apologize and make things right before my big day. My fiancé thinks this whole situation is ridiculous and that I should just say sorry so we can move on and have a drama-free wedding. But honestly, part of me feels like Mara finally got what she deserved after spending nearly 3 decades making everything a competition. I'm not going to lie. I don't feel as victorious as I thought I would. Family dinners are awkward, and I can see the disappointment in my mom's eyes. Sometimes I wonder if I should have just been the bigger person and let her copy whatever she wanted. But then I remember all those years of her one-upping me, stealing my moments, and turning my accomplishments into her opportunities to shine. So here I am, 8 weeks away from my own wedding, with half my family thinking I'm a genius and the other half thinking I'm cruel. I still don't know if Mara will even show up, and I'm not entirely sure I want her there after everything that's happened. My mother sold my late father's car without asking, so I made her regret ever touching it. I'm 22, and I lost my dad 2 years ago to a sudden heart attack. My mom, Linda, is 48, and we've been living in the same house since it happened, but things between us have been tense ever since the funeral. There's also my cousin Derek, who's 26 and has always been the golden child of our extended family. Everyone thinks he's so successful and responsible, but I've always seen through that act. The car in question is a 1969 Mustang. Dad bought it as a project car when I was 12 years old. It was in rough shape back then, but he had this vision for it. Every single weekend, without fail, we'd be out in the garage working on it together. It became our thing. While other kids were at soccer practice or hanging out at the mall, I was learning how to rebuild an engine and sand down rust spots. Dad taught me everything: how to handle tools, how to be patient with restoration work, how to appreciate the craftsmanship of classic cars. We spent years on that Mustang. We chose the paint color together, this deep blue that Dad said reminded him of the ocean. We restored the interior piece by piece, tracking down original parts on forums and at swap meets. The engine work alone took us almost a year. Dad had specific ideas about modifications, and he'd explain every decision to me. It wasn't just about making the car run. It was about doing it right, honoring what the car was meant to be. On my 18th birthday, Dad surprised me by putting the title in my name. He said it was an early present, that all those years of work together meant I'd earned it. I remember him telling me the car was mine now, that we'd finish it together and it would be my responsibility to take care of it. The title was legally transferred to me, all official and everything. That was 4 years ago. After Dad died, the car became even more important to me. It was the only thing I had left that felt like him. I could sit in the driver's seat and remember every conversation we'd had while working on it. The problem was, the car still wasn't completely finished. There were some electrical issues we'd been troubleshooting, and a few cosmetic touches left to do. But I wasn't in any rush. Working on it kept me connected to him. Mom never understood that. From the moment Dad died, she started calling the Mustang an eyesore. She complained it was taking up garage space, that it was just sitting there, collecting dust. She'd make comments about how I was away at college most of the time anyway, so what was the point of keeping it? I told her repeatedly that I wasn't getting rid of it, that it meant everything to me. She'd roll her eyes and drop it, but I could tell she resented having it there. This whole thing went down when I came home for winter break. It was a Friday afternoon, and I'd driven 3 hours from campus, excited to finally have some time to work on the Mustang. I had a whole list of things I wanted to get done over the break. I walked into the garage, and my stomach just dropped. The spot where the Mustang always sat was empty, completely empty. My first thought was that someone had broken in and stolen it. I felt this wave of panic hit me. I ran back into the house and found Mom in the kitchen making dinner like nothing was wrong. I asked her where the car was, if she'd seen anything suspicious, if we needed to call the police. She didn't even look up from chopping vegetables. She just said she sold it to Derek 3 days ago. I couldn't process what she was saying at first. Sold it? To Derek? She explained it so casually, like she'd gotten rid of an old couch. She said Derek had always loved the car, and that he'd give her $3,000 for it. $3,000. That car was worth at least $25,000, probably more, given all the work Dad and I had put into it. She basically gave it away. I asked her how she could possibly think that was okay. She said it was staying in the family, so what was the big deal? Derek actually appreciated cars, she told me. Then she said I was never going to finish it anyway, that I was too busy with school and it was just wasting space. She acted like she'd done me a favor by getting it out of the garage. I completely lost it. I told her the car wasn't hers to sell. She said it was her house and her garage, so she could do what she wanted. I reminded her the title was in my name, that Dad had given it to me. She waved that off and said it was just paperwork, that family was more important than paperwork. She thought I was being dramatic and selfish. I immediately called Derek. He answered on the 3rd ring, and I could hear how smug he was the second he said hello. He already knew why I was calling. I told him he needed to bring the car back right now. He laughed, actually laughed. He said Mom had told him it was fine, that it was a family sale. He said he'd already put money into it, and that I should have been taking care of it if I wanted to keep it. Then he hit me with the whole possession is 9/10 of the law thing, called me kid, and hung up. I went straight to social media to see if he'd posted anything. Sure enough, there it was. Multiple photos of my Mustang in his driveway. The caption said something about finally getting his dream car and completing a restoration project. The comments were filled with family members congratulating him. Aunts and uncles I hadn't heard from in months were all praising him for the beautiful car. Nobody had thought to ask me about it. Nobody had questioned whether this was okay. They all just assumed Derek had bought some random Mustang. That night I sat in the empty garage for hours. I went through old photos on my phone of Dad and me working on the car. There were dozens of them, us covered in grease, holding up parts, smiling next to the Mustang in various stages of restoration. I remembered every single one of those days. Then I remembered the folder. Dad had kept all the paperwork for the car in a filing cabinet in his old office. I went and pulled it out. Everything was there. The original bill of sale from when Dad bought the car. The title transfer papers from 4 years ago when he'd put it in my name. Insurance documents. Every receipt from parts we'd bought. All of it. The title was crystal clear. My name, not Mom's. She'd never been on any of the paperwork. She had absolutely no legal right to sell that car. It wasn't a family decision or a judgment call about garage space. It was theft. She'd stolen my property and sold it. I spread all the documents out on the kitchen table. Mom walked by and asked what I was doing. I told her I was getting my car back. She said I was being ridiculous and that I needed to let it go. I didn't argue with her. I didn't yell. I just started taking photos of every single document. Looking at those papers, something shifted in me. I realized I wasn't going to beg Derek to do the right thing. I wasn't going to try to reason with Mom about sentimentality or what Dad would have wanted. I was going to handle this the only way that mattered. The legal way. Saturday morning, I woke up with a clear head and a plan. I spent the first hour photographing every single document in that folder. The title showing my name as the sole owner. The bill of sale from when Dad originally bought the car, listing him as the purchaser. The transfer papers from my 18th birthday, with both our signatures and a notary stamp. I even photographed the insurance documents and every receipt we'd saved over the years. I wanted a complete paper trail that proved this car had been legally mine for 4 years. The key document was obviously the title. It had my name on it, clear as day. There was no co-owner listed. Mom's name didn't appear anywhere on any of the paperwork. The car was mine, period. And here's the thing that really mattered. There was no bill of sale between me and Derek, no signed agreement, no transfer of ownership, nothing. Because I'd never agreed to sell the car in the first place. I drove over to Derek's apartment around 10 that morning. I brought the folder with all the original documents. I figured I'd give him one chance to do the right thing before I escalated. His apartment complex was about 20 minutes away, and the whole drive over I was rehearsing what I'd say. I wanted to stay calm and just present the facts. When I got there, I could see the Mustang parked in his assigned spot. Seeing it there made my blood boil, but I kept it together. I went up to his second-floor apartment and knocked. Derek yelled through the door asking who it was. I told him it was me and that we needed to talk. He said we had nothing to talk about. I told him I had the title and all the paperwork and that he needed to return stolen property. He refused to open the door. He just stood on the other side and told me to go away. I explained through the door that Mom had no legal authority to sell the car because it wasn't hers. He said Mom had accepted his payment, so the deal was done. I raised my voice a bit and told him he'd bought stolen property and that the title was still in my name. He told me that was between me and my mom, not his problem. That's when his girlfriend started yelling from somewhere inside the apartment. She said if I didn't leave, they were calling the cops. I actually laughed at that. I told them to go ahead and call the cops, because that would save me a trip. Derek told me to get lost and threatened to get a restraining order if I showed up again. I left, but I wasn't backing down. That evening, Mom called me. She was furious. Apparently, Derek had called her crying about how I'd shown up at his apartment and threatened him. She asked me how I dared to harass Derek when he'd done nothing wrong. I told her he was in possession of stolen property. She said I was being dramatic and that this whole thing was embarrassing her in front of the family. We got into it pretty bad. She kept saying I was selfish and ungrateful, that she'd been trying to help Derek out because he'd always wanted a classic car. I reminded her that Dad had put the car in my name for a reason. She said Dad would be ashamed of me for causing all this family drama over a stupid car. That one hit me hard. I told her dad put that car in my name because he trusted me with it, and that she'd stolen from me. She hung up on me. Monday morning, I went to the police station. I brought all the documentation with me in the folder. I explained the situation to the officer at the desk, that my car had been sold without my permission by someone who wasn't on the title, and that the person who bought it was refusing to return it. The officer had me fill out a stolen property report and looked over all my documents. He confirmed what I already knew. The title was in my name, which meant I was the legal owner. Mom had no authority to sell my property. Even though Derek had paid for the car, he'd technically purchased stolen property. The officer said it was actually pretty cut and dry. They'd recover the vehicle, and Derek would have to work out getting his money back from Mom. He mentioned Derek could potentially face charges for receiving stolen property, though it would depend on whether the DA wanted to pursue it. Within a few hours of filing that report, my phone exploded. The family group chat went absolutely insane. Derek had posted a message saying I was pressing charges against him over a car. He was painting himself as the victim, saying he'd bought the car in good faith, and now I was trying to get him arrested. My aunts and uncles started chiming in immediately. I got accused of tearing the family apart. Multiple people said it was just a car and not worth destroying relationships over. Some said Derek didn't know it was stolen, so I should just let it go. My phone was buzzing constantly with individual texts, too. Cousins, aunts, uncles, even my grandmother got involved. Everyone had an opinion about how I was handling this wrong. The general consensus seemed to be that I was being vindictive and petty. A few people pointed out that I'd gotten police involved over a family matter, which apparently made me the bad guy. Mom created a separate group chat without me in it. I only found out because my dad's brother Mike texted me privately to tell me about it. She was organizing an intervention, trying to get everyone on the same page about how to handle me. Mike said he'd refused to participate and told her she was in the wrong, but he was apparently the only one who said that. Wednesday afternoon, I got a call from the police. They were at Derek's apartment and ready to recover the vehicle. I met them there with a tow truck I'd arranged. When I pulled up, Derek was standing outside his building, absolutely losing it. His face was red, and he was yelling at the officers. His girlfriend was there too, filming everything on her phone and screaming about how this was harassment. The police had already verified everything. They'd checked the VIN number on the Mustang against my title and confirmed it was my vehicle. Derek was arguing that he'd bought it legally, but the officers explained that purchasing stolen property wasn't a valid defense. They told him he needed to take up the financial issue with my mom, since she's the one who'd sold him property that wasn't hers. Watching the car get loaded onto the tow truck felt surreal. Derek was shouting about family betrayal and how I'd destroyed his trust. His girlfriend kept yelling that I was a terrible person over a stupid car. Other residents of the apartment complex were watching from their windows and balconies. The whole thing was a scene. Then Mom showed up. Derek had obviously called her the second the police arrived. She pulled into the parking lot right as they were securing the Mustang on the tow truck. She got out of her car and immediately started sobbing. She was yelling about how I was humiliating the family, how everyone in the apartment complex was watching this happen. She kept saying she couldn't believe I'd involved the police over this. I stayed calm. I told her she'd humiliated me when she sold Dad's car behind my back. She screamed that she was my mother and she'd been trying to help Derek out, that he needed a car and I was away at school anyway. I looked her right in the eye and said that I was Dad's child, the one he trusted with his most prized possession, the one whose name was actually on the title, not hers. She slapped me. Right there in front of the police and Derek and his girlfriend and whoever else was watching. My face stung, and I just stood there shocked. The officers immediately stepped between us and separated us. One of them asked if I wanted to press charges for assault. I said no, but I wanted everything documented. Mom was crying and saying she didn't mean to, that I'd pushed her too far. The police told Mom she needed to leave. They told Derek the car was being returned to its legal owner and that he could potentially face misdemeanor charges for receiving stolen property. They said he'd be notified if the DA decided to pursue charges. Derek and his girlfriend went back inside, and Mom drove off after the officers made it clear she needed to go. I followed the tow truck to a storage facility I'd already rented. There was no way I was taking the Mustang back to Mom's house. I didn't trust her not to do something else to it out of spite. That night, after getting the Mustang secured in the storage facility, I went back to Mom's house to grab some of my stuff. I wasn't planning on staying there anymore. The whole situation had made it clear that living under the same roof wasn't going to work. Mom had locked herself in her bedroom and wouldn't come out. I packed a bag with clothes and essentials and crashed at my friend's place near campus. The family fallout was immediate and brutal. My extended family completely split over what happened. Most of them sided with Mom and Derek. The general opinion seemed to be that sure, maybe Mom shouldn't have sold the car, but I'd gotten it back. So why did I have to involve the police and make everything so public? They thought I was vindictive for taking it that far. I got messages calling me petty, saying I'd humiliated Derek and Mom for no reason, asking why I couldn't have just handled it privately. But Dad's brother Mike called me a few days after everything went down. He said Dad would have been proud of me for standing up for myself. He said that car was Dad's legacy to me specifically, and that I had every right to protect it. He was pretty much the only person from that side of the family who supported my decision. My grandmother left me a voicemail saying she was very disappointed in how I'd handled the situation. She didn't mention being disappointed in Mom for stealing from me, just disappointed in me for making a scene. A couple of my cousins from Dad's side reached out privately. They said they understood why I did what I did, even if they couldn't say it publicly in the family chat. They'd seen how much that car meant to me and Dad, but they also admitted they were staying out of it because they didn't want to deal with the drama from everyone else. Derek's situation got worse. He received a citation for receiving stolen property about a week after the car was recovered. It was a misdemeanor charge, and he had to appear in court. He was absolutely furious about it. He started demanding his $3,000 back from Mom. Mom told him she'd already spent the money on bills and didn't have it to give back. Derek threatened to sue her in small claims court to get his money back. The irony of watching them turn on each other wasn't lost on me. Derek went from being Mom's golden boy to screaming at her over the phone about how she'd screwed him over. He blocked me on every social media platform and told all our mutual friends that I'd destroyed his life over a car. Some of those friends actually believed him and unfollowed or blocked me too. Derek's social media presence changed completely after that. He deleted all the posts bragging about the Mustang. Then he started posting vague things about family betrayal and people showing their true colors. He was clearly trying to paint himself as the victim in all of this. A few mutual acquaintances who didn't know the full story felt bad for him and started treating me differently. The financial side of things got messy too. Derek had apparently spent $1,500 on parts and labor for the Mustang while he had it. He demanded I reimburse him for the work he'd done. I told him absolutely not. He'd been driving and modifying stolen property. That was on him, not me. He tried to argue that he'd improved the value of the car, so I owed him for the improvements. I pointed out that I never asked him to do any work on it, and that he'd had no right to touch it in the first place. I stayed with my friend for about 2 weeks before Mom finally reached out. She sent a text saying we needed to talk. I agreed to meet her at a coffee shop, somewhere neutral where we wouldn't be at each other's throats. When I got there, she was already sitting at a table, looking exhausted. Her apology was basically non-existent. She said she was sorry I felt hurt by what happened, but that I'd completely overreacted. Not once did she actually apologize for selling my car without permission. She kept trying to justify it by saying she just wanted Derek to have something nice. She said I was away at college and not even using the Mustang, so it seemed like a waste for it to just sit there. I reminded her again that it wasn't hers to give away, that what she did was legally theft. She got defensive and said I was being technical and cold about the whole thing. The conversation went nowhere. She wanted me to apologize to Derek and try to smooth things over with the family. I refused. She said I'd destroyed the family peace over a material possession. I told her she'd stolen from me and was facing zero consequences while Derek was the one dealing with legal issues. We left that coffee shop with nothing resolved. I ended up moving out permanently. I found a cheap apartment near campus with a garage. It took most of my savings, but it was worth it to have my own space and a safe place for the Mustang. I had the car towed from the storage facility to my new place. That's when I discovered the extent of what Derek had done to it. He'd tried to modify the exhaust system, and he'd done it completely wrong. Some of Dad's original work had been damaged in the process. There were other small things too, modifications that didn't match what Dad and I had planned. It made me furious all over again, but at least I had the car back and could fix it properly. I spent the next 6 months restoring everything Derek had messed up and finishing the work Dad and I had started. I was using money from my part-time job, so it went slowly. Every weekend I was out in that garage working on the Mustang. It was bittersweet doing it alone. I'd put on music Dad used to listen to while we worked, and I'd remember all his advice about patience and doing things right. That was about a year ago now. The Mustang is fully restored and runs perfectly. I drive it regularly, and every time I start it up I feel connected to Dad in a way that nothing else gives me. The sound of that engine, the way the steering wheel feels in my hands, all of it brings back memories of those weekend afternoons in the garage with him. Mom and I still barely talk. We text on holidays, usually just surface-level stuff. We haven't seen each other in person since that coffee shop meeting. Extended family gatherings happen without me now. I stopped going after the first few where everyone either ignored me or made passive-aggressive comments. It's easier to just not be there. Derek is still bitter about the whole thing. He posts occasional vague things on social media that are clearly about me. Stuff about snakes in the family and people who value things over relationships. His court case for the misdemeanor was eventually dropped to just a fine since he could prove he'd paid for the car in good faith. He still hasn't gotten his $3,000 back from Mom as far as I know. Uncle Mike has suggested family therapy a few times. He thinks Mom and I should try to work through this with a professional mediator. I've considered it, but I don't know if Mom would actually participate in good faith or if she'd just spend the whole time blaming me and playing the victim. Part of me thinks some relationships aren't worth salvaging, even family ones. I was sitting in the Mustang the other day, just sitting in my garage with the engine off, and I was thinking about what Dad said when he gave me the title. He told me some things are worth fighting for, and not to let anyone take what's mine. He was right about that. This car was worth fighting for. But I'd be lying if I said there wasn't a cost. I have the car, and I have my self-respect. I didn't let Mom and Derek walk all over me, but I also lost my relationship with my mom and half my extended family. Most days I think it was worth it. The Mustang represents everything Dad taught me about standing up for what matters. But there are days, usually when I'm alone in the garage working on some small repair, when I wonder what the alternative would have looked like. Mom texted me last week. My aunt is having surgery next month, and apparently, the family will be gathering at the hospital. Mom said I should come. I haven't responded to that text yet. I don't know if showing up would make things better or worse. Uncle Mike thinks it might be a chance to start mending things, but I'm not sure I'm ready for that. The message is still sitting there on my phone, unread notification and all. I've been thinking about it a lot. The car sits in my garage, perfect and complete, exactly the way Dad and I had envisioned it. Every time I look at it, I remember those weekends we spent together, and I know I made the right choice in fighting to keep it. But I can't help wondering sometimes what Dad would think about everything that happened after. Would he think the cost was worth it? Or would he have found some way to handle it differently that didn't blow up the whole family? I guess I'll never know. My uncle cut me out of the family business, so I took his clients and left him bankrupt. I'm 32 years old, and I've spent the last 16 years of my life dedicated to my grandfather's financial consulting firm. My Uncle Mark, who's 48, was supposed to be my partner in all of this. That's what my grandfather wanted. That's what the will said. But Mark had other plans. I need to back up a bit so this all makes sense. My grandfather started this firm back in the 80s, built it from nothing into a respected mid-sized operation, serving small businesses and individual investors throughout the tri-state area. When I was 16, he brought me in to help with filing and basic administrative work during summers. I loved it immediately. There was something about the way he talked to clients, the way he could look at someone's finances and just know what they needed. He taught me everything. By the time I graduated college, I was working there full-time. I handled client relationships, managed accounts, brought in new business. I knew every client by name, knew their kids' names, remembered their birthdays. That's how my grandfather had always done it, and that's what made the firm special. We weren't some corporate outfit where you're just a number. People trusted us with their life savings, their retirement plans, their kids' college funds. My Uncle Mark, on the other hand, barely showed up. He'd been named a partner years ago because he was family, but he treated it like a joke. He'd pop in for quarterly meetings, show up at the holiday party, maybe attend a big client dinner if my grandfather insisted. The rest of the time, he was off doing whatever he wanted, playing golf, taking vacations. He had the title and the paycheck without any of the work. It drove me crazy, but my grandfather always made excuses for him. Mark was his son, after all. When my grandfather got sick last year, I basically ran the entire company for 6 months while he was in and out of the hospital. Mark showed up to visit him, sure, but he didn't help with the business, didn't ask if I needed anything, didn't offer to step up. I was pulling 80-hour weeks, managing everything, and he was posting photos from his vacation in Aruba on Facebook. My grandfather died 3 weeks ago. The funeral was on a Tuesday. It was a beautiful service. Lots of clients showed up, former employees, people from the industry. Everyone had stories about how my grandfather had helped them, how he'd given them advice that changed their lives. I gave the eulogy. Mark cried during it, which actually surprised me. I thought maybe he'd finally realized what we'd lost, what he'd taken for granted all those years. The will reading was 2 days later. My grandfather had been clear about what he wanted. The business was to be split 50-50 between Mark and me. Equal partners. There were some specifics about decision-making processes and buyout clauses if one of us wanted out. But the bottom line was simple. We each owned half. Mark seemed fine with it. He actually hugged me after the lawyer finished reading everything, told me he was looking forward to working together, that we'd honor our grandfather's legacy, all that stuff. He seemed sincere. I wanted to believe him. The next morning I got a call at 7 a.m. It was Mark. He said he needed to hold an emergency board meeting at 10 and that I should be there. He wouldn't tell me what it was about, just said it was important and time-sensitive. Something about needing to make some immediate decisions about the business going forward. I showed up at 9:45. The main door was locked. We never locked that door during business hours. I tried my key and it didn't work. That's when I started getting a bad feeling in my stomach. I called Mark. He told me to go around to the side entrance. When I got there, he was waiting with 2 people I'd never seen before. Later I found out they were lawyers he'd hired. He also had Steve, our office manager, standing there looking uncomfortable as hell. Mark told me he'd done some restructuring overnight. He'd met with lawyers and accountants and reviewed my grandfather's will more carefully. According to him, there were some provisions I'd missed. Some language about operational control and decision-making authority that basically gave him the power to make executive decisions without my input. He said my grandfather had included these clauses because he'd wanted Mark, as the older and more experienced one, to have final say on major business decisions. I told him that was bullshit. I'd been at the will reading. I'd heard the lawyer explain everything. We were equal partners. That's when he hit me with it. He said he'd already filed paperwork to reorganize the corporate structure. He was now the CEO and majority decision-maker. I was being offered a position as a junior consultant, no equity, a salary that was less than half what I'd been making. I could take it or leave. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I asked him if this was a joke. He looked me right in the eye and said I was being too emotional to think clearly, that I was grieving and not in the right headspace to handle leadership responsibilities. He actually said I should find something easier, something with less pressure, because this kind of business required someone with a steady hand and years of real experience. I lost it. I told him he was a fraud, that he'd barely worked a day in his life at this company, that he was stealing from me and dishonoring everything our grandfather had built. He just shook his head like I was proving his point. He said this was exactly the kind of emotional outburst that showed I wasn't ready for a leadership role. Then he told me I had until end of business to clean out my personal items from my desk. Security would escort me. He'd already changed all the passwords and locks. I no longer had access to client files, company accounts, or any business systems. I asked about the will, about fighting this. He smiled and said I was welcome to hire a lawyer, but the legal fees would bankrupt me long before we got anywhere. He'd already consulted with 3 different attorneys, and they'd all confirmed he had the legal right to do this, based on the corporate structure and certain provisions in my grandfather's estate documents. He told me I'd never succeed without him, that I didn't have the experience or the connections or the business acumen to make it on my own. Then he actually said this. I'll never forget it. He said the company needed real leadership now, not someone who was playing business because their grandfather felt sorry for them. I walked out. I didn't clean out my desk. I didn't make a scene. I just left. Steve caught up with me in the parking lot and told me he was sorry. He said Mark had called him at midnight and told him to change all the locks first thing in the morning or he'd be fired. Steve gave me the names of a few clients who'd been asking about me that morning when they'd called and heard I was no longer with the company. I spent the next 3 days in shock. I called a lawyer who basically confirmed what Mark had said. There was language in the corporate documents that gave him more control than the will had implied. Fighting it would cost me tens of thousands of dollars with no guarantee of winning. My grandfather had trusted Mark to do the right thing, and Mark had exploited that trust. Some family members reached out. My aunt took Mark's side, said he was just doing what was necessary for the business. A couple of cousins told me privately they thought it was wrong, but they didn't want to get involved. My grandmother, my grandfather's widow, was too devastated to even understand what was happening. I was broke. I'd been living off my salary from the firm and hadn't saved as much as I should have because I thought I had a secure future there. I had maybe 3 months of expenses in my savings account. That Friday night, I was sitting in my apartment, staring at the wall, when I found something in my wallet. It was an old business card my grandfather had given me when I first started working for him at 16. He'd written on the back of it in his handwriting, "You've got the gift. Never forget that." That's when I made my decision. I wasn't going to beg Mark for my job back. I wasn't going to spend years in court fighting over what was rightfully mine. I was going to do something else entirely. I was going to destroy him. I spent that entire weekend making a plan. I couldn't access the client database, but I didn't need to. I'd been managing those relationships for years. I knew the major accounts by heart. I knew who was happy, who had complained, who my grandfather had personally promised would always be taken care of. I made a list of every single client I could remember, along with notes about their situations and needs. The problem was money. Starting a financial consulting firm requires licenses, insurance, office space, technology systems. I had about $15,000 in savings. It wasn't enough. I spent Monday morning at 3 different banks trying to get a small business loan. 2 of them turned me down flat. The third one, a smaller regional bank, had a loan officer who'd actually been one of our clients years ago. He remembered me. He remembered my grandfather. He approved me for $35,000 at a decent rate. I registered the business that same day. Had to come up with a name fast, so I went with Hartwell Financial Consulting. Hartwell was my grandfather's middle name. It felt right. For the first month, I worked out of my apartment. I couldn't afford office space yet. I set up a dedicated phone line, got a website thrown together using one of those cheap template services, printed business cards at a local shop. It looked professional enough, even if it wasn't fancy. Then came the hard part, actually reaching out to clients. I started with the ones I knew best, called them directly, told them I'd left the family firm and started my own practice. I was careful about how I worded things. I didn't badmouth Mark or the company. I just said I was taking a different direction and would love to continue working with them if they were interested. Most of them were polite but non-committal. A few said they'd think about it. One guy hung up on me. The first real win came 3 weeks in. A couple named the Richardsons who I'd worked with for almost 5 years. They called me out of the blue and said they wanted to move their accounts to my firm. When I asked why, Mrs. Richardson told me they'd had a meeting with Mark the previous week, and he'd barely looked at their portfolio. He'd tried to push them into some high-risk investments that didn't match their goals at all. She said it felt like he didn't know them anymore, didn't care about what they actually needed. That's when something clicked for me. I asked her if she'd noticed any other changes at the firm since my grandfather passed. She hesitated, then admitted that yes, things had felt different. Less personal, more rushed. They'd been thinking about leaving anyway, and when they heard I'd started my own practice, it seemed like the obvious choice. I hung up that call and just sat there for a minute. Mark wasn't just a lazy partner. He was actively bad at this job. He didn't have the skills or the temperament for client management. He'd been coasting on my grandfather's reputation and my work for years. And now that we were both gone, the cracks were showing. Over the next 2 months, I signed 6 more clients. All of them had similar stories. Mark had missed meetings, given bad advice, or just seemed disinterested in their accounts. One client told me Mark had actually forgotten his name during a phone call. Another said Mark had tried to charge them a new fee that had never existed before. The service quality had tanked, and people were noticing. Around month 4, I got a call from Jennifer, who'd been my grandfather's secretary for almost 20 years. She'd stayed on after Mark took over because she needed the job. She called me on her personal cell during her lunch break and told me I needed to know what was happening at the firm. According to Jennifer, Mark had cut staff to reduce costs. He'd fired the 2 junior advisors and was trying to handle all the client work himself, despite having no idea what he was doing. He'd also switched to cheaper software systems that kept crashing. Client complaints were piling up. She said Mark spent most of his time in his office on personal calls while she tried to manage everything. She also told me something that made my blood boil. Mark had been telling clients who asked about me that I'd been let go due to performance issues, that I'd made some serious mistakes with client accounts, and they'd had no choice but to terminate me. Complete lies. I thanked Jennifer for the information and told her I'd remember her if things ever worked out. She said she was already looking for another job. By month 6, I'd signed 12 clients total. It wasn't massive, but it was sustainable. I was making enough to cover my expenses and pay myself a small salary. I finally rented a proper office space, just a small suite in a business park, but it felt legitimate, professional. That's when the floodgates opened. 3 major accounts left Mark's firm in the span of 2 weeks. All 3 came to me. We're talking high net worth clients with substantial portfolios, the kind of accounts that keep a firm afloat. When I asked what happened, the story was always the same. Mark had screwed something up, missed a rebalancing deadline, given terrible tax advice, or just been unavailable when they needed him. The third one, a guy named Tom Chen, who owned a successful restaurant chain, told me something interesting. He said Mark had actually called him in a panic after finding out Tom was thinking of leaving. Mark had offered him a discount on fees and promised better service, but Tom said he'd already made up his mind. The firm felt like it was falling apart, and he wasn't going to gamble his retirement savings on Mark figuring things out. Mark must have realized what was happening, because he showed up at my office on a Thursday afternoon, about 8 months after I'd started the business. He didn't call ahead, just walked in while I was meeting with a client. My client stepped out to take a call, and Mark let himself into my office. He looked terrible, tired, stressed. He'd lost weight and his suit looked rumpled. He started in immediately, accusing me of stealing his clients, poaching, breaking non-compete agreements. He threatened to sue me for tortious interference and a bunch of other legal terms he'd clearly just learned. I stayed calm, told him I hadn't violated any agreements. I hadn't worked for his firm. I'd been forced out. I hadn't stolen anyone. His clients had chosen to leave because he was providing substandard service. Everything I was doing was completely legal. He got red in the face, said I was sabotaging him, that I was turning people against him with lies. I asked him what lies specifically I'd told. He couldn't answer that because I hadn't told any lies. I'd never badmouthed him to clients. I didn't need to. His own incompetence was doing all the work for me. Then he said something that almost made me laugh. He told me I was destroying our grandfather's legacy, that the firm our grandfather built was going to die because of my selfishness. I looked him right in the eye and told him he'd destroyed that legacy the day he cut me out, that he'd taken something beautiful my grandfather had built and turned it into a vehicle for his own greed. I wasn't the one running the firm into the ground. He was doing that all by himself. He threatened me again, said he'd make sure I never worked in this industry again, then stormed out. My client came back in a minute later and asked if everything was okay. I told him it was fine, just some family drama. The next day, Mark apparently started calling my clients directly, trying to convince them to come back, offering them deals. In some cases, from what I heard, actually talking badly about me and my qualifications. It was desperate and pathetic, and it completely backfired. 2 more clients left his firm that week specifically because of those calls. They found his behavior unprofessional and concerning. Around month 10, Jennifer called me again. She'd quit. She said half the remaining staff had left too. Mark couldn't keep people because he was impossible to work with, and the business was clearly sinking. She also told me Mark had started missing payments on the office lease and was trying to renegotiate with creditors. By the 1-year mark, I had 23 clients and had hired 2 people to help me. We'd moved to a bigger office. I was profitable and growing steadily. Meanwhile, Mark's firm had lost more than half its client base. The industry was talking. People knew what had happened, knew he'd pushed me out and then run the business into the ground. I heard through the grapevine that he'd had to sell his house. Then I heard he'd put the office building up for sale. The business my grandfather had spent 40 years building was being dismantled, piece by piece, and it was entirely Mark's fault. 14 months after Mark cut me out, I got a call from my cousin Sarah. She told me Mark had officially declared bankruptcy. The firm was done. He'd sold every asset he could, including the building my grandfather had purchased back in the 90s. Everything was gone. I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel a sense of satisfaction hearing that. But it was complicated. This was still my grandfather's legacy being destroyed, even if Mark was the one who'd destroyed it. Part of me wished things had gone differently, that Mark had been a better person, that we could have actually honored what our grandfather wanted. But mostly I just felt tired. The past year had been a war, and wars are exhausting even when you win them. My business was doing well. Really well, actually. I'd signed 31 clients by that point, had hired 3 full-time staff members, and was looking at office space in a better building downtown. The growth was steady and sustainable. I wasn't trying to be some massive firm. I just wanted to do what my grandfather had done. Take care of people, build relationships, do the work right. Some of Mark's former clients had reached out to me. Not all of them, but enough that it made a difference. They'd tell me horror stories about the final months of his firm. Calls going unreturned for weeks. Paperwork filed incorrectly. One guy told me Mark had literally forgotten to execute a trade order that cost the client thousands in losses. Mark had blamed it on a software glitch. Jennifer, my grandfather's old secretary, came to work for me about 3 months after she'd quit Mark's firm. She'd been working at an insurance office and hated it. When I told her I had an opening, she almost cried. She said it felt like coming home. She also told me things I hadn't known about those final months at Mark's firm. How he'd been drinking at work. How he'd scream at staff over minor issues. How he'd become paranoid that everyone was conspiring against him. The family situation was messy. My aunt still wouldn't talk to me. She blamed me entirely for Mark's downfall, said I'd been vindictive and cruel. A few cousins had quietly reached out to tell me they understood why I'd done what I did, but they couldn't say so publicly because it would cause family drama. My grandmother still didn't really understand what had happened. She just knew that both her son and grandson were in pain, and it broke her heart. I went to see her one Sunday afternoon, about 16 months after everything started. She was in her late 80s and living in an assisted care facility. We talked about my grandfather, about the business, about family. She asked me why Mark and I couldn't just work together anymore. I tried to explain, but she got confused and upset, so I changed the subject. Before I left, she squeezed my hand and told me my grandfather would be proud of me. I don't know if that was true, but it meant something to hear it. Then, about 18 months after Mark had changed those locks, my phone rang with a number I didn't recognize. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. It was Mark. His voice sounded different, smaller somehow. He asked if we could talk. I told him we were talking. He said he meant in person, maybe grab coffee or lunch. I asked him what this was about. There was this long pause. Then he said he'd been doing a lot of thinking. About the business, about family, about our grandfather. He said he'd made some mistakes, and he wanted to discuss the possibility of working together again. Maybe merging our practices, combining resources. He used the phrase, reuniting the family business, like it was something noble. I actually laughed. I couldn't help it. I asked him if he was serious. He got defensive immediately, started talking about how we were blood, how family should stick together, how our grandfather would have wanted us to move past this. He said we both had valuable things to offer, and together we could build something great. He even had the nerve to say that he'd learned from his mistakes and become a better businessman because of everything that happened. I cut him off. Told him I wasn't interested in merging with someone who'd stolen from me, that I'd built my business from nothing while he'd run a successful firm into bankruptcy. That I didn't need him then, and I certainly didn't need him now. He got quiet again. Then his tone changed, got harder. He said I was being petty, that holding a grudge like this was childish and unprofessional. He actually said that maybe he'd been right about me being too emotional for leadership. That's when I told him I don't partner with thieves. Then I said it was funny how the man who'd once called me too emotional to run a business was now calling me crying about loyalty and family. He started to say something else, his voice rising, but I hung up, blocked the number. I wasn't interested in whatever else he had to say. Jennifer told me a few days later that Mark had called the office trying to reach me. She'd told him I was unavailable and to please not call again. He'd apparently tried to get her to set up a meeting, offering her money to help convince me. She'd hung up on him. I heard through the grapevine that Mark was working for another firm now. Not as a partner, just as a regular advisor. Someone had taken pity on him, or he'd called in an old favor. From what I understood, he was barely making ends meet. Had to move into a small apartment. His wife had left him about 6 months after the bankruptcy. The life he'd known was completely gone. Some people in my family thought I should have helped him when he called. My cousin Sarah said that yes, what he did was wrong, but he was family and he was suffering. She thought I could have at least heard him out, given him a chance to make amends. But here's the thing. Mark never actually apologized. In that phone call, he never once said he was sorry for what he'd done to me. He just wanted to use me to fix his problems. Again. It was the same pattern it had always been. Mark taking what he needed and giving nothing back. My business just signed its 40th client last week. We're moving into a bigger office next month. I hired another advisor, and we're looking to bring on an intern from the local university. The growth is steady, and the clients are happy. This is what I always wanted to build. I still think about my grandfather a lot. Wonder what he'd think about all of this. Whether he'd be disappointed that Mark and I couldn't make it work. Whether he'd understand why I did what I did. I'd like to think he would. He was a businessman first, and he always said that you build a reputation one client at a time, one honest interaction at a time. That's what I've been doing. Jennifer told me something interesting a few months ago. She said that before my grandfather died, he'd confided in her that he was worried about leaving the business to Mark. That he knew Mark didn't have the work ethic or the character for it, but he'd felt obligated because Mark was his son. He'd hoped that having me there as a partner would keep Mark honest and motivated. My grandfather had known exactly who Mark was. He just hoped for better. I guess we both had. The strangest part about all of this is how quiet my life is now. For a year and a half, everything was about the fight, about proving Mark wrong, about building something that would succeed while his business failed. It consumed me. And now that it's over, now that I've won, there's just this weird emptiness sometimes. I'm successful. I'm financially stable. I'm doing work I love with clients who appreciate me. By any measure, I should be completely satisfied. And most days I am. But sometimes I think about what it cost. The family relationships that are broken. The stress and anger and obsession that defined that whole period of my life. The fact that my grandfather's original firm doesn't exist anymore. Mark sent me an email last week. I don't know how he got my personal email address. It was long and rambling. He blamed me for everything, said I'd sabotaged him, stolen his clients, ruined his life. Said I'd dishonored our grandfather's memory by refusing to help him. He called me vindictive and cruel, and said karma would catch up with me eventually. I deleted it without responding. There's nothing left to say to him. Next month there's a family wedding and we're both invited. I haven't decided if I'm going yet. The idea of being in the same room as Mark, of having to make small talk and pretend everything is fine, makes me tired. But it's family, and some relationships are still worth preserving. I drove past the old office building last week, the one my grandfather bought. There's a dental practice there now. They painted over the sign and redid the entrance. You'd never know it used to be Hartwell and Associates Financial Consulting. Never know that 3 generations of my family had walked through those doors. It's just gone, like it never existed. But I'm still here. My business is still growing, and every time I help a client reach their goals, every time someone tells me they trust me with their future, I think about my grandfather and that business card he gave me when I was 16. The one that said I had the gift. Maybe he was right after all. Nothing stings like a daughter's payback. I, 28, am a lawyer specializing in estate and inheritance law. But this story starts when I was just a 10-year-old kid, desperate for a mother figure. My mom died when I was 7, and by the time I turned 10, my dad brought Linda home. She was in her early 30s then, beautiful, warm, or at least that's what she wanted everyone to think. The thing about Linda was that she had two faces. Around my dad, she was perfect. She'd ruffle my hair, ask about school, make my favorite meals. But the second he left for work or went to another room, that warmth disappeared. She'd criticize everything I did. My clothes were wrong. My grades weren't good enough. I was too loud or too quiet. I broke things I never touched. Money went missing from her purse, and somehow it was always my fault. I tried telling my dad once, maybe twice. But Linda was smart. She made me sound like a jealous kid who couldn't accept her. My dad would give me these disappointed looks and tell me to give her a chance. So I stopped trying. I just survived. 8 years of that. 8 years of walking on eggshells in my own house. Then my dad died suddenly when I was 18. Heart attack. One day he was fine. The next day he was gone. I was devastated, but I thought at least Linda and I could maybe figure things out. We were both grieving, right? Wrong. Within a week of the funeral, she dropped the act completely. The will reading happened about 2 weeks later. I sat in that lawyer's office expecting to at least get something, maybe enough for college. The house had been my mom's family home originally. I figured Dad would have made sure I had a place to live. But Linda produced a will that left her everything. The house, the savings, even my mom's jewelry and photo albums. Everything that was supposed to be mine. The lawyer looked uncomfortable but said it was all legal and valid. I got a small box of my mom's photos because Linda said she was being generous. I had 2 weeks to move out. No money for college, no safety net, nothing. I moved into a tiny apartment and worked 3 jobs just to survive. Linda sold most of my mom's things at an estate sale. I drove by once and saw strangers walking out with my mother's jewelry box. That's when I decided I'd become a lawyer. Not just any lawyer, one who specialized in estates and inheritance. I'd make sure what happened to me never happened to anyone else. 10 years later, I'm exactly where I planned to be. And that's when Linda's name crossed my desk. My firm took on a case involving a lawsuit about fraudulent estate practices. Nothing unusual. We handle these all the time. I was assigned to review a network of potentially suspicious wills from the past decade. Just routine work, looking for patterns. Except I found one. Elderly men, no close family, sudden marriages to younger women, new wills written right before they died. Everything left to the wives. It happened over and over. And then I saw her name, Linda Martinez, my stepmother. I sat there staring at my computer screen for probably 20 minutes. It wasn't just one case. She was connected to 5 different estates over 15 years. 5 men who had all died and left everything to their recent wives. My dad was number 3. I started digging deeper. Her pattern was always the same. She'd befriend lonely widowers, usually wealthy ones. She'd marry them fast, maybe 6 months after meeting them. Then she'd isolate them from whatever family or friends they had left. New wills would get drafted. Then the husbands would die, sometimes within a year of the marriage. 2 of them died under circumstances that were questioned but never fully investigated. One fell down the stairs. Another had a medication mix-up that caused a fatal reaction. My dad's heart attack suddenly seemed less random. The real breakthrough came when I found the connection to a lawyer who'd been disbarred 3 years ago for forging documents. He'd handled multiple wills in Linda's network, including my father's. I pulled my dad's file. There were 2 wills on record. The one Linda presented that left her everything, and an older one, buried in the archived files. The original will left everything to me. Linda was supposed to get a small trust, enough to be comfortable but not wealthy. The second will, her will, had signatures that a handwriting analyst had flagged as questionable years ago, but no one followed up on it. She'd been planning to rob me before my dad even died. I had to tell the senior partners at my firm. They sat me down and asked if I wanted to recuse myself. Conflict of interest, personal involvement, all of that. But I knew this case better than anyone. I knew how Linda operated because I'd lived through it. They let me stay on the team but kept me behind the scenes. I compiled everything. Every forged signature, every suspicious death, every pattern of manipulation. I handed it all to the investigators and watched them build a case that Linda couldn't talk her way out of. She was arrested 6 weeks later. Multiple counts of fraud, forgery, and elder abuse. All her assets were frozen. I went to her arraignment as part of the legal team. She didn't recognize me at first. It had been 10 years, and I'd changed. But then she looked closer, and her face went completely white. I didn't say anything. I just stared at her the same way she used to stare at me when my dad wasn't looking. Cold, empty, like she was nothing. The legal proceedings dragged on for months. Linda tried to fight it, but the evidence was overwhelming. She was convicted on multiple charges, and all her fraudulently obtained assets were seized. That included everything she'd stolen from my father's estate. The investigation into my dad's will confirmed what I'd found. The document she'd used was forged. The court ruled that I was the rightful heir and had been all along, which meant the house was mine again. After 10 years, I went back there last month. It was empty. All of Linda's stuff had been cleared out during the asset seizure. Walking through those rooms felt surreal. I hadn't been inside since I was 18. Some things looked exactly the same. Other things were completely different. She'd redecorated, erased almost every trace of my mom. They found my mom's heirlooms in a storage unit Linda had been renting. She'd kept them all this time instead of selling them like I thought. I don't know why. Maybe she planned to sell them eventually, or maybe she just wanted to keep them from me. Either way, I have them back now. People keep asking me if I feel satisfied, if this was revenge. Honestly, I don't know what I feel. There's some satisfaction, sure. Linda is serving 8 to 12 years, possibly more as they continue investigating her other victims. She can't hurt anyone else. But it doesn't bring back the time I lost with my dad. It doesn't erase those 8 years of living in that house feeling worthless. I found something while cleaning out the house last week. My dad's real will was hidden in a drawer in his office. There was a letter with it, dated a few months before he died. He wrote that if anything happened to him, he wanted me to know he loved me, that he was proud of me, that he hoped I'd understand why he did things the way he did. Reading it, I think he might have suspected Linda was dangerous. I think he knew something was wrong, but died before he could do anything about it. I haven't decided if I'm keeping the house. Some days I walk through it and feel like I'm home. Other days the walls feel like they're closing in with memories I'd rather forget. Last week, I got contacted by one of Linda's almost victims, an elderly man she'd been seeing right before her arrest. He wanted to meet for coffee to thank me. I showed up yesterday, and he had his daughter with him. She was young, maybe 23. The way she looked at me reminded me of myself at 10 years old, desperate for Linda's approval. It made me wonder if there are others out there like me, kids who Linda pushed aside or damaged. And honestly, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. The day I made my father's golden wife lose everything she stole from me. I, 27-year-old female, never thought I'd be the kind of person to destroy someone in court, But my stepmother, Clarissa, 52-year-old female, left me no choice after what she did following my father, Robert's, 58-year-old male at time of death, passing 6 months ago. Let me back up a bit. My parents divorced when I was 15. Pretty standard stuff. They just grew apart. 2 years later, Dad met Clarissa at some charity gala. She was a realtor who, looking back, seemed to specialize in luxury properties and lonely widowers. Within 6 months, they were married. I tried to be happy for him. I really did. But something about her always felt off. Clarissa was a master at manipulation. She'd convince my dad that I only visited for money, even though I was working 2 jobs through college and never asked for a cent. Whenever I had breaks from school and planned to visit, she'd suddenly have urgent couples trips planned. The few times I'd call, she'd answer his phone and claim he was busy, then tell him later that I never called back. By my junior year, our relationship was basically non-existent. 3 weeks after I graduated, Dad had a sudden heart attack. I got the call at 2 a.m. and drove 4 hours straight to the hospital. But by the time I arrived, Clarissa had already handled everything. He was gone. At the funeral, she played the grieving widow perfectly, dabbing her eyes with tissues while telling my relatives I hadn't visited in years. Complete bullshit. But who was going to argue with a widow at a funeral? Here's where things get interesting. 3 weeks after we buried him, Clarissa filed paperwork claiming everything had been transferred to her name. She produced this new will that was supposedly dated 1 week before his death. According to her version, Dad left me nothing, not even my grandmother's jewelry or the watch he'd promised me since I was 12. She actually told family members that I never cared about him and didn't deserve a cent. The real kicker came 2 days later when I got an eviction notice for my childhood home. The house, where my height marks were still on the kitchen doorframe, where Dad taught me to ride a bike in the driveway. She gave me 30 days to remove any personal belongings, though she'd already donated most of my childhood stuff to charity. That's when I knew I had to fight back, because this wasn't just about money. She was trying to erase me from my father's life completely. Something about the whole situation didn't sit right with me. Dad was organized to a fault. He kept handwritten notes for everything. So while Clarissa was away on a spa weekend, yes, really, a spa weekend 5 weeks after her husband died, I used my old key to get into the house. Call it breaking and entering if you want, but it was still technically my childhood home for another 2 weeks. Dad's study looked the same as always, except for the missing family photos. I went straight to his desk and found the hidden compartment he'd shown me when I was 10, where he used to hide my birthday presents. Inside, I hit the jackpot. There was a handwritten note, dated 2 months before his death, that said, clear as day, "Everything goes to my daughter after I'm gone. Clarissa will be comfortable, but not in charge." But that wasn't all. I found his original will leaving me 70% and Clarissa 30%, plus a receipt for a will revision appointment that was scheduled for after his death. I took photos of everything and got out of there. The next morning, I called Dad's old lawyer friend, Marcus, who'd been suspicious about the new will but couldn't prove anything. He connected me with a forensic computer expert who found something incredible. The digital will had been altered from Clarissa's IP address, with timestamps showing the changes were made 48 hours after Dad died. Marcus then came forward with emails showing Dad never authorized any changes, and he'd been trying to reach Dad the week he died, but Clarissa kept saying he was too sick for visitors. The real smoking gun came when Marcus pulled security footage from the law firm. There was Clarissa, clear as day, using a stolen keycard to break into the office at 11 p.m., 3 days after the funeral. The courtroom was packed. Clarissa showed up in designer black, still playing the grieving widow card. Her lawyer tried to paint me as bitter and vengeful, claiming I was fabricating evidence because I'd been cut out of the will. Then we started presenting our evidence piece by piece. First the handwritten notes, then the computer forensics, then the emails. Finally, the security footage. I watched Clarissa's face change from smug to confused to completely panicked. When the judge asked her to explain why she'd need to break into a law firm if she had legitimate authorization, she actually tried to claim Dad must have given her permission. The judge asked why a dead man would give her permission to break into a building. The entire courtroom went silent. The judge took less than an hour to make his decision. The fraudulent will was invalidated, the original reinstated, and criminal charges were recommended for fraud and breaking and entering. The judge ordered Clarissa to vacate the property within 30 days. She still got her 30% from the original will, but lost control of Dad's company and all the main assets she'd tried to steal. The criminal charges meant she was looking at possible jail time, though her lawyer managed to get her probation and community service. Still, the fraud conviction basically made her unemployable in real estate, or any field requiring trust. The family fallout was swift and brutal. Dad's siblings, who'd been completely on Clarissa's side during the funeral, suddenly went radio silent. Then the truth started coming out. My Aunt Martha admitted Clarissa had been borrowing money from her for funeral expenses, that we later found out Dad had already prepaid. Uncle Tom discovered she'd tried to sell Dad's vintage car collection without telling anyone, claiming she needed the money for grief counseling. One by one, family members removed Clarissa from the group chat. I started getting apology texts from relatives who'd believed her lies about me being an absent daughter. Turns out, she'd been telling everyone I was a drug addict who Dad had cut off contact with. Meanwhile, I was graduating magna cum laude and working at an accounting firm. The hardest part was what I found after moving back into the house. In the attic, stuffed behind old Christmas decorations, were boxes of photos Clarissa had hidden. All pictures of me and Dad together. Birthday parties, fishing trips, my high school graduation. She'd literally tried to erase me. I also found more of Dad's notes, including one that said, "I think I made a mistake but don't know how to fix it." Our housekeeper, Rosa, told me Dad had been trying to call me the week before he died, but his phone wasn't working right. I checked the phone records. Clarissa had blocked my number on his phone. He died thinking I didn't want to talk to him. Clarissa sent me one final text before I blocked her. "Your father would be ashamed of what you've done to me." I screenshotted and kept it, just in case. It's been 3 months now. I'm living in my childhood home, slowly going through Dad's things, finding little notes he left in random books. Last week, I found one in his favorite novel that said, "Tell my daughter I'm proud of her." Clarissa had no idea these notes existed because she never cared about the things that mattered to him. Sometimes I lie awake, wondering if I should feel guilty for completely destroying her life. She's 52, basically unemployable, and lost everyone who might have helped her. But then I remember she stole my last chance to reconcile with my father, made him die thinking I didn't care. So am I heartless for letting her get crushed by her own lies? Or was this just the justice my father intended all along? The evening I forced my stepdad to confess what he did to my mother's savings. I, 28, have been dealing with my stepdad Robert, 52, for the past 6 years, ever since my real dad died and Mom, 54, remarried him. My dad passed when I was 22, and Mom met Robert about a year later through mutual friends. He seemed decent enough back then. Supportive, patient with her grief, all that stuff you want to see in someone dating your widowed parent. 3 weeks earlier, I need to explain how I discovered what he'd been doing. Mom got sick 2 months ago. Nothing life-threatening, but enough that she needed help organizing her medical paperwork and bills. She asked me to come over one weekend to sort through everything because she was too exhausted to deal with it herself. I said yes, obviously. While I was going through documents at her house, I found a statement for her retirement savings account, the one she and my dad had built together over 20 years. I knew that account was supposed to have around $180,000 in it, because Mom had mentioned it before when talking about retirement plans. The statement showed $23,000. I stared at that number for a solid minute, thinking I was reading it wrong. I checked the account number twice. It was definitely hers. I went to Mom's room where she was resting and asked her about it as casually as I could. She looked confused and said Robert handles all that financial stuff now. She told me they merged their accounts 2 years ago because he said it would simplify everything and make managing household expenses easier. That's when the red flag went up. I asked Mom if I could have the login credentials for the account. Told her I wanted to organize everything digitally so she wouldn't have to worry about paperwork anymore. She gave them to me without hesitation. I spent that entire weekend going through transaction history. The hospital bills and medical expenses totaled maybe $35,000 to $40,000 max, but the account had lost over $150,000. Then I found them. Monthly transfers ranging from $8,000 to $15,000 going to an account under the name Patricia Hendricks. A quick Facebook search showed me Patricia Hendricks was Robert's sister. The transfers started 14 months ago and became more frequent in recent months. I did the math. Over $120,000 gone. And Mom had no idea because she trusted him completely. I printed everything. Every statement, every transfer, highlighted in yellow. I wasn't going to confront him privately because Robert's a manipulator, and he'd find some way to explain it away to Mom. He has this monthly family dinner tradition where he invites his side of the family over and loves playing the devoted husband role. So I decided, if he wants an audience for his performance, he'll get one for his exposure too. That's how I ended up at this dinner table tonight, listening to him toast to family values and taking care of the ones we love, with a folder full of evidence sitting in my lap. I just had to wait for the right moment. The dinner was set up exactly how Robert liked it. Mom, me, Patricia, Robert's brother and his wife, all sitting around the table while he stood at the head, giving his usual speech about being a responsible provider and putting family first. Everyone was nodding along. Mom was smiling weakly because she was still recovering and didn't have the energy for much else. I waited until he got to the part about how he's always been transparent and honest with the people he loves. That's when I interrupted. I said, actually, since we're talking about responsibility and family, I wanted to ask him about something. I pulled out the bank statements and spread them across the table in front of him. Then I asked if he could explain the transfers to his sister's account. He froze. His face went completely pale, and he tried to laugh it off. He started saying something about not knowing what I was talking about, but I cut him off. I told him they were monthly transfers from Mom's retirement account, over $120,000 in the past year. The room went dead silent. Patricia looked either genuinely confused or she was pretending to be. She didn't say anything, just stared at the papers. Robert tried his first excuse about medical bills draining the account. I told him Mom's medical expenses were $40,000 and I had all the invoices. I asked where the other $80,000 went. Then he tried saying he was investing it for her. I asked him since when is his sister's personal checking account an investment vehicle. He started getting defensive and angry, saying I don't understand how finances work and that this was more complicated than I realized. Mom had been silent the whole time, just staring at the statements. She picked one up with shaking hands and looked at Robert. Then she said the one thing that destroyed everything. She told him she trusted him more than anyone. Her voice was quiet, but everyone heard it. Robert's brother tried to defend him at first, but even he looked uncertain. Robert tried to say this was a private matter, and I had no right to air it out like this. I told him he made it public every time he stood up and bragged about being such a great husband. I said everyone deserved to know who he really was. He tried everything after that. guilt-tripping Mom about everything he'd done for her, trying to say he was going to tell her and was just trying to protect something or other. He got aggressive with me and said I had no right to go through their finances. That's when Mom spoke again and asked him whose finances. She said it was her money that she and my first dad had saved together. Robert grabbed his coat and stormed out. Patricia left right after him without saying a word to anyone. The rest of the family just sat there in this horrible, uncomfortable silence. Mom asked me to take her home, and I did. The next morning, everything changed. Mom called a divorce lawyer first thing the next morning. The lawyer told her it was clear-cut financial abuse and theft. She filed a police report that same day and started divorce proceedings. Robert tried calling and texting non-stop. He showed up at the house twice. Mom blocked him on everything and told him to communicate through her lawyer only. Through the legal process, we found out Robert had gambling debts. Apparently, the money went into Patricia's account and then got withdrawn in cash. The lawyer thinks he was paying off bookies or covering losses. Patricia claims she thought it was his money to use, but she couldn't actually prove she didn't know where it came from. Mom managed to recover about $45,000 through the legal action. The rest was just gone. Robert's living with Patricia now in her 2-bedroom apartment. His own family has mostly distanced themselves from him. Some of them still talk to him, but the respect is completely gone. He tried painting himself as the victim on social media, saying, "I turned everyone against him." No one bought it. The family's pretty divided about how I handled things, though. Some of Mom's relatives told me I humiliated him unnecessarily. My aunt said I could have let Mom handle it privately, away from everyone. I told her Mom was handling it privately by not knowing she was being robbed. Other relatives said he needed to be exposed and that I did the right thing. Mom's doing better health-wise now. Financially, she's struggling, but she's working with a financial advisor to rebuild what she can. Emotionally, she's still hurt, but she says she feels lighter without him. She thanked me for exposing what he did, but she also keeps saying she feels embarrassed it happened. She keeps repeating that she should have seen the signs. I don't regret the public exposure. Some people say I was cruel and that I should have been the bigger person. But I watched my mom get manipulated for 6 years. I watched her become smaller and more uncertain about everything. I couldn't just sit there anymore. It's been 4 months since that dinner. Mom is rebuilding her life, and I'm helping however I can. Robert sent a message last week through a mutual friend, saying if I hadn't interfered, they could have worked it out. Like he's the victim here. Part of me wonders if exposing him that way makes me just as bad as him. Maybe I am vindictive. Maybe I did want to destroy his image in front of everyone. But then I remember my mom's face when she realized what he'd done. And I think about how many more months or years it could have gone on if I'd stayed silent. So I guess that's my story. Some relatives still aren't speaking to me. Others say I saved Mom's life. I just know I couldn't watch it happen anymore. The night I made my aunt regret treating me like her personal maid. I, 25F, have been dealing with my Aunt Linda, 48, for the past 3 years, and I need to tell you what finally made me snap. Linda's always been the successful one in our family. Big house in the city, always hosting holidays, making sure everyone knew how generous she was. What nobody talked about was how she actually treated people behind closed doors. 3 years ago, when I was 22 and starting college, she offered me a room. Said it would help me get on my feet, save money, focus on school. I was grateful. I just left our small hometown and didn't know anyone in the city. The first week was fine, normal even. Then the requests started. It was small things at first. Could I just throw in a load of laundry while I was doing mine? Would I mind picking up groceries on my way home? Maybe cook dinner a few nights a week since she worked late. But small things became expectations. Daily chores, her meals, her laundry, cleaning the entire house, running her errands. And whenever I did these things, she'd phrase it like I was earning my keep, like I owed her. I was working 2 part-time jobs at this point. Mornings at a coffee shop, evenings tutoring students. I'd come home exhausted and still have to make sure dinner was ready when she walked through the door. The breaking point came one night when I got back from a double shift and found her dirty laundry dumped on my bed. Not in a basket, just thrown there. I was too tired to deal with it, so I moved it to the floor and went to sleep. The next morning, she came into my room and asked why her laundry wasn't done. I told her, as politely as I could, that I'd appreciate it if she stopped leaving her clothes on my bed. That's when she snapped at me, told me not to forget who was keeping a roof over my head. Like I wasn't working 40 hours a week and doing all her housework on top of school. That moment, something shifted in me. I didn't say anything back, just nodded and went to class. 2 weeks later, she announced she was throwing a dinner party, handed me a list of everything I needed to cook, how to set up, what to serve. Didn't ask, just expected it. The way she said it, like I was hired help, made my decision for me. I smiled and told her of course I'd help, but in my head, I was already planning my exit. That's when I started looking for apartments. I found a studio apartment near campus within 3 days. It was tiny and barely affordable, but it was mine. I signed the lease that weekend and didn't tell anyone. For the next 2 weeks, I moved my stuff out slowly. A box during my lunch break, a bag after my morning shift. Things she'd never notice were missing because she never paid attention to anything in my room unless it affected her. The whole time I kept playing the part. Cooked her meals, did her laundry, cleaned the house. She had no idea I was counting down the days. The night of the dinner party finally came. I spent hours cooking everything on her list, set the table exactly how she wanted, made sure everything looked perfect. Her guests started arriving around 7, and she was in full performance mode, laughing loud, showing off the house, making sure everyone knew how well she was doing. Then she decided to give a tour. I was in the kitchen plating appetizers when I heard her bringing people through. She walked them past my room and gestured toward it like it was part of the house features. One of her friends asked who stayed there, and that's when I heard it. She introduced me as the girl who lives off her kindness. Not her niece, not someone staying with her temporarily. The girl who lives off her kindness. Her friends looked uncomfortable. I stood there holding a tray of food, and she was smiling at me like she expected me to agree or thank her or something. Something in me just went cold and calm. I smiled back, set down the tray, and kept serving like nothing happened. But I knew right then I wasn't staying another hour in that house. Midway through dinner, right when they were finishing dessert, I excused myself. Told everyone I had an early shift the next morning and needed to get some sleep. My aunt barely acknowledged me, just waved me off. I went to my room, grabbed the duffel bag I'd packed that morning with my last few things, and walked straight out the front door. I left my house key on the kitchen counter on my way out. I didn't look back, didn't leave a note, just left. The next morning I woke up to 47 missed calls, all from her. I finally listened to one of the voicemails and she was screaming. Her house was a mess. Her guests had left with dishes piled everywhere. She didn't know how to work her own washing machine. She kept yelling about how I could do this to her, how embarrassing it was, how ungrateful I was. I didn't call her back. I blocked her number 2 days later. The first few days after I left, my phone didn't stop. Calls, texts, voicemails. She'd swing between guilt-tripping and threatening me, telling me how ungrateful I was after everything she did for me, how she was going to tell my mother, how I'd regret this. I blocked her number on day 3 and finally got some peace. A week later, she showed up at the coffee shop where I work. She walked in during the morning rush, acting all concerned. asking my coworkers if she could talk to me, saying she'd been so worried, playing the role of the caring aunt in front of everyone. I agreed to talk on my break because I didn't want to cause a scene at work. We went outside and she immediately started with the guilt, asked how I could leave without telling her, started crying about how embarrassed she was in front of her friends. I just stood there and let her finish. Then I told her calmly that she didn't need to worry about me anymore, that I'd found somewhere that doesn't require servitude. Her whole face changed. The tears stopped. She realized I wasn't coming back and wasn't going to apologize. She tried telling me that wasn't fair, that she gave me a place to stay. I said we were even considering I gave her 3 years of unpaid labor. She left angry, and I went back to finish my shift. It's been 2 months since then. She's been complaining to everyone in the family. Her version of the story is that I betrayed her hospitality and took advantage of her generosity. But here's the thing that makes me laugh. She's asked 2 of our cousins and my younger brother if they want to stay with her. All 3 of them suddenly have other arrangements. Funny how that works. My mom called me last week saying Linda seems really stressed and maybe I should apologize. I asked Mom if she'd like to go help Linda with her laundry instead. She changed the subject pretty quick. Some family members think I should have given her notice, that leaving like that was too harsh. Others are quietly admitting they always thought something was off about the whole arrangement. My friends all say I did the right thing, but there's still this small part of me that wonders if I handled it wrong. Last week I ran into her at a family birthday party. She pretended I didn't exist, didn't look at me once the entire time. Honestly, I'm fine with that. But I keep thinking about why I still feel like I need to justify standing up for myself. Why leaving a situation where I was being used somehow makes me the bad guy in her story. The weekend I finally made my entitled brother realize Mom's love doesn't equal my money. I, 32F, have been dealing with my entitled older brother Kevin, 35, for my entire life. But this weekend, everything finally came to a head. Kevin has always been Mom's golden child. She paid his rent when he couldn't hold down a job, covered his credit card debts, even funded his spontaneous trips to Miami and Vegas. Meanwhile, I worked 2 jobs through college and bought my first car with money I saved from waitressing. The favoritism was so obvious that our dad used to joke about it, though I could tell it bothered him too. When Dad passed away 4 years ago, we both received a payout from his life insurance. It wasn't a fortune, maybe $50,000 each, but it was enough to make a real difference. I used mine carefully, put a down payment on a small 2-bedroom house, kept the rest in savings, finally had some financial security for the first time in my life. Kevin burned through his in under a year. He bought a BMW he couldn't afford to insure, invested in his buddy's crypto scheme that obviously tanked, and took his girlfriend at the time on a European vacation. Within 10 months, he was broke again, and back to asking Mom for money. That's when the requests started coming my way. First, it was $500 for an emergency car repair. Then $1,200 because he got evicted and needed first and last month's rent somewhere new. Every time he promised he'd pay me back. Every time, I never saw a dollar returned. Mom would call me after I'd help him out, thanking me for being such a good sister, telling me how family sticks together. I felt guilty saying no, like I was the bad guy for having my life together while Kevin struggled. It all came to a head about 8 months ago. Kevin showed up at my house on a Sunday afternoon with this whole presentation about a business opportunity. He needed $20,000 to start some kind of consulting company. The details were vague, something about connecting local businesses with marketing services. He had printouts and everything, acting like this was his big break. When I told him I couldn't just hand over that kind of money, he completely lost it. Started yelling about how I was sitting on Dad's money like a dragon hoarding gold, how I'd always been selfish, how Dad would be disappointed in me. Then he went to the extended family. Suddenly, I was getting calls from aunts and uncles asking why I wouldn't help Kevin when I clearly had the means. He told everyone I was hoarding Dad's inheritance, conveniently leaving out the part where he'd already blown through his own share. Mom called me crying, begging me to reconsider, saying Kevin just needed one real chance to turn his life around. I spent 2 weeks being harassed by family members, 2 weeks of feeling like the villain in a story where I'd done nothing wrong except save my money responsibly. I was honestly about to give in just to make it all stop. But then I had a different idea. I called Kevin and told him I'd consider the loan if he could show me a real business plan and put up 20% of the startup costs himself. He agreed immediately, practically thanking me through the phone. That's when I decided to protect myself in a way he'd never see coming. Over the next 3 weeks, I actually helped Kevin put together his business plan. He was putting in effort for once, showing up to our meetings on time, researching competitors, even opening a business bank account. Part of me wondered if maybe this time would be different. Maybe he really had turned a corner. But I wasn't about to risk $20,000 on maybe. I hired a lawyer to draft a proper loan agreement. Payment schedule, interest rate, business milestones Kevin needed to hit. All of it official and binding. And buried in the legal language on page 7 was the clause I needed. If Kevin defaulted on repayment, he would forfeit his share of the family property. The house Mom still lived in, the one Dad left to both of us equally. I justified it to myself pretty easily. If Kevin was actually serious about making this business work, he'd pay me back, and the clause wouldn't matter. But if he wasn't serious, why should I be the only one losing something? Kevin came over on a Tuesday evening to sign everything. I walked him through most of the contract, explained the payment schedule in detail, showed him the business requirements section. When we got to the property clause, I mentioned it casually along with the other collateral terms. He was already glazing over by that point, too excited about finally getting the money. He flipped through the last few pages, signed every line without really reading anything. I watched him scribble his signature next to that clause and felt my stomach twist a little. But I handed him the check anyway. The first month, Kevin actually sent me an update. Things were going great. He'd landed 2 clients already. The business was taking off. Month 2, complete radio silence. He stopped returning my calls and texts. By month 3, I drove past the address he'd listed as his business location. It was a UPS store mailbox. Month 4 rolled around, and the first payment was due. Kevin sent me a long text about unexpected startup costs and asked for a 2-month extension. I documented everything and gave him the grace period. Month 6 came and went with no payment. Meanwhile, Kevin posted Instagram stories from a weekend trip to Nashville with his buddies. That's when I sent the formal default notice. He showed up at my door that same night, drunk and furious, pounding on the door hard enough that my neighbor came out to check on me. He was screaming about how I was ruining his life, how Dad would be ashamed of me, threatening to sue. I didn't open the door, just called through it that the contract was legal and he'd signed it. Mom called the next morning, asking how I could do this to my brother. He just needed more time. Couldn't I see he was trying? Why was I being so cruel? I told her he'd had 6 months and multiple extensions. The contract was clear. She hung up on me. I filed the default paperwork the following week. It took about 2 weeks to process, and during that entire time my phone was blowing up. Kevin, Mom, even a few flying monkeys from the extended family. I blocked most of them temporarily. I needed space to think, and honestly, I needed them to stop making me feel guilty for enforcing a contract Kevin had willingly signed. The day the paperwork went through and the property legally transferred, I sat in my kitchen, staring at the confirmation email. There was no going back now. Kevin showed up at my door the same day he received the legal notice. I could hear him from inside, screaming and crying, accusing me of scheming against him from the start. When I finally opened the door, he lunged forward like he wanted to come in, but I held up the contract with his signature circled in red. I pointed to the clause about the property forfeit. He insisted I'd tricked him, that I'd hidden it on purpose. I reminded him I'd given him 2 extra months, that I'd helped him build his business plan, that I'd actually tried to set him up for success. He called me a liar, and worse, before storming off. The last thing I said to him was that he did this to himself. Mom's reaction was somehow worse than Kevin's. She refused to believe he hadn't read the contract thoroughly. In her mind, I must have forged his signature, or threatened him, or something. She couldn't accept that her golden boy had simply been careless and irresponsible. Family dinner got canceled indefinitely. My aunt stopped talking to me. My uncle sent me a long text about forgiveness and Christian values. But my cousin Michelle quietly messaged me, saying it was about time someone held Kevin accountable. And a few other relatives reached out privately with similar sentiments. The family was split right down the middle. Mom still lives in the house, but now she knows I technically own the majority of it. That power shift hangs over every conversation we have. Kevin's living in a rental now, some cheap place on the other side of town. From what I've heard through the family grapevine, he actually got a job. A real job with a paycheck and everything. First one he's held for more than a few months and years. He posts passive-aggressive stuff on Facebook sometimes about fake family and people who value money over blood. He's blocked me on everything, which honestly makes my life easier. Mom still sends him money from her Social Security to help with rent. Some things never change. I don't feel guilty about what I did, but I don't feel triumphant either. It's more like relief mixed with exhaustion. Sometimes I wonder if I should have just said no from the beginning, drawn a hard boundary without the elaborate contract. But I know Kevin. He would have found another way to manipulate me, another guilt trip, another crisis that only I could solve with my checkbook. At least this way it's finally over. My savings are still intact. My house is secure. I sleep through the night without worrying about the next panicked phone call about Kevin's latest disaster. It's been about 3 months since everything finalized. Mom still calls occasionally with her guilt trips, though they're getting less frequent. Kevin hasn't reached out at all. Michelle told me last week that he's actually doing okay at his job, showing up on time, acting responsible. Part of me wonders if losing something that mattered finally taught him the lesson Mom never would. Part of me wonders if he'll ever understand why I did what I did. Yesterday, I got a letter in the mail from a lawyer's office with Kevin's name on the return address. It's sitting on my kitchen counter right now, still unopened. I don't know if he's trying to fight this legally or if it's something else. Maybe an invoice for the money he still owes me, though that seems unlikely. For now, I'm leaving it sealed. I protected myself and my future. And whether that makes me smart or ruthless probably depends on who you ask in my family. They kicked me out for being ungrateful, so I took the house they tried to steal. I, 28, never thought my parents would become my enemies over a house. But here we are. My dad is 55. My mom is 53, and both of them would probably cross the street to avoid me at this point. This whole mess started when my grandparents passed away last year. Grandma went first at 82, and Grandpa followed about 3 months later at 84. Everyone said he died of a broken heart, and honestly, I believe it. I need to back up a bit to explain why things went the way they did. Growing up, I was always close to my grandparents. Every weekend, I'd go over to their place. We'd watch old westerns, and Grandma would make her famous pot roast. When I got older and moved out for college, I still made time for them. After I graduated and got my first real job, I started helping them with groceries and driving them to doctor appointments. My parents, on the other hand, saw them maybe twice a year. Christmas and maybe Easter if they felt like it. There was always an excuse. Too busy with work, too tired, had other plans. Whatever. The last 2 years were rough. Both my grandparents' health started declining fast. Grandpa had heart issues. Grandma had diabetes that was getting worse. Someone needed to be there full time, so I moved in. I took unpaid leave from my job, burned through my savings. I handled their medications, made sure they ate properly, helped them shower when they couldn't do it themselves. It wasn't glamorous, but they'd done so much for me growing up. It felt like the least I could do. My parents showed up exactly once during those 2 years. They stayed for maybe an hour, complained about how old and dusty the furniture was, and left. Mom said the place smelled like old people and mothballs. Dad just scrolled through his phone the whole time. I remember Grandma's face after they left. She didn't say anything, but I could tell she was hurt. 3 weeks after Grandpa's funeral, we had the will reading. It was at the attorney's office downtown, one of those places with uncomfortable leather chairs and certificates covering every wall. My parents sat on one side, I sat on the other. The tension was already there because they'd been making comments about how the house would need to be sold and the money split, properly. They kept saying properly, like I wasn't supposed to notice what they meant. Mr. Harrison, the attorney who'd worked with my grandparents for decades, opened the will and started reading. Most of it was standard stuff. Some money to a few charities, personal items distributed to various relatives. Then he got to the house. The entire property, fully paid off, worth about $400,000, was left to me. Just me. Not split, not held in trust, not conditional. Mine. The room went dead silent. My mom's mouth literally fell open. My dad's face turned this deep shade of red I'd never seen before. Mr. Harrison kept reading like nothing was wrong, but I could see him gripping the papers a little tighter. The second we walked out of that office, my mom started. She said it was ridiculous, that my grandparents clearly weren't in their right mind at the end. My dad was worse. He looked me dead in the eye and said I'd manipulated 2 dying old people and that I should be ashamed of myself. I tried to explain that I never asked them for anything, that this was their decision, but neither of them wanted to hear it. My dad actually threw his copy of the will in the trash can by the elevator and told me I'd be hearing from them. Then they left. I thought maybe they'd cool off after a few days. That didn't happen. The next day I woke up to 47 missed calls and God knows how many texts. They wanted a family meeting. When I finally called back, my dad laid out their plan. I needed to sign the house over to them. They'd manage it, sell it when the market was right, and give me what they considered a fair share. My mom chimed in saying I was too young to handle property anyway, that I didn't understand real estate or taxes or any of it. I told them no. I said Grandma and Grandpa wanted me to have it, and I was keeping it. There was a long pause. Then my mom said I was making a huge mistake, and not to say they didn't warn me. That should have been my first clue that things were about to get ugly. A week later, I came home from work and the house was dark. Not just dark, but dead. No power at all. I checked the breaker, checked everything I could think of. Finally called the utility company and found out the electricity had been shut off. Someone had called claiming they were the property owners and wanted the account closed. I had to take 2 days off work to sort it out, bringing death certificates and copies of the will to prove the house was mine. The whole time I knew it was my parents'. They'd had account information from years ago when my grandparents needed help setting up autopay. But that was just the beginning. They started calling relatives. I don't know exactly what they said, but suddenly my phone was blowing up with family members accusing me of coercing my grandparents and stealing everyone's inheritance. The family group chat, which I'd been part of for years, turned into a war zone. My Aunt Linda blocked me on everything and made a Facebook post about greedy family members who take advantage of the elderly. She didn't name me directly, but everyone knew who she meant. A month in, the water got shut off, then the gas. Each time I had to go through the same process, proving ownership, showing documentation. Each time cost me time off work, cost me money I didn't have, cost me sleep. The house needed repairs too. The furnace broke in the middle of winter, and there was a leak in the roof over the bathroom. I was drowning in expenses and stress. My parents started showing up unannounced too, demanding to inspect their property. The third time it happened, I changed the locks. That's when my dad threatened to sue me for keeping them from their rightful inheritance. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. These were the people who raised me, and now they were treating me like a criminal. The worst day came about 2 months into this nightmare. I got home from work around 6, tired and ready to just collapse on the couch. My key didn't work. I tried it 3 times, thinking maybe I was just exhausted and doing it wrong. Then I noticed my parents' car in the driveway. I knocked on the door. My dad answered. He looked me up and down and said they were taking back what was theirs, and I could collect my things later. My mom was standing behind him with her arms crossed. She said I should have signed it over when I had the chance. I stood there on the porch of my own house, the house my grandparents left me, and couldn't get in. My neighbor, Mrs. Chen, saw the whole thing and called the police. When they showed up, they said it was a civil matter and suggested I find somewhere else to stay while it got sorted out legally. I was too tired to fight anymore. I called my best friend Marcus and asked if I could crash at his place. I stayed on Marcus's couch for 2 weeks. I barely went to work, barely ate, barely functioned. I kept thinking about my grandparents and how disappointed they'd be. Not in me, but in what their own children had become. Marcus finally sat me down and told me I couldn't let them win. He said I needed to fight back. That's when something clicked. I was done being sad. I was angry. And I was ready to do something about it. The next morning, I woke up on Marcus's couch with a clearer head than I'd had in weeks. I'd spent so much time reacting to everything my parents threw at me that I never stopped to think about actually fighting back. Marcus made coffee and told me I needed to go on the offensive. He was right. I started at the county records office. It's this depressing building downtown with flickering fluorescent lights and clerks who look like they've given up on life. I filled out a request for all documents related to my grandparents' property. The clerk said it would take about an hour, so I sat in those terrible plastic chairs and waited. When she finally came back with a folder, I started going through everything. The original deed from when my grandparents bought the place in 1987. Property tax records. The title transfer after they passed. And then I saw it. A document dated about a month ago, right in the middle of when my parents were making my life hell. Transfer of property ownership. My parents' names were listed as the new owners. My signature was at the bottom. Except it wasn't my signature. I've signed my name thousands of times. I know what it looks like. This was close, but it was wrong. The loop on one letter was too big, another letter was too straight. Someone had tried to forge it, and they'd done a bad job. I kept digging through the folder. There was another document, something about caregiver exploitation. It claimed I'd manipulated my grandparents into changing their will while they were mentally incompetent. It was dated 2 weeks before Grandpa passed. The whole thing was complete fiction. My grandparents had updated their will 3 years ago when they were both still sharp as tacks. Mr. Harrison had made sure of that, had them evaluated by doctors and everything, to avoid exactly this kind of challenge. I took pictures of everything with my phone. My hands were shaking so hard I had to retake half of them. Then I called Mr. Harrison's office and made an emergency appointment. He saw me that same afternoon. I spread all the documents out on his desk, showed him the forged signature, explained everything that had been happening. He was quiet for a long time, just studying the papers. Finally, he looked up at me and said it was fraud. Clear-cut fraud. He said we could file a legal challenge, notify the court about the forgery, and that there could be criminal charges involved. That's when it hit me. Criminal charges. Against my parents. These were the people who taught me to ride a bike, who came to my school plays, who helped me move into my first apartment. And now I was sitting in a lawyer's office, talking about pressing charges against them. I must have hesitated because Mr. Harrison said something that stuck with me. He asked what my grandparents would want me to do. Would they want me to roll over and let their own children steal from me? Would they want their final wishes ignored? I knew the answer. Grandma especially. She had a spine of steel. She wouldn't have backed down, and she wouldn't want me to either. We filed the legal challenge that week. Mr. Harrison moved fast. We submitted all the documentation to the court, requested a restraining order to keep my parents away from the property, and filed a criminal complaint with the DA's office. Then came the waiting. The hearing was set for 3 weeks out. 3 weeks of checking my phone constantly, jumping at every notification, barely sleeping. When my parents got the notice of legal action, my dad called me screaming. I could barely make out what he was saying through all the yelling, but the general message was clear. How dare I sue my own parents? How dare I drag them to court after everything they'd done for me? He said I was ungrateful, vindictive, and that I'd regret this for the rest of my life. Then he hung up. My mom took a different approach. She sent texts. Long ones about how I'd destroyed the family, how I was choosing money over them, how I'd have to live with this choice forever. She said I'd made it clear where my priorities were, and that she hoped I was proud of myself. I wanted to respond, wanted to explain that they'd forced my hand, but I knew it wouldn't matter. They'd rewritten history in their heads. In their version, I was the villain. The extended family got involved too. Aunts, uncles, cousins I barely knew, all started weighing in. Most of them sided with my parents without even asking for my side of the story. I got messages calling me selfish, greedy, heartless. My uncle posted something on Facebook about how young people today have no respect for their elders. My cousin shared it. I ended up blocking most of them just to get some peace. Those 3 weeks were the longest of my life. I stayed at Marcus's place, went to work, came back, repeated. I couldn't eat much, couldn't focus on anything. I kept playing out scenarios in my head about how the hearing would go. What if the judge sided with them? What if the forgery wasn't obvious enough? What if they convinced everyone I really had manipulated my grandparents? The day of the hearing finally came. I wore the only suit I owned, the one I'd bought for job interviews years ago. Mr. Harrison met me outside the courtroom and went over everything one more time. He seemed confident, but I felt like I was going to throw up. The hearing itself was brutal. My parents sat on the opposite side of the courtroom with their attorney, some guy in an expensive suit who kept objecting to everything. The judge reviewed all the evidence. Mr. Harrison presented the forged documents, pointed out the signature inconsistencies. We had a handwriting expert testify that the signature definitely wasn't mine. My parents' attorney tried to claim it was all a misunderstanding, that there had been confusion about the paperwork, that my parents genuinely believed they were doing the right thing. But it fell apart when the judge started asking direct questions. My dad couldn't keep his story straight. First he said he thought I'd signed it. Then he said he assumed the transfer was automatic. Then he claimed someone at the county office must have made a mistake. My mom just kept saying they deserved the house because they were the actual children, not the grandchild. Then Mr. Harrison brought out the original will and the medical records showing my grandparents were completely competent when they made their decision. He had documentation of every visit, every evaluation, every conversation with their doctors. My parents' attorney had nothing to counter it. The judge made her ruling right there. The property was restored to me immediately. My parents were fined $15,000 for fraudulent filing, and she referred the case to the DA's office for potential criminal prosecution. She said something about the sanctity of legal documents and how forgery undermines the entire system. My dad's face went white. My mom started crying. We left through different exits. I didn't want to see them, didn't want to hear whatever they'd have to say. Mr. Harrison walked me to my car and told me I'd done the right thing, that my grandparents would be proud. I nodded, but I didn't feel proud. I felt hollowed out. Over the next few weeks, I found out through the family grapevine what was happening to my parents. They couldn't afford the legal fees, plus the fine. Turns out they'd been so confident they'd win that they'd taken out a second mortgage on their own house to fund the legal battle. Now they were underwater. The bank started foreclosure proceedings. They had to put their house up for sale, and even then, they were selling at a loss just to get out from under it. I didn't feel good about any of it. I know I should have. They'd tried to steal from me, had forged documents, had made my life a living nightmare. But they were still my parents. Some part of me kept hoping they'd call and apologize, that we could somehow fix this. That call never came. The final piece came about 2 months after the hearing. The sheriff served an eviction notice on my parents at what used to be my grandparents' house. They'd been living there the whole time, almost 2 months of squatting in my property. They had 30 days to get out. Marcus drove by the house on the day the sheriff showed up and sent me a photo. He didn't mean anything by it, just thought I'd want to know it was happening. In the picture, my mom was standing in the doorway, and the look on her face was pure hatred. My dad was in the background, loading boxes into a U-Haul. I stared at that photo for a long time that night. These were my parents, and we'd come to this. I waited a full week after the eviction before I went back to the house. Part of me didn't want to see what they'd done to the place. Marcus offered to come with me, but I told him I needed to do it alone. I pulled up to the house on a Tuesday morning and just sat in my car for a while, staring at the front door. This was mine now. Legally, officially, permanently mine. But it didn't feel like a victory. The inside was worse than I expected. The living room carpet had stains everywhere, dark ones that looked like they'd spilled something and never bothered cleaning it up. There were holes in the walls, the kind you get from punching or kicking. In the kitchen, cabinet doors hung off their hinges. They'd taken some of my grandparents' things too. Grandma's jewelry box was gone from the bedroom. The photo albums that used to sit on the bookshelf had disappeared. A quilt Grandma made was missing from the guest room. I called the police and filed a report, but the officer who came out basically told me I was wasting my time. Without proof that my parents specifically took those items, there wasn't much they could do. They could have claimed the items were given to them years ago, or that they'd been lost, or a dozen other excuses. The officer said I could try small claims court, but his tone made it clear he thought I should just let it go. I spent the next month cleaning and repairing everything. New carpet in the living room, patched and painted the walls, fixed the cabinets. It cost money I didn't really have, but I couldn't live in it the way it was. Every time I fixed something, I thought about how my grandparents had maintained this place so carefully. They'd loved this house, and my parents had trashed it out of spite. The family fallout was its own special kind of awful. Thanksgiving came around and I wasn't invited to anything. My mom's sister was hosting like she did every year, and I just wasn't on the guest list. Nobody called to explain or apologize. I spent Thanksgiving with Marcus and his family. They were nice about it, but it wasn't the same. Christmas was the same story. Radio silence from everyone. I saw on Facebook that they'd all gotten together at my uncle's place. There were photos of everyone smiling, holding drinks, wearing ugly Christmas sweaters. My parents were in several of the pictures looking perfectly happy, like nothing had happened, like they hadn't tried to commit fraud and lost everything because of it. The comments were full of people saying how wonderful it was to have family together for the holidays. I closed Facebook after that and didn't open it again for weeks. Only a couple of people stayed in contact with me. Marcus, obviously, and two of my cousins, Sarah and Mike, who'd both dealt with my parents' behavior before and knew what they were capable of. Sarah sent me a text on Christmas saying she was sorry about everything and that she knew I'd been put in an impossible situation. It meant more than she probably realized. My parents kept up their campaign, though. My dad would send emails every few weeks, short ones, usually just a sentence or two about how I'd regret what I'd done, how family is supposed to stick together, how I'd chosen money over blood. I never responded. What was there to say? My mom's approach was more public. She'd make Facebook posts about betrayal and how you never really know people, about how children turn on their parents. Again, never naming me directly, but everyone knew. The story they told everyone was that I'd destroyed the family over greed, that I could have shared the inheritance but I wanted it all for myself, that I'd turned my back on them over a house. And most people believed it, because it was easier than believing parents would try to steal from their own kid. My version was simpler. I'd protected what my grandparents wanted. They'd made a choice about who they wanted to have their home, and I'd honored that choice. But nobody wanted to hear that version. 6 months after the court ruling, things had settled into a new normal. My parents were living in a small apartment across town. I knew because Sarah had mentioned it. They were still not speaking to me. Not a single word since the hearing. My dad's emails had stopped after I blocked his address. I'd blocked my mom on social media too, though I heard through Sarah that the passive-aggressive posts continued. I was living in the house full-time now. I'd moved all my stuff in, set up my bedroom in what used to be the guest room, because I couldn't bring myself to take my grandparents' room. I'd sit in the living room on the same couch where Grandma had taught me to knit when I was 12. The couch was old and kind of lumpy, but I couldn't get rid of it. There were too many memories attached to it. The walls still had the same photos my grandparents had hung up decades ago. Family pictures from when everyone was younger and still got along. My parents' wedding photo was up there. Pictures of me as a kid. My graduation. All of us together at various holidays back when things were normal. Sometimes I thought about taking those photos down, but I never did. It felt like erasing history. I'd catch myself wondering if it was worth it sometimes. I'd lost my entire family over this house. No more holiday gatherings. No more random calls from my mom about nothing important. No more family group chat messages. No more feeling like I belonged somewhere. The house was mine, but the cost had been higher than I'd expected. But then I'd remember how my parents had acted. The lying, the manipulation, the forgery, the way they'd tried to gaslight me into thinking I was the problem, the way they'd turned the whole family against me without a second thought. They'd shown me exactly who they were when things didn't go their way. People ask me sometimes if I think I did the right thing. Usually it's acquaintances who've heard some version of the story. I tell them it wasn't about right or wrong. It was about refusing to be a doormat. My grandparents chose me for a reason. They knew their own children. They knew exactly what would happen, and they made their choice anyway. My parents like to say that family comes first. They drilled that into me my whole childhood. Family sticks together. Family doesn't turn on each other. Family forgives. But then they proved they'd never really believed any of it. The second they didn't get what they wanted, all those principles went out the window. I learned loyalty from my grandparents. Real loyalty. The kind where you show up even when it's hard, even when it's inconvenient, even when nobody's watching. I'd spent 2 years taking care of them, and they'd remembered that. They'd seen who was actually there. And I learned something else from my parents. I learned what betrayal looks like up close. I learned that blood doesn't mean much when money's involved. I learned that some people will choose being right over being honest. I learned that you can't reason with people who've decided you're the enemy. They still tell everyone I destroyed the family. Maybe they're right. Maybe if I'd just signed the house over, we'd all still be having Thanksgiving dinner together. Maybe things would have gone back to normal eventually. But I don't think so. I think the destruction was already there, under the surface. The house just brought it out where everyone could see it. Last week something arrived in the mail. A small envelope, no return address, postmarked from a town about an hour away. Inside was a key on a simple ring and a note. The handwriting made my heart stop. It was Grandma's. I'd know it anywhere, that distinctive slant she had from years of writing. The note was short. It said, "For when they show their true colors, you'll know what to do." At the bottom was a safety deposit box number and the name of a bank I'd never heard of. I've been carrying that key around for a week now. It's in my pocket right now as I'm writing this. Part of me doesn't want to know what's in that box. Whatever it is, Grandma left it for me and hid it for a reason. She knew. Somehow she knew exactly how things would play out. The other part of me knows Grandma always had a plan. She was always 3 steps ahead of everyone else. If she left something for me to find after everything fell apart, it's probably important. I keep thinking about that note. For when they show their true colors. She knew her own children well enough to predict this. She'd probably dealt with their behavior her whole life, and I'd just never seen it. The house wasn't about money or property. It was a test, and they failed it spectacularly. So now I'm sitting here with a key to a mystery box and no idea what comes next. Maybe it's more documents. Maybe it's something that'll make this whole situation even messier. Maybe it's nothing at all. Just an old key Grandma forgot about. But I'm going to that bank tomorrow, because if Grandma went to the trouble of leaving this for me, of writing that note, of setting something aside for after she was gone, then I owe it to her to see what it is. Whatever's in that box, she trusted me to handle it. And after everything that's happened, I'm not going to let her down. They kicked me out for being ungrateful, so I took the house they tried to steal. I, 28, am writing this from the house my grandparents left me, the house my parents tried to steal. And before you tell me that's dramatic, just wait until you hear what they did. Let me back up. My grandparents raised me more than my parents ever did. Not because my parents were absent or anything, they were just busy with their careers and social lives. Meanwhile, I spent every weekend at my grandparents' place from the time I was 7 until they passed away last year. I helped Grandma with her garden, learned to fix things around the house with Grandpa, and when they got older and sicker, I was the one driving them to appointments and making sure they took their medications. My parents showed up maybe twice a year for major holidays, stayed for a few hours, and left. So when Grandma died 6 months after Grandpa, I wasn't exactly shocked that they left me their house. I was their only grandchild, and I'd actually been there for them. The will reading happened 3 days after Grandma's funeral. My parents were there, obviously, along with the estate attorney, Mr. Patterson. The whole thing was pretty straightforward until he got to the house. He looked at me and said I was receiving the property, all furnishings, and a small savings account they'd kept separate. The house was paid off, worth maybe $300,000 in our area. My mom's face went completely blank. My dad just stared at the table. There was this heavy silence for probably 15 seconds before my mom finally spoke up and said that couldn't be right, that there must be some mistake. Mr. Patterson told her there was no mistake and showed her the will, which my grandparents had updated 2 years ago with a very clear clause naming me as the sole beneficiary of the house. That's when my dad said they needed to speak with me privately. We went outside to the parking lot, and my mom immediately started in about how I must have manipulated my grandparents when they were vulnerable and confused. I reminded her that they'd updated the will 2 years ago, when they were both still pretty sharp mentally. She didn't want to hear it. My dad just kept saying this wasn't over, that we needed to handle this as a family. The next week, they called me every single day. Finally, I agreed to meet them at a coffee shop near my work. They brought this handwritten document they'd printed out from some legal template website. It basically said I was transferring management of the property to them temporarily for estate purposes. My mom kept saying it was just a formality, that they needed to handle some financial things, and then everything would be sorted out fairly. I'm not an idiot. I told them no. My dad's jaw clenched, and he said I was being selfish and ungrateful after everything they'd done for me. I reminded him that I was the one who'd actually taken care of his parents for the last decade of their lives. He told me I'd regret this decision, and they left. 2 days later, I came home from work to find the electricity and water shut off. I called the utility companies and discovered my parents had been listed as secondary account holders from years ago when they'd helped my grandparents set up automatic payments. They'd called and canceled the services. It took me 3 days to get everything turned back on in my name. Then the calls from relatives started. Aunts and uncles I barely heard from suddenly wanted to tell me how disappointed they were in me. My mom's sister left me a voicemail about how I'd taken advantage of elderly people and should be ashamed. Apparently, my parents had been telling everyone I'd isolated my grandparents and manipulated them into changing their will. None of these people had bothered to visit when my grandparents were alive, but suddenly they all had opinions. The final straw came 2 weeks after the will reading. I got off work at 6 and drove home to find the locks changed. My key didn't work. I stood there trying it multiple times like an idiot before I realized what had happened. My parents were standing in the driveway, just standing there, waiting for me. My mom had her arms crossed, and my dad had this satisfied look on his face that I'd never seen before. He told me they were taking control of the situation since I was being unreasonable. My mom said I could stay with friends until I came to my senses and signed the paperwork they'd tried to give me. I asked them if they understood they were illegally evicting me from my own property. My dad said that was a matter of perspective and that possession was 9/10 of the law. He told me I wasn't welcome in the family unless I signed over the house. Then they went inside and closed the door. I sat in my car for probably 20 minutes, just trying to process what was happening. My phone kept buzzing with texts from cousins and family friends, all saying similar things about how I'd destroyed the family and betrayed my parents. The narrative my parents had created was spreading fast. That night I packed whatever I could grab from my car. I'd left some clothes and toiletries in there from a gym bag, and drove to my friend Marcus's apartment. He'd been my roommate in college, and said I could crash on his couch as long as I needed. I felt completely defeated. I legally owned that house, had the will and deed to prove it, and somehow I was the one who ended up homeless. I spent that first week at Marcus's place in a fog, going to work and coming back to sleep on his couch. My parents had won, or so it felt. They had the house, they had the family on their side, and I had nothing but a legal document that apparently didn't matter. But then Marcus asked me something that changed everything. This brings me back to 3 weeks ago, when I was still living on Marcus's couch, feeling sorry for myself. Marcus works as a paralegal at a small firm downtown, and one night, he came home and found me just staring at my phone, reading another nasty message from a relative. He asked me if I'd actually checked the property records since my parents had locked me out. I hadn't even thought about it. I pulled up the county records website on my laptop right there at his kitchen table. It took me a few minutes to navigate their terrible system, but when I found my grandparents' address, my stomach dropped. There was a new filing dated 1 week ago, a deed transfer showing the house had been transferred from me to my parents. I must have made some kind of noise because Marcus came over and looked at the screen. He immediately said that wasn't legal, that someone couldn't just file a transfer without the actual owner's signature and notarization. But there it was, in the official county records. My name on a document I'd never seen before, supposedly signed and notarized, transferring everything to my parents. The next morning I took a half-day off work and went to the county clerk's office. I asked to see the physical documents for that transfer. The clerk brought out the file, and I saw my signature on the deed transfer form. Except it wasn't my signature. It was close, but the way the Y looped at the end of my name was wrong, and I always do this specific thing with my middle initial that wasn't there. I told the clerk this was forged. She looked uncomfortable and said I'd need to take that up with law enforcement or an attorney. But she did let me take photos of everything. The notary stamp was from someone named Jennifer Caldwell, dated for a day when I was literally at work with dozens of witnesses. I looked up Jennifer Caldwell online and found her business page. I called her right from the parking lot. When I explained the situation and gave her the date, she went quiet for a minute. Then she said she'd never notarized anything for me, had never even met me, and that someone must have used her stamp without permission. She'd reported her notary supplies stolen from her car about 2 months ago, but hadn't thought much of it since nothing else was taken. She said she'd be willing to testify to all of this if needed. That's when I called Mr. Patterson, the estate attorney. I sent him the photos of the forged documents, and he called me back within an hour. He was angry, actually angry, which was weird because he's usually very calm and professional. He said this was criminal fraud and we needed to act immediately. He told me not to confront my parents and to let him handle everything legally. The next few days were a blur of paperwork. Mr. Patterson filed an emergency injunction to freeze any transactions related to the property. We filed a police report for forgery and fraud. I had to give a statement and provide handwriting samples. The detective assigned to the case said this kind of thing was more common than people thought, especially with family property disputes. Then Mr. Patterson discovered something else. My parents had taken out a home equity loan against the house using those fake documents. $40,000, borrowed 2 days after they'd filed the fraudulent transfer. The bank had processed it quickly because the house was paid off and looked like a solid asset. My parents had already spent most of it, based on the bank statements the detective subpoenaed. The court scheduled an emergency hearing within 2 weeks. Mr. Patterson said that was fast, but the judge had seen the forged documents and wanted this resolved quickly. Those 2 weeks felt like forever. I kept expecting my parents to reach out, to try to explain or apologize or something. But there was nothing. Just silence from them and continued hostility from various relatives who still believed their version of events. The day of the hearing, I wore the only suit I owned and met Mr. Patterson at the courthouse. My parents showed up with some attorney they'd hired, and they both looked confident. Too confident. My mom was dressed like she was going to brunch, not court. When we were waiting in the hallway before going in, she walked past me and whispered that I was destroying my own family over greed. My dad wouldn't even look at me. Inside, everything moved pretty quickly. Mr. Patterson presented the original will, the forged deed transfer documents, and the handwriting analysis from an expert he'd hired. The handwriting expert explained in detail why the signature wasn't mine. Jennifer Caldwell testified via video call that she'd never notarized anything for me, and that her notary stamp had been stolen. Mr. Patterson showed the timeline of how my parents had filed the fraudulent transfer just days after locking me out of the house. My parents' attorney tried to argue that there had been a family understanding about the property, that my grandparents had always intended for the house to go to their son, my dad. He suggested I might have signed something and forgotten about it during the emotional time after my grandmother's death. It was weak, and everyone in the courtroom could tell. The prosecutor who'd been assigned to the criminal case was also there. She presented evidence of the home equity loan and showed how my parents had used forged documents to steal $40,000 from a bank using property they didn't own. She called it textbook fraud. The judge didn't even take a recess to deliberate. He ruled right from the bench. The property was restored to me immediately, with a court order that would be filed that same day. My parents were fined $50,000 for fraudulent filing and ordered to repay the bank loan within 90 days. He also referred criminal charges to the district attorney's office for the forgery and fraud. I watched my parents' faces as the judge spoke. My mom started crying halfway through. My dad's face went from confident to pale to almost gray. Their attorney tried to ask for time to appeal, but the judge shut him down and said the evidence was overwhelming and conclusive. That afternoon, a sheriff's deputy escorted me back to my house with the court order. My parents had to leave immediately and were only allowed to take personal items under supervision. They didn't say a word to me the entire time. The first night back in the house was strange. I kept expecting someone to bang on the door, or for this to somehow be temporary. But it wasn't. The court order was filed. The locks were changed again, with new ones only I had keys to, and the house was legally and definitively mine. My parents had left the place mostly intact, though they'd clearly been going through things. My grandmother's jewelry box was in a different spot. Some of my grandfather's tools were missing from the garage, and there were papers scattered around the office like they'd been searching for something. I spent that whole first week just cleaning and trying to make it feel like mine again, instead of a crime scene. Over the next month, everything fell apart for my parents. The $50,000 fine was bad enough, but the requirement to repay the $40,000 loan within 90 days basically destroyed them. Their own house was still mortgaged. They had car payments, and now they had legal fees on top of everything else. My dad tried to take out a personal loan, but got denied because of the ongoing criminal investigation. My mom's sister, the same aunt who'd left me that nasty voicemail, apparently offered to help, but could only come up with $10,000. I heard most of this through my cousin Emma, who's my age, and has always been pretty neutral in family drama. She'd text me updates without me even asking, like she thought I had a right to know what my victory was costing them. Their house went into foreclosure about 6 weeks after the court hearing. They couldn't keep up with the mortgage and the legal debts at the same time. The family WhatsApp group that I'd muted weeks ago apparently exploded during all of this. Emma sent me screenshots. Half the family was saying I could have been merciful, that I could have dropped the case once I got the house back, that blood is thicker than water. The other half had gotten quiet, or started asking questions about what my parents had actually done. My dad's sister Rita, who'd witnessed some of the stuff at the courthouse, posted a long message about how she'd had no idea my parents were capable of fraud and forgery. Some people reacted with angry emojis to that. Nobody was talking to me directly, though. I was either the villain or I was right but too toxic to associate with. Either way, I spent my first Thanksgiving back in the house completely alone. No invitations to any family gatherings, not even from the relatives who supposedly understood my side. I ordered Chinese food and ate it while sitting in my grandfather's old recliner. Then, about 2 months after the court case, Emma texted me again. She said the sheriff had just delivered an eviction notice to my parents' house. The foreclosure was final, and they had 30 days to vacate. She included a photo she'd apparently taken from her car down the street. I could see my dad in the driveway holding papers, and my mom standing behind him with her hand over her mouth. I stared at that photo for a long time. There was this sick satisfaction in seeing the same thing happen to them that they'd tried to do to me. The sheriff delivering bad news, The reality of losing your home hitting you all at once. That feeling of powerlessness. They'd experienced exactly what they'd put me through, except they'd actually deserved it. Emma said my dad had thrown the papers at the sheriff, and my mom had started crying so hard she couldn't stand up. Neighbors had come out to watch. It was apparently a whole scene. Part of me wished I'd been there to see it. Part of me was glad I wasn't. They moved into a rental apartment on the other side of town. According to Emma, it's a 2-bedroom in a complex near the highway. My parents had always lived in nice houses in quiet neighborhoods, so this was a massive downgrade. My mom apparently hasn't left the apartment much since they moved in. My dad is still working, but picked up extra hours to try to manage their debt. Christmas came and I didn't expect anything from them, but a card showed up in my mailbox 2 days before. No return address, but I recognized my mom's handwriting. Inside was just 2 words written in pen. We're homeless. Happy? Nothing else, not even their names signed at the bottom. I kept that card. I'm looking at it right now, actually, sitting here in my grandparents' living room. There's a part of me that feels guilty when I read it. These are my parents. I have memories of my dad teaching me to ride a bike in this very driveway, of my mom making my favorite cookies when I was sick. They weren't perfect, but they weren't always like this. But then I remember them standing in this same driveway, with those smug looks on their faces, telling me I wasn't welcome in my own house unless I signed away my inheritance. I remember the forged documents, the stolen notary stamp, the $40,000 they borrowed against property they'd literally stolen from me. They didn't just want the house. They wanted to take it through fraud and make me watch while they did it. They still tell everyone I destroyed the family. I see the Facebook posts from relatives, the vague statements about forgiveness and family bonds. My mom's sister posts Bible verses about honoring your parents. Nobody posts about honoring your children or not committing fraud, funny enough. Maybe I did destroy the family. I've thought about that a lot over the past few months. But I think they destroyed it first when they decided their wants mattered more than basic honesty and decency. My grandmother always told me that family protects each other, but she also said to never let anyone take what's yours. I learned loyalty from my grandparents. I learned vengeance from my parents. Last week, I got a voicemail from my mom. It was the first time either of them had tried to contact me directly in 4 months. Her voice was shaking, and she was clearly crying. She said my dad was in the hospital, that he'd had a heart attack, and that he was asking for me. She said the words like they were supposed to make me drop everything, like those 6 words would undo the past 6 months. I listened to that voicemail maybe 15 times. I still have it saved on my phone. There's this part of me, the part that remembers who they used to be, that wants to go, that wants to believe people can change, or that family really does matter more than property and money and legal battles. But there's another part that remembers standing outside this house with my key that didn't work anymore, watching my parents smile while they locked me out of my inheritance. That part remembers the forged signature and the lies they told, and the family members who believed them without question. I still haven't called back. I don't know if I will. They mocked me for being the failure of the family, so I let their lies burn their reputations instead. I'm sitting in my parents' lawyer's office right now with a folder full of evidence that's about to blow up my entire family. I, 32, have spent the last 8 months taking care of my parents, while my 2 older sisters, Rebecca, 36, and Michelle, 34, played the role of perfect daughters on social media. And 3 weeks ago, I found out they'd been plotting behind my back the entire time. But I need to back up and explain how I ended up here, because this story doesn't start with me as the hero. For most of my life, I was the family punching bag. Growing up, Rebecca and Michelle were the golden girls. Rebecca sailed through law school, married a surgeon, popped out 2 perfect kids, and became some hotshot corporate lawyer. Michelle went into marketing, got the picture-perfect family, the house in the suburbs, the whole package. Meanwhile, I was the one who barely graduated college, couldn't keep a job for more than a year, and had a messy breakup with my ex-fiancé 2 years ago that the whole family loved to discuss. Every family gathering was the same routine. My sisters would talk about their accomplishments, while I sat there trying to make myself invisible. My mom would find ways to bring up my failures in conversation. Well, at least Rebecca has a stable career. Or, Michelle's so good with money, unlike some people. My dad would just shake his head at me, like I was this constant disappointment he had to tolerate. Last Thanksgiving, before everything changed, was particularly brutal. We were all at Rebecca's house because of course we were. Her house is massive, and she loves showing it off. Michelle brought this expensive wine and made a big deal about how she'd been promoted again. I'd just been let go from another job and was living in a tiny apartment I could barely afford. Rebecca made some joke about how I should try adulting sometime, and everyone laughed. My mom actually laughed. That's the kind of family dynamic I'm talking about. So when my parents called me 8 months ago, I was shocked. My dad had a heart attack. Not a massive one, but enough to scare everyone. My mom's arthritis had gotten so bad she could barely do daily tasks anymore. They needed help, and apparently, I was the only option available. I asked about Rebecca and Michelle. Rebecca was too busy with work, had some big case she couldn't leave. Michelle had her kids' activities and her job and just couldn't make it work with her schedule. But me? The failure with no real career and no family? I could drop everything. And I did. I packed up my stuff, broke my lease, and moved back into my childhood bedroom at 32 years old. I figured maybe this was my chance to finally prove I wasn't useless. Maybe if I took care of them, they'd finally see me as something other than the family embarrassment. The reality of it hit fast. I was cooking 3 meals a day, doing all the cleaning, driving my parents to every doctor's appointment, managing their medications, paying their bills from their accounts because they'd given me access. My days started at 6 a.m. and didn't end until I got them to bed around 9 p.m. It was exhausting. Meanwhile, Rebecca and Michelle would video chat once a week. They'd spend 20 minutes asking how Mom and Dad were doing, making sympathetic noises, and then talking about their own lives. Rebecca sent money sometimes, a few $100s here and there, like that made up for anything. Michelle sent gift baskets, actual gift baskets, like that's what our parents needed. The worst part was they were posting about family values online. Michelle had this whole Instagram thing going about the importance of taking care of elderly parents. Rebecca would share articles about filial responsibility on Facebook, and everyone would comment about how wonderful they were, what good daughters they had become. Nobody knew I was the one actually doing everything. My parents were grateful, I think, but they still couldn't help themselves. Little comments about how I should be using this time to think about my career, or asking when I was going to get my life together, or wondering if I'd ever find someone after my breakup. It stung, but I swallowed it. I kept thinking if I just proved myself enough, things would change. 3 weeks ago, everything I thought I knew shattered. I was in the kitchen making lunch when I heard my dad on the phone in his office. The door was cracked open, and I heard him say something about signing the papers, and Rebecca said it's all set. My stomach dropped. I didn't know what papers he was talking about, but something felt wrong. I waited until both my parents were napping that afternoon. They nap every day around 2 p.m., like clockwork. I went into my dad's office and started looking through the files on his desk. That's when I found it. Power of attorney documents. Signed 2 months ago. Both of my sisters were listed as having power of attorney over my parents' medical and financial decisions. My name wasn't anywhere on the paperwork. I kept digging. There were realtor estimates for the house, emails between my sisters about selling the property, A whole thread of messages about putting my parents in a facility and splitting the proceeds from the house sale between the two of them. One email from Michelle to Rebecca stood out. Mom and Dad agree she's too irresponsible to be trusted with anything important. Better we handle everything. Once we sell the house, we'll finally have enough for that lake house we wanted. Another one from Rebecca. Just keep reassuring them about the nice facility. They don't need to know it's the cheapest one that takes Medicaid. The difference in cost goes straight to us. I sat there in my dad's office, in the house I'd been taking care of for 8 months, reading about how my sisters had convinced our parents that I was incompetent. While I was literally keeping them fed, medicated, and alive, Rebecca and Michelle were plotting to sell their home out from under them and stick them in the cheapest nursing home they could find so they could buy a vacation property. The betrayal hit me in waves. My parents, who I'd been sacrificing everything for, had signed these documents, believing I couldn't be trusted. My sisters, who'd done nothing but send money and gift baskets, were about to profit off my labor and our parents' assets. I took pictures of everything with my phone. Every document, every email, every text message I could find. I went through my dad's email because he'd given me the password months ago for paying bills online. There were months of correspondence between my sisters planning this whole thing. That night, I made dinner like normal. I smiled at my parents like normal. I helped my mom with her medication and got my dad settled in his chair like normal. And the whole time, I was thinking about what to do next. That's when I decided I was done being the family joke. If they wanted to play dirty, I'd show them what real consequences looked like. I spent the next 3 weeks becoming a detective in my own home. Every bill I paid, I photographed the receipt. Every medication I administered, I logged it with timestamps. Every grocery run, every doctor's appointment, every single thing I did for my parents got documented. I created spreadsheets showing 8 months of care that I'd provided, while my sisters did basically nothing. I also started recording conversations. My phone was always in my pocket, recording app ready to go. When my parents would get on the phone with Rebecca or Michelle, I'd make sure I was nearby. I caught my mom telling Rebecca that I'd been difficult lately because I'd asked them about some financial documents. I recorded my dad telling Michelle that they were lucky to have daughters they could trust with important decisions, implying I wasn't one of those daughters. The evidence kept piling up. I went through months of emails between my sisters. Rebecca had been the mastermind, but Michelle was fully on board. They'd been planning this since before I even moved back home. One email from 4 months ago had Rebecca writing, "Once Dad's health gets bad enough, we'll need to move quickly on the house. The market's good right now." They'd been waiting for my parents to get worse. They'd been counting on it. My sisters kept calling during those 3 weeks, and I noticed they were being extra nice to my parents, asking detailed questions about the house, about their finances, about their wishes for the future. Always steering the conversation toward, wouldn't it be easier if you didn't have to worry about maintaining this big house? My parents would agree, say maybe it was time to downsize, and I'd be in the other room screaming internally. 2 weeks ago, both sisters announced they were coming for Sunday dinner. This was huge because neither of them had visited in person since I'd moved back. They'd made excuses every time, but suddenly they were both available on the same day. They showed up with flowers and wine and all this fanfare. Rebecca brought some expensive chocolates for Mom. Michelle had presents for Dad. They hugged me and told me how grateful they were for everything I was doing. It was so fake I almost laughed. During dinner, they kept bringing up how tired I must be, how I deserved a break. Rebecca suggested I take a weekend trip, go visit some friends, relax for once. Michelle jumped in saying they'd be happy to stay with Mom and Dad, give me some time off. They were being so insistent about it that I realized what was happening. They wanted me gone so they could finalize everything without me there. I played along, said I'd think about it. Maybe I could use a break. They seemed pleased with themselves. After dinner, I excused myself to do dishes. I left my phone on the dining room table, recording app running, hidden under a napkin. I could hear everything from the kitchen. Rebecca started talking about the plans moving forward, and how they'd found a really nice facility that had an opening. Michelle mentioned that the realtor was ready to list the house whenever they gave the word. My dad said something about wanting to make sure I'd be okay, and Rebecca actually laughed. She said I'd be fine, that I'd probably be relieved to get back to my own life. My mom agreed, said maybe this would be the push I needed to finally get myself together. I had the whole conversation recorded. 15 minutes of them discussing selling the house, moving my parents, and splitting the money. My parents asking a few questions, but mostly just going along with whatever my sisters said. Nobody mentioned that I'd been the one taking care of them. Nobody suggested maybe I should be involved in these decisions. The next morning, I called Mr. Peterson. He's been my parents' estate lawyer for 20 years, handled their wills and everything. I told him I needed to meet with him privately, that there was a situation he needed to know about. He could tell from my voice it was serious and fit me in that afternoon. I showed him everything. The power of attorney documents, the emails, the text messages, the recordings. I watched his face change as he went through it all. He kept shaking his head, muttering about undue influence and manipulation. He said what my sisters had done was potentially illegal, that they'd used their positions to convince my parents to exclude me while I was actively providing care. Mr. Peterson helped me file a complaint with Adult Protective Services. He also made a call to the state bar about Rebecca, since she'd used her position as a lawyer to manipulate elderly parents. That could affect her license. We froze any potential sale of the house by flagging it with the county. Everything my sisters had planned was suddenly on hold. Then I arranged a family meeting. I told my parents we needed to discuss something important and that Mr. Peterson would be joining us. I didn't tell my sisters he'd be there. I just said we were having a family dinner to talk about the future. Rebecca and Michelle showed up expecting a casual meal. Instead, they walked into the living room and saw Mr. Peterson sitting there with folders of documents. I've never seen them look so panicked. I didn't waste time. I told them we needed to talk about the power of attorney. My dad started to say something, but I cut him off. I'd been silent for 8 months and I was done. I laid out the printed emails first. Put them right on the coffee table where everyone could see them. Michelle's text about getting me out of the house as soon as possible. Rebecca's email about the cheap facility and their lake house plans. My parents kept looking between the papers and my sisters, confusion turning into horror on their faces. Rebecca tried to defend it immediately. She said they were just trying to help, that I wasn't equipped to handle complex financial decisions. She brought up my job history, my breakup, everything she could think of to make me look incompetent. So I pulled out my documentation. 8 months of records showing every single thing I'd done for our parents. Every bill paid on time. Every medication managed correctly. Every appointment attended. I had proof of everything, while they'd done nothing but make phone calls and send gift baskets. Michelle started crying, saying they meant well, that they were just worried about everyone. She tried to claim they never meant to cut me out, that it was all a misunderstanding. That's when I played the recording from Sunday dinner. Their voices filled the room, talking about the house sale, the facility, splitting the money. My mom's voice saying, maybe this would help me get my life together. All of it laid bare. My mom started crying. My dad's face went red and he turned to Rebecca and Michelle, demanding to know if this was all true. Were they really planning to put them in the cheapest place they could find? Were they really going to take the money for themselves? Neither of my sisters could look at him. Mr. Peterson explained the legal situation. The power of attorney had been obtained under questionable circumstances, with my sisters implying I was planning to take advantage of our parents financially, which was ironic considering what they were actually planning. He said based on the evidence, this could be considered undue influence or manipulation of vulnerable adults. That's when I dropped the final bomb. I told them I'd already filed the complaint with Adult Protective Services. I'd also contacted the state bar about Rebecca's conduct. The house sale was frozen. Everything they'd planned was falling apart. Rebecca started screaming at me, calling me vindictive and cruel. Michelle was sobbing, saying I was destroying the family. They both turned on me, blaming me for exposing what they'd done instead of just talking to them privately. I stayed calm. I looked at both of them and said they'd made me the villain for years, and now I was just showing everyone who the real villains were. My parents revoked the power of attorney right there. Mr. Peterson had brought the paperwork just in case, and my dad signed it immediately. He was shaking, whether from anger or shock, I couldn't tell. My mom couldn't stop crying. My sisters left. Rebecca slammed the door on her way out. Michelle tried one more time to say this was all a misunderstanding, but nobody was listening anymore. I sat there in the living room with my parents and their lawyer, surrounded by evidence of my sister's betrayal, and felt absolutely nothing. No victory, no satisfaction, just emptiness. The next few days were absolute chaos. Rebecca and Michelle immediately started calling every relative we had, spinning their own version of events. I was the manipulator in their story, the one who'd been isolating our parents and turning them against their other daughters. They painted themselves as concerned siblings who were just trying to protect mom and dad from my influence. But here's the thing about having evidence. It speaks louder than stories. I didn't engage with the family gossip at first. I just sent the documentation to a few key relatives who I knew would actually look at it. My Aunt Carol, my dad's sister, called me within an hour of reading through everything. She apologized for years of believing my sister's narrative about me. She said she'd always thought something felt off about how perfect they seemed, but she'd never questioned it. A few of my cousins reached out too. Apparently my sisters had been talking badly about me to extended family for years, and now people were connecting the dots. One cousin told me Michelle had said at a wedding last year that I was probably going to try to take advantage of our parents eventually. They'd been setting up this narrative for a long time. The professional consequences started hitting fast. Rebecca's law firm launched an internal review after the state bar complaint. Apparently, having a client complaint about ethics violations is a big deal, especially when it involves elderly family members. Her partners were not happy. Michelle's perfect social media presence crumbled almost overnight. Some family drama leaked into her friend circle, and suddenly all those posts about family values looked hypocritical. People started questioning her in the comments, asking pointed questions about her parents' well-being. Rebecca's husband called me once. He said he didn't know the full extent of what she'd been planning, and that he was disturbed by what he'd learned. He didn't apologize on her behalf, but I could tell their marriage was strained. Michelle's friends stopped commenting on her posts. The silence was probably worse than any criticism. My parents spent those first days apologizing constantly. My dad would start crying randomly, saying he'd been a terrible father. My mom couldn't look at me without guilt written all over her face. She kept saying she didn't understand how she'd believed Rebecca and Michelle over me, how she'd let them convince her I was irresponsible, when I was the one who'd been there every single day. It was hard to hear. Part of me wanted to be vindicated by their apologies, but mostly I just felt sad. These were people in their 60s, dealing with health problems, and now they had to face the fact that 2 of their daughters had tried to exploit them, that their golden girls weren't who they thought they were. Mr. Peterson helped us get all the legal paperwork in order. My parents granted me full power of attorney, both medical and financial. I'm now in complete control of their care and all their assets. The irony isn't lost on me. The daughter they thought was too irresponsible to be trusted is now the only one they can trust. Rebecca tried to apologize via email about 2 weeks after everything exploded. It was one of those non-apology apologies where she said she was sorry I felt hurt, but that her intentions had been good. She blamed stress from work, said she'd been thinking about what was best for everyone, claimed she never meant for things to go this far. She didn't actually acknowledge what she'd done wrong. The email was more about managing her guilt than making things right. Michelle showed up at the house unannounced a few days later. She wanted to talk it out, said we were family, and families work through things. She cried and said she missed Mom and Dad, that she'd made mistakes, but so had I by going nuclear on them. She tried to hug me and I stepped back. I told her I wasn't interested in talking unless she could fully acknowledge what she'd done. Not just that she'd made mistakes, but that she'd deliberately manipulated our parents for money while I was taking care of them. She couldn't do it. She kept deflecting, saying things were complicated, that I didn't understand the full picture. I asked her to leave. She did, but not before telling Mom that I was keeping her from her own daughter. My mom didn't respond, which said everything. It's been 3 months since everything exploded. I'm still living with my parents and probably will be for the foreseeable future. But the relationship is completely different now. They treat me with actual respect. They ask my opinion on things. They thank me for meals and for taking them to appointments. My dad started telling me about his childhood recently, stories I'd never heard before. My mom asks about my day and actually listens to the answer. We've been working with Mr. Peterson to update their will properly. Everything is documented correctly now. No room for manipulation or confusion. I've made sure my parents understand exactly what every document means before they sign anything. My sisters barely call anymore. Rebecca sends short text messages to my parents once every few weeks asking how they're doing. Michelle tried doing the weekly video chats for a while, but they were awkward and painful, so those dropped off too. The holidays are coming up, and my parents haven't said anything about whether they expect my sisters to come for Christmas or Thanksgiving. I haven't decided how I feel about it. Part of me thinks they should face each other, that we need to deal with this as a family eventually. But another part of me thinks my parents deserve peace in whatever time they have left, and my sisters only bring chaos and guilt. The thing nobody tells you about winning is that it doesn't feel how you expect. I exposed my sisters and got recognition for everything I'd done. I have control over my parents' care now, and they finally see me as capable. My sisters' reputations are damaged, maybe permanently. I got everything I thought I wanted. But our family is shattered. Some relatives have taken sides and refused to speak to each other. My parents are dealing with the emotional fallout during what might be their final years. My dad's health is declining. His heart isn't what it used to be. And instead of spending his time in peace, he's caught in this tension between his daughters. I started going to therapy 6 weeks ago. My therapist asked me what I wanted the outcome to be when I first found those documents. I said I wanted justice, wanted them to face consequences for what they'd done. She asked if that's what I really wanted, or if I wanted them to hurt the way they'd hurt me for years. I didn't have an answer. Some relatives still think I overreacted. My uncle said I should have handled it privately, that airing family business like this was shameful. A few cousins think I went too far by reporting Rebecca to the state bar, that I was trying to ruin her career. They conveniently forget that she was trying to exploit our parents for a lake house. The complicated truth is, I don't know if I did the right thing. I know what my sisters did was wrong, that's not in question. But I chose the most destructive path possible to expose them. I could have confronted them privately first. I could have talked to my parents before involving lawyers and protective services. I went straight for the nuclear option because I wanted them to suffer. And they are suffering. Rebecca's career is hanging by a thread. Michelle's perfect life image is destroyed. Their relationship with our parents might never recover. I did that. I chose that. Yesterday, my mom asked me if I thought my sisters would ever come back, if we could ever be a family again. She looked so small and sad when she asked. I told her I didn't know. The truth is, I do know. We can't go back to what we were because what we were was broken. I was the scapegoat. They were the golden children, and our parents enabled all of it. That family doesn't exist anymore. Whether something new can be built from the wreckage, I have no idea. Last night I found out Rebecca's been talking to a different lawyer about contesting the new power of attorney. She's claiming I coerced our parents while they were emotionally vulnerable. Michelle's apparently backing her up on this. Mr. Peterson says they don't have a case, that the evidence against them is too strong, but they're going to try anyway. So I guess this isn't over. Maybe it'll never be over. I thought exposing them would end it, but I'm starting to realize I didn't just expose them. I detonated the entire family structure, and now we're all living in the aftermath. I'm sitting here with full control over my parents' lives, my sisters plotting their next move, and no idea if I saved my family or destroyed it. They said I didn't deserve the family farm, so I let them watch me buy it back at auction. I, 32, never thought I'd be the one to save my family's legacy, but here we are. My dad died 8 years ago, and his brothers, my Uncle Rick, 58, and Uncle Tom, 54, convinced my grieving mom to sign over our family farm for practically nothing. Mom's 56 now, remarried, living in another state, and she's mostly made peace with what happened. I haven't. Let me back up to 8 years ago when this nightmare started. Dad had a heart attack at 48, completely unexpected. One day he was fine, the next day he was gone. The farm had been in our family since the 1890s, 160 acres of land in rural countryside that should have passed to my mom, then eventually to me. That's how it had always worked in our family. Mom was a wreck after the funeral. She could barely function. I was 24, fresh out of college, trying to help her with arrangements while also dealing with my own grief. That's when my uncles swooped in during the funeral reception. I remember Uncle Tom pulling Mom aside in the church basement, Uncle Rick standing there with his hand on her shoulder. They pitched it as helping her out. The farm was too much for her to handle alone, they said. It would be too complicated to manage from a distance. They'd keep it in the family. Just a formality, really. Mom was so out of it she barely asked questions. They bought it from her for $120,000. The land was worth easily $800,000. Probably more. I found out later they'd already had the paperwork drawn up before the funeral. Mom signed everything within 2 weeks of Dad dying. I tried to tell her to wait, to think about it, but she said she trusted them. They were Dad's brothers. Family doesn't screw over family, she said. I felt completely powerless to stop it. I was barely starting my career, had no money, no legal standing. I watched it happen and couldn't do a damn thing. Fast forward 3 years. I was 27 by then, working as a financial analyst, finally stable in my career. I was browsing vacation rentals one weekend, just looking at options for a trip, and I stumbled across a listing that made my blood run cold. I recognized the property immediately from the photos. The barn Dad and I used to work in. The massive oak tree he'd planted when I was born. Our family farm. The listing called it Luxury Rustic Retreat, Historic Family Farm Renovated to Perfection. They were charging $450 a night. The description went on about the authentic farmhouse experience, the carefully preserved historical details. Some of the photos on the wall in the background were actual pictures of our family that they'd kept up as vintage decor. I felt sick looking at it. That's when I started digging into public records. Turns out my uncles held the property for only 6 months before taking out massive loans against it. They'd borrowed nearly $300,000 for renovations and used the farm as collateral. The property got reappraised at $1.2 million after all the improvements. They'd incorporated the business under both their names and were running it as a legit company. But what really got me were their social media posts. Uncle Rick had posted photos of the renovated farmhouse with a caption that said, "What happens when real businessmen take over? Some people are meant to own land, others are meant to work it." There were other posts too, bragging about their success, talking about how they'd rescued the property. One comment from Uncle Rick literally said they'd saved the land from incompetence. I called Uncle Tom first because he'd always been the nicer one. I asked him directly about the sale, about the flip. He told me Mom was happy to sell and that she got a fair price for what it was worth back then. When I pushed him about flipping it immediately, he said they took all the risk and made all the improvements. "That's just business," he said. Uncle Rick wouldn't even take my call. I tried reaching him 3 times and he never picked up. I told Mom what I'd found. She got quiet for a long time, then said she'd made peace with it and didn't want to cause family drama. This conversation happened 4 years ago when I was 28. That's when I realized no one was going to fix this but me. That's when I decided to play the long game. I started monitoring the property obsessively. I set up Google alerts for the farm's address, tracked their business permits, watched their tax records and loan documents, all public information. I checked every few months to see how they were doing. I didn't have a concrete plan yet, but I had this fantasy that someday, somehow, I'd get it back. Then, about 18 months ago, things started to fall apart for them. The economy took a hit, and luxury vacation rentals got hammered. I noticed their online reviews started mentioning maintenance issues, leaky roofs, broken appliances, things not working. The public records showed they missed a property tax payment. Then they missed another one. Then the bank filed a notice of default on their renovation loan. I watched it all happen in real time through public filings, and I knew I had to be ready. 6 months ago, I got the Google alert I'd been waiting for. Public auction scheduled due to tax delinquency and loan default. The total debt was $425,000 between back taxes, penalties, and what they still owed on the renovation loan. The auction was set for 10 weeks out. I immediately started liquidating investments and talking to banks. I got pre-approved for a $600,000 loan within a week. I didn't tell anyone what I was planning, not even Mom. Those 10 weeks were excruciating. I drove by the property twice but stayed in the car both times. I could see it was deteriorating, peeling paint, landscaping that had gone wild. I looked up my uncles on social media. Uncle Rick was posting about temporary setbacks and market corrections. Uncle Tom had gone completely quiet online. 1 week before the auction, I took a personal day off work to finalize all my financing. I had everything lined up. My plan was to bid up to $550,000 if I had to. I had the cash and the loan approved. I was ready. The morning of the auction, I got to the county courthouse an hour early. It was a gray November morning, cold enough that I could see my breath. There were about 30 people milling around, investors mostly, some curious locals. I dressed in plain clothes, wore a baseball cap and sunglasses. I wanted to blend in. I spotted Uncle Rick and Uncle Tom standing near their truck. They looked rough. Uncle Rick had put on weight, and Uncle Tom looked like he hadn't slept in weeks. I stayed back in the crowd, but I could hear them talking. Uncle Rick was saying maybe it wouldn't go too high, that they could figure out a way to buy it back later. Uncle Tom just looked stressed. I positioned myself in the back and waited. The auctioneer started at $300,000. 3 investors immediately raised their paddles. The bidding moved fast. $320,000, $340,000, $360,000. I stayed still, just watching. Uncle Rick raised his paddle at $380,000, and the auctioneer paused, noted his conflict of interest since he was a previous owner, but said he could bid as long as he had proof of funds. Uncle Rick nodded, and the bidding continued. 2 investors kept pushing it higher. $400,000, $420,000. My heart was pounding, but I kept my face neutral. At $440,000, it was down to just one investor besides me. Uncle Tom was visibly panicking next to their truck, talking frantically to Uncle Rick. I could see him gesturing, shaking his head. The investor bid $450,000. Uncle Rick tried to counter, but the auctioneer shut him down. He couldn't provide sufficient proof of funds on the spot. The other investor looked relieved and bid $455,000. That's when I finally raised my paddle. $475,000. The crowd got quieter. The investor turned around to look at me, trying to figure out who I was. He hesitated, then bid $480,000. I didn't even wait. $500,000. Just like that. The investor stared at me for a few seconds, then shook his head and stepped back. He was done. The auctioneer started his countdown. Going once, going twice. That's when Uncle Tom spotted me in the crowd. I saw him nudge Uncle Rick, point in my direction. Uncle Rick squinted, trying to see past the sunglasses and hat. Recognition hit his face right as the auctioneer brought down the gavel. Sold for $500,000 to bidder number 47. Me. Uncle Rick's expression went from confusion to pure rage in about 2 seconds. Uncle Tom looked like he might actually throw up. I didn't react. I just walked toward the courthouse to handle the paperwork. The process inside took about 90 minutes. Inspections, signing documents, payment arrangements. Standard procedure for auction purchases. When I finally came back outside, both my uncles were waiting by my car. I'd known they would be. Uncle Rick started immediately. He asked what the hell I thought I was doing. I told him I was buying property at a public auction. Simple as that. Uncle Tom cut in saying I didn't understand, that they could fix this. They just needed more time. His voice had this desperate edge to it that almost made me feel bad. Almost. Then Uncle Rick said something that killed any sympathy I might have had. He told me Dad would be ashamed of me for this. That line made something snap inside me, but I kept my face calm. I told them they had 30 days to vacate per the eviction terms, and that I'd have the formal notice sent to them. Uncle Rick stepped closer, getting aggressive. He said they'd put hundreds of thousands into the place, and that I was stealing from them. I reminded him that they'd put debt into it, debt they couldn't pay, and that wasn't my problem. Uncle Tom tried a different approach. He said we were family and could work something out. Maybe they could lease it back, pay me rent, turn it into a business arrangement. I actually considered it for a moment. Not because I wanted to help them, but because I wanted to see how far they'd go. I told them I'd think about it. Uncle Tom's whole face changed. He actually smiled. Uncle Rick immediately started talking about having their lawyer draft something by the next day. I got in my car and left without saying anything else. The drive home took about 45 minutes, and I spent the whole time thinking. I remembered Dad teaching me to drive the tractor on that land when I was 14. I remembered the summer before I left for college, when Dad told me that someday all of this would be mine. I remembered walking into the kitchen and seeing Mom at the table with those papers in front of her, tears running down her face, my uncles standing on either side of her. And I remembered that Facebook post. Some people are meant to own land, others are meant to work it. By the time I pulled into my driveway, I'd made my decision. No deal. They had to go. I spent the next week talking to a real estate attorney. The 30-day eviction notice was standard for foreclosure sales, completely legal and enforceable. My attorney told me not to communicate with them directly and to let him handle everything. But I had a different idea. I wanted them to know exactly who was doing this and why. 10 days after the auction, I drove out to the farm. It was the first time I'd actually stepped foot on the property in 8 years. I parked in the driveway and just sat there for a minute, looking at the house. Then I got out and knocked on the door. Uncle Tom answered. His face lit up when he saw me. He asked if I'd thought about their offer. I handed him the eviction notice. I told him he had 20 days remaining, and that after that, the sheriff would remove them if necessary. I watched his face fall. He said I'd told them I'd think about it. I said I had thought about it, and the answer was no. That's when Uncle Rick appeared behind him in the doorway. He started to say something, but I cut him off. I told them that Dad had left the farm to Mom, that they'd taken advantage of her grief, and that they'd made a business decision back then. This was my business decision now. The next 20 days dragged. My uncles tried calling me repeatedly, but I ignored every call. They tried going through Mom instead. She called me confused and upset, asking what was happening. I explained everything to her for the first time. The flip, the loans, the Airbnb, the Facebook posts. All of it. Mom cried. She said she didn't know they'd flipped it so quickly, that they'd told her they were going to farm it themselves. She asked me what I was planning to do with the property. I told her I was going to keep it, like Dad had wanted. There was a long silence. Then she said good. She said she was sorry she couldn't do it herself back then. Day 30 came. I showed up with a moving truck and 2 friends I'd hired to help with the transition. There was already a sheriff's deputy there, which was standard procedure. My uncles were loading boxes into a U-Haul, both of them looking completely defeated. Uncle Tom tried one more time as I walked past. He asked me to please reconsider, said they had nowhere to go. I didn't respond. Uncle Rick called out that this didn't make me a better person, that I was just as ruthless as I thought they were. That one I answered. I told him the difference was that this land was mine by right. They'd stolen it from my mother when she was vulnerable. I'd bought it legally at a public auction. We weren't the same. They finished loading in silence. As they pulled away, Uncle Tom looked back at the farm one last time. Uncle Rick just stared straight ahead. I stood there and watched them disappear down the road. That evening, I made a Facebook post. I posted a photo of myself standing in front of the farmhouse and wrote that the family land was back in the family. Thanks to public auctions and patience. I tagged both my uncles in it. I didn't go into details because I didn't need to. The people who knew, knew. The comments section exploded within hours. Extended family members started taking sides. Some people who knew the whole backstory commented saying, "Good for me." Others were more critical. Both my uncles blocked me within 24 hours. I expected that. The family fractured after that post. My grandma, who's 84 and is my dad's mom, called me crying. She said she was grateful the farm was back where it belonged, but sad that the family was broken. My Aunt Carol, Dad's sister, called me separately to say it was about damn time someone stood up to those two. Uncle Rick's adult kids, my cousins, sent me angry messages calling me vindictive and cruel. Uncle Tom's daughter actually reached out privately and apologized for what her dad had done. She said he felt terrible about everything. Thanksgiving that year was a disaster. The family split into 2 gatherings, one with people who supported what I did, one with people who thought I'd gone too far. I didn't go to either one. I spent it at the farm with Mom, who flew in for the weekend. We ate turkey sandwiches on the porch and didn't talk much. It was better that way. Now, 3 months after taking possession, the property is starting to look like itself again. It needed serious work after years of neglect. The Airbnb renovations were all cosmetic. They'd made things look good for photos but ignored actual maintenance. I hired contractors to fix the roof, replace rotted boards, deal with a plumbing issue they'd apparently been ignoring for months. It's cost me about $40,000 so far, but it's worth it. I found some of the original furniture in the barn that my uncles had stored away when they did their renovations. Dad's old workbench was still there, covered in dust. I spent an entire Saturday cleaning it off and moving it back into the garage where it used to be. I'm not handy like Dad was, but having it there feels right. I decided not to continue the Airbnb business. I thought about it for maybe a day, realized I'd hate having strangers in Dad's house, and scrapped the idea completely. My current plan is to keep it as family land. Maybe I'll move out here eventually, but for now I'm leasing the acreage to a local farmer for crops and using the farmhouse on weekends. It's peaceful. No drama, no tenants, just land. While cleaning out the attic a few weeks ago, I found boxes that belonged to Dad. Old photos, some documents, family records going back generations. At the bottom of one box, I found Dad's will. He'd made one about a year before he died. I'd never seen it before. The will explicitly left everything to Mom, with a specific clause that the farm was to be held in trust for me when I turned 30. It was all right there in legal language. My uncles had to have known about this. They had to. I called Mom and asked her about it. She confirmed that they'd shown her the will right after the funeral, but told her it didn't matter, that it would be easier and cheaper to just sell the property to them directly, rather than go through probate. She'd trusted them. She'd believed they were helping her avoid legal complications. I took the will to my attorney. He looked it over and told me I might have a case for fraud and undue influence. He said we could potentially sue them for the difference in value between what they paid and what the property was actually worth. The calculation was brutal. They bought it for $120,000, and the property was worth at least $1.2 million after their improvements. Probably worth $800,000 minimum, even before the renovations. We were talking about over $1 million in potential damages. That's been sitting with me for 2 weeks now. My attorney needs an answer about whether I want to pursue it. Part of me wants to take them for everything they have left. They deliberately misled my mother, took advantage of her grief, and profited off our family's land. They deserve to pay for that. But another part of me is just exhausted. I got the farm back. Isn't that enough? I haven't decided yet. My attorney keeps telling me I have a strong case and that I should at least file to preserve my rights. The statute of limitations is ticking, but every time I think about going through a lawsuit, dragging this out for another year or two, I feel tired. My uncles are living in a rental apartment 2 towns over now. Uncle Rick apparently had to declare bankruptcy. I heard that through Aunt Carol. Uncle Tom got a job as a property manager for someone else's properties, which I'm sure is humiliating for him. They haven't tried to contact me in the past 2 months. No calls, no messages, nothing. Aunt Carol sees them occasionally at family things and says they're bitter but broke. She doesn't seem particularly sympathetic to them. I run into her every few weeks and she always asks how the farm is doing. She came out to visit once and we walked the property line together. She told me Dad would be proud. I'm not sure about that, but it was nice to hear. Last weekend I spent both days at the farm. Saturday I just walked around, followed the fence line the way Dad used to. He'd walk it every Sunday morning, checking for damage, looking at the land. I never understood why he did it until now. It's meditative. You see things you'd miss otherwise. Sunday I sat on the porch and watched the sunset over the fields. I tried to remember the last time I'd done that with Dad. I couldn't pin down a specific memory, which bothered me more than it should have. Mom asked me recently if I feel guilty about any of this. I told her sometimes. Not about buying the farm back, that was the right thing to do, but about enjoying their misery. Because I do enjoy it sometimes. When I hear that Uncle Rick had to declare bankruptcy, there's a part of me that feels satisfied. When I think about Uncle Tom managing someone else's properties after losing ours, I feel a sense of justice. But there's also a part of me that wonders if I've gone too far, if I'm becoming someone Dad wouldn't recognize. My friends are split on the whole thing. Some say I did exactly what I should have done, that family doesn't get a pass for screwing you over. Others think I was cold, that I could have worked something out with them. My girlfriend is firmly in the make them pay camp. She thinks I should pursue the lawsuit and take them for everything. She says they deserve it. I don't know what I think anymore. The victory feels hollow sometimes. I got what I wanted, but the cost was relationships I'll never get back. Uncle Tom's daughter told me last month that her dad has been drinking heavily. She didn't ask me to do anything about it, just said it like she needed to tell someone. Uncle Rick apparently tells anyone who'll listen that I'm a snake who betrayed the family. I heard he's been bad-mouthing me at the local diner, telling his version of the story where he and Uncle Tom were the victims. Yesterday, Uncle Tom's daughter reached out again. She said her dad wants to apologize, wants to talk. She said he knows he messed up and wants to make things right. I haven't responded yet. I don't know what there is to talk about. An apology doesn't change what happened. It doesn't give Mom back those 8 years of knowing her husband's land was being used to make his brothers rich. It doesn't undo the Facebook posts or the bragging or any of it. And there's something else I haven't mentioned to anyone yet. Last week, someone spray-painted the word thief on the barn door. Big red letters. I don't know who did it, but I can guess. I haven't cleaned it off yet. Part of me wonders if they're right. I keep telling myself I'm not a thief, that I bought the property legally, that it should have been mine anyway. But that word is still there every time I drive up. So here I am, sitting on the porch of the house my great-great-grandfather built, wondering if I'm the hero or the villain in this story. The farm is mine, legally and morally, I believe, but the cost was higher than I expected. Uncle Tom's daughter says he's been drinking heavily. Uncle Rick tells everyone I'm a snake. And that spray paint is still on the barn because part of me wonders if maybe they're right about something. The attorney needs an answer about the lawsuit by Friday. I could take them for everything they have left, which isn't much, but it's something. Mom says to let it go. My girlfriend says to make them pay. And me? I honestly don't know if there's a finish line to this, or if I've already crossed it. When I let my father's favorite son learn the hard way what loyalty really means. I'm 34 years old, and my brother Dan is 37. For as long as I can remember, Dad made it crystal clear who his favorite was, and it definitely wasn't me. The pattern started early and never stopped. When Dan dropped out of college sophomore year, Dad said he was finding himself, and not everyone fits the traditional mold. When I graduated summa cum laude 3 years later, Dad told me I should have aimed for a more prestigious school. Dan got a DUI at 25, and Dad called it a wake-up call that would make him stronger. I got promoted to senior analyst at 28, and Dad barely looked up from his newspaper. It wasn't subtle, and after a while, I stopped expecting anything different. About 5 years ago, everything shifted when Dad got diagnosed with congestive heart failure. The doctors said he needed constant monitoring, help with daily tasks, medication management, the whole deal. I lived 20 minutes away. Dan lived 45 minutes away, but might as well have been in another state for how often he showed up. I became the default caregiver without anyone actually asking me. Doctor appointments twice a week, sometimes 3 times when things got bad. Hospital stays that lasted days where I'd sleep in those awful chairs. Managing his medications, making sure he actually took them, coordinating with his insurance company, paying his bills when he couldn't focus enough to do it himself. I tried calling Dan for help in the beginning. He always had an excuse, too busy with work. I lived closer anyway. I was better at handling medical stuff. After the 5th or 6th excuse, I stopped calling. 2 years into taking care of Dad, he started talking about getting his affairs in order. That's when Dan suddenly remembered he had a father. He started showing up with Dad's favorite Chinese takeout, watching football games with him, acting like he'd been there all along. Dad ate it up. He'd tell me, "See, your brother does care. You're always too hard on him." I'd bite my tongue and go back to sorting through Dad's medical bills. Last October, Dad passed away. It wasn't dramatic or sudden. His heart just gave out one night. The funeral was small. The will reading happened 2 weeks later, and that's when I found out exactly how much my years of sacrifice meant. Everything went to Dan. The house, the savings account, the car, all of it. The lawyer read Dad's reasoning out loud. Dan needs it more, and I know my daughter will be fine on her own. I got a line in the will thanking me for my help. That was it. Dan couldn't even pretend to be humble about it. He smirked at me across the lawyer's office and said, "Guess hard work doesn't always pay off, huh?" I drove home that day and didn't cry. I didn't yell or throw things or call him screaming. I just sat in my kitchen and felt something cold settle in my chest. A decision formed, slowly, quietly. I wasn't going to fight the will or make a scene. I was just going to handle the estate paperwork like I'd planned. Because someone had to do it, and Dan sure as hell wouldn't figure it out himself. The week after the funeral, Dan called me, completely overwhelmed. He had boxes of legal documents, estate paperwork, tax forms, and he didn't understand any of it. Could I help him sort through it all? He didn't get the legal jargon. I said yes, because, honestly, someone had to do it, and it might as well be me. I went over to Dad's house and started going through everything systematically. That's when I found it, buried in a stack of notices Dad had shoved in a drawer. Property tax statements going back 7 years. Unpaid. Dad had been ignoring them, and the county had been adding penalties and interest the whole time. I did the math. With everything calculated, the debt came to around $87,000. Here's the thing about inheriting property with tax debt. It doesn't just disappear. It transfers directly to the new owner. Whoever accepts the house accepts everything attached to it. Dan was now legally responsible for every cent. I sat there with those papers in my hand for a long time. I could warn him. I could help him refuse the inheritance or contest the will so we'd split the debt. I could do a lot of things. Instead, I filed everything exactly as it was supposed to be filed. I made sure every single document listed Dan as the sole heir. I triple-checked that all the paperwork was perfect, legal, and uncontestable. I wasn't setting traps. I was just making sure everything went through properly. If Dan had actually read what he was signing, he would have seen it. But he didn't read anything. He just trusted me to handle it and signed where I told him to sign. 3 months went by. Dan moved into Dad's house and started talking about selling it for a profit. He told everyone at a family dinner that he was thinking about getting maybe $400,000 for it, and what he'd do with all that money. I smiled and ate my food and said nothing. Then, one Tuesday morning, my phone rang. It was Dan, and I could hear the panic before he even started talking. The IRS had sent him a formal notice about the unpaid taxes. Did I know about this? Why didn't I tell him? I kept my voice calm. It was all in the estate documents. I filed everything exactly as he told me to file it. Everything was legal and above board. He started yelling that I set him up, that I knew and stayed quiet on purpose. I told him I gave him what Dad left him and hung up. The family got involved after that. Some of them took Dan's side, saying I should have warned him. Others stayed quiet, but I could tell they understood. Dan hired a lawyer who confirmed what I already knew. Everything was filed correctly. His options were simple: pay the debt or sell the house. He tried borrowing money. He tried getting a loan. Nobody would give him $87,000. He called me asking for help, saying we were family and I should care about what happens to him. I told him I was sure he'd figure it out, just like he always did. By month 6, He had to sell. Almost everything went straight to paying off the IRS. He walked away with maybe $15,000 from a house worth $400,000. He moved into a tiny apartment across town, and I heard through family that he was working overtime just to stay afloat. It's been 8 months now since Dan sold the house. He lives in a 600-square-foot apartment and works overtime at his job, plus weekend shifts to make ends meet. I'm still in my same place, debt-free, and for the first time in years, I actually feel peace when I go to bed at night. Dan tells anyone who'll listen that I ruined his life, that I knew about the tax debt and deliberately stayed silent to destroy him. Some family members have stopped talking to me. My aunt won't return my calls. My cousin unfriended me on Facebook. But others have quietly pulled me aside at family events and admitted they get it. They saw how Dad treated us. They saw who actually showed up when it mattered. I'm not going to pretend I feel guilty. I don't. But I'm also not celebrating or feeling triumphant about any of this. I just followed the law and filed the paperwork correctly. That's it. Dan inherited everything Dad left him, including everything that came with it. I didn't forge documents or lie or manipulate anything. I just didn't warn him about something he could have found out himself if he'd bothered to read what he was signing. But there's this gray area I keep thinking about. Legally, I did nothing wrong. Morally, that's harder to answer. I had information that could have helped him, and I chose to stay silent. Is that the same as actively hurting someone? I honestly don't know. Some days I feel completely justified. Other days I wonder if staying quiet was just a coward's version of revenge. Dan still reaches out sometimes. Usually he's angry, sending long texts about how I'm a terrible person and karma will come for me. Sometimes he asks for money, saying he's struggling to pay rent or his car needs repairs. I ignore most of the messages. The few times I've responded, I just tell him I can't help him financially. Family gatherings are awkward now, when they happen at all. My mom tries to get us to reconcile, tells me that holding grudges only hurts me in the end. She doesn't understand that I'm not holding a grudge. I'm just done. Done pretending that years of being invisible don't matter. Done acting like Dan's smirk in that lawyer's office was just a joke. Done being the one who sacrifices everything while everyone else gets rewarded. Last week I got a message from my cousin saying Dan's been struggling with depression, that he's barely leaving his apartment except for work. Part of me feels bad hearing that. Part of me thinks about all those nights I spent in hospital chairs while Dan was out living his life. And that part feels nothing at all. I got a notification yesterday that someone sent me a friend request on Facebook. It was Dan. I stared at it for a long time before closing the app without responding. I don't know what he wants. An apology? Forgiveness? Money? Or just someone to blame for how his life turned out? What I do know is that I let my father's favorite son learn what happens when you take everything and give nothing back. Whether that makes me justified or vindictive, I'm still figuring out. When I made my greedy sister watch her own lies collapse in front of everyone, I, 28, have been dealing with my sister Amanda, 32, for my entire life. She's always been the golden child. Married with 2 kids, always got what she wanted growing up, and somehow managed to make every situation about her. I'm the quiet one who works in accounting and keeps my head down. We were never close, but things got significantly worse after our dad passed away 8 months ago from a heart attack. Dad left behind a trust fund of about $150,000 that was supposed to be split equally between us. It was set up through a local bank with digital access for both of us. Pretty straightforward. But almost immediately after the funeral, Amanda started making comments about how she needed it more because she has kids to support. Her husband lost his job 6 months ago, so money's been tight for them. I get that. But the trust was Dad's decision, not mine. I started noticing things were off about 3 months after Dad died. Small withdrawals here and there that seemed weird. I brought it up to Amanda casually at one of our family Sunday dinners at Mom's place, and she got super defensive. After that, things got tense whenever we were in the same room. Then came the emergency family meeting. Amanda called it out of nowhere and told me to come to Mom's house. When I got there, I saw Amanda sitting at the dining table with this folder of papers, Mom looking worried, and even Aunt Carol and Uncle Mike were there, which was unusual for a weeknight. That's when Amanda dropped it on me. She accused me of stealing $30,000 from the trust. She had these bank statements with withdrawals highlighted, going on about how she'd been tracking everything and had proof of my unauthorized access. I just sat there in complete shock. The papers looked official. She was crying, talking about her kids, asking how I could do this to the family. Mom looked at me and asked if it was true. I couldn't even form words. Everyone was staring at me like I'd committed some horrible crime. Amanda kept going, adding more details, making it sound so convincing. The meeting ended in chaos. I left feeling humiliated and confused, and Mom asked me to figure it out. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept going over everything in my head. I knew I hadn't taken that money. And then it hit me around 3 a.m. If I didn't take it, then who did? The next morning, I went straight to the bank when it opened. I needed answers. I walked into the bank and asked for the full transaction logs, not just statements, but the detailed access records that show everything. The rep said it would take 3 or 4 business days. Those were the longest days of my life. Meanwhile, Amanda was blowing up the family group chat, playing the victim, talking about how betrayed she felt. Mom kept texting me privately, asking me to just apologize and work it out. I refused. I wasn't admitting to something I didn't do. Aunt Carol reached out to me separately and said something felt off about Amanda's whole story, which made me feel slightly less insane. A week later, I got the email that my documents were ready. I went back to the bank and picked up this thick envelope of records. The officer walked me through how the digital access logs work. Every single withdrawal has a timestamp, a device ID, and shows whether someone logged in with a fingerprint or a password. I started going through it right there at her desk, and my stomach dropped. All those withdrawals Amanda accused me of, every single one was made from her phone, her registered device, with her fingerprint authentication. The timestamps showed some were made at 11 at night, 2 in the morning, times when I was definitely not at a bank. I had my own small, legitimate withdrawals for my half of the trust, all properly documented from my phone. But the $30,000 she said I stole, that was all her. I sat in the bank parking lot for probably an hour just staring at the papers. She'd planned this whole thing, made fake statements, rehearsed her accusation, got the family involved. She was trying to take my half of the inheritance and pin it on me so she wouldn't get caught taking extra. For a minute I thought about confronting her privately, but then I realized she made this public. She humiliated me in front of everyone, so the truth needed to be public too. I texted the family group chat and said I had information everyone needed to see, and we'd discuss it at Sunday dinner at Mom's. Amanda responded immediately, asking what information, telling me I just needed to admit what I did. I didn't engage, just said Sunday, and everyone would see the real documents. Mom tried to cancel it. I told her this was happening. Aunt Carol said she'd be there. Sunday came, and I brought my folder. Everyone was there again, same setup as before. Amanda started talking immediately, but I stopped her. I told her to tell her story first, explain everything again. So she did. She went all out, crying, adding new details, saying Dad would be disappointed in me. Mom was tearing up. Uncle Mike looked furious. I let her finish completely. Then I put the bank documents on the table and walked them through it piece by piece. I showed them everything. The transaction logs, the timestamps, the fingerprint authentication from Amanda's device. Aunt Carol picked up the papers, and you could see it on her face when she understood. Uncle Mike just stared at Amanda. Mom went completely silent. Amanda's face went from confused to red to completely white. She tried to say there must be some mistake, that it wasn't what it looked like. I stayed calm and told her there was no mistake. She withdrew the money, made fake statements, and accused me in front of everyone. She started crying differently then, panicked, cornered. She tried saying they needed the money, that she was desperate. I told her she should have asked, or just taken her half. But instead she tried to take mine and destroy my reputation in the process. She looked at Mom trying to get sympathy, but Mom's voice was ice cold when she said Amanda had lied to all of them. Uncle Mike said he couldn't believe she'd done this. Amanda grabbed her purse, said we didn't understand, and left. We heard her car peel out of the driveway. The family sat there in stunned silence afterward. Mom apologized to me, crying. Aunt Carol hugged me and said she knew something was off. We talked about whether to press charges, but I just wanted my share of the trust back. Mom agreed to help redistribute everything properly through lawyers. The next few weeks were weird. Amanda sent angry texts saying I'd humiliated her and ruined everything. Then she went silent. Mom told me Amanda's husband was furious. He hadn't known about any of it. The trust got sorted out and I finally got my inheritance. Family gatherings continued, but Amanda stopped showing up. That was 3 months ago. Amanda's been mostly cut off from family events since then. She sent one apology text that felt empty, something about being desperate and sorry. I never responded. I heard through Mom that she and her husband are in counseling now. Aunt Carol and Uncle Mike have been supportive, but Mom still struggles with guilt over enabling Amanda for years. Last week, Amanda showed up at my apartment unannounced, wanting to talk. She said I couldn't cut her out forever because we're family. I reminded her she tried to steal from me and destroy my reputation. She got angry and said I was being self-righteous, that I should have just helped her when she needed it. That confirmed everything for me. She still sees herself as the victim. I told her to leave. I feel relieved the truth came out, but I also watched my sister's life fall apart because of her own choices. Mom keeps suggesting maybe someday we'll reconcile, but I don't see how that's possible. The trust is completely broken, and I'm not sure it can ever be repaired. When my brother stole my inheritance, I gave him exactly what he deserved. I, 32, never thought my older brother Mark, 38, would be the type to steal from family. Growing up, he was always the golden child, straight A's, corporate job, the one Dad bragged about at every holiday dinner. Me? I was the creative one who went into freelance work, which meant I was basically the disappointment. Dad never said it outright, but I could tell. Mark had the stable career, the nice house, the respect. I had my laptop and a dream that paid the bills most months. Dad passed away 6 months ago from a heart attack. No warning, no goodbye. Just gone. 1 minute he was complaining about his golf game over Sunday dinner. The next minute, Mom was calling me at 2 a.m. saying the paramedics couldn't save him. The whole thing felt unreal for weeks. When it came time to deal with the estate, Mark volunteered immediately. He worked in finance, understood all the legal stuff, had experience with this kind of thing. I was drowning in grief and barely functional, so I was grateful someone else could handle the paperwork. Mark kept saying things like, "Don't worry about it, I've got this," and "You focus on healing." He'd bring documents over to my apartment, point to the signature lines, and I'd sign whatever he put in front of me. I trusted him completely. He was my brother. The first few months after Dad died were a blur. I threw myself into work. avoided Mom's calls because every conversation ended with both of us crying, and tried not to think about the fact that I'd never hear Dad's voice again. Mark checked in occasionally, always asking how I was doing, always assuring me he was taking care of everything with the estate. 3 months after Dad's death, I finally worked up the nerve to ask Mark about the inheritance distribution. Not because I needed the money urgently, but because I figured it was time to start thinking about practical things, maybe put it toward a down payment on a real apartment, or finally build up a decent emergency fund. Mark got weird about it immediately. His whole demeanor changed. He said it was complicated, that Dad had debts to settle first, that these things take time. I found that strange because Dad was obsessive about his finances. He had spreadsheets for everything. The man tracked his grocery spending to the penny. The idea that he'd left behind debts didn't make sense, but I didn't push. I figured Mark knew more about this stuff than I did. A week later, I ran into Dad's neighbor, Mrs. Chen, at the grocery store. She was one of those sweet old ladies who'd lived on Dad's street for 30 years and knew everyone's business. She grabbed my arm in the produce section and told me how sorry she was about Dad, how much she missed seeing him work in the garden. Then she said something that made my stomach drop. She mentioned how generous it was that Dad had left Mark enough to buy that new Mercedes. She said she'd seen him driving it past Dad's house, and it warmed her heart to know Dad had taken care of his boys. I had no idea what she was talking about. Mark never mentioned a Mercedes. I smiled and nodded at Mrs. Chen, finished my shopping in a daze, and drove straight to Mark's house. The car was sitting right there in his driveway. A brand new Mercedes, gleaming black with temporary plates still in the window. I sat across the street in my beat-up Honda for 20 minutes just staring at it. When Mark got home from work, I watched him pull into the garage like it was the most normal thing in the world. That night I called him and casually asked about the car. He said he got a promotion at work, that he'd been saving up, that it was time to treat himself. But I remembered Mark complaining about being passed over for a promotion just 2 months earlier. I remembered him venting about his boss giving the position to someone less qualified. The timeline didn't add up. I started asking more questions over the next few days. Every time I brought up the estate or the inheritance, Mark had an excuse. He was working on it. The lawyer was slow. There were complications with the title on Dad's house. He'd give me updates soon. Just be patient. Something felt wrong. I couldn't shake it. So I did something I probably shouldn't have. I called Dad's bank and pretended I needed information about the estate account for tax purposes. The representative was helpful at first, pulling up the account, confirming details. Then she said something that made the room spin. She mentioned the account had been closed 3 months ago, and all funds had been transferred out. She said, "Your brother handled all of that, didn't he?" In this cheerful voice, like she was confirming something I already knew. I sat in my car outside the bank afterward with my hands shaking on the steering wheel. Mark hadn't just delayed the inheritance. He'd taken everything. The account was empty, closed, gone. I drove around for an hour trying to process it, trying to convince myself there was an explanation. Maybe Dad had set things up differently than I thought. Maybe Mark was investing it for both of us. Maybe I was jumping to conclusions. But deep down, I knew. The Mercedes, the defensiveness, the excuses. Mark had stolen my inheritance, and he thought he'd gotten away with it. That's when I realized I had to be smart about this. If I confronted him right then, he'd just deny everything and cover his tracks better. He'd had 3 months to prepare his story, to hide evidence, to make this look legitimate. I needed proof. I needed to be absolutely certain before I made a move. So I went home, opened my laptop, and started digging. For the first time in my life, I was going to be the responsible one. For the next month, I became someone I didn't recognize. Calculated, patient, methodical. Every instinct I had screamed at me to call Mark and demand answers, but I forced myself to wait. I needed evidence that would hold up, not just suspicions and hurt feelings. My first stop was Dad's lawyer, Mr. Peterson. I'd met him once at the funeral, an older guy with kind eyes who'd handled Dad's affairs for years. I called his office and set up an appointment under the pretense of needing closure, wanting to understand Dad's final wishes better. He seemed surprised to hear from me, but agreed to meet. When I sat down in his office, Mr. Peterson looked uncomfortable from the start. He kept adjusting his glasses and shuffling papers around. I asked him point blank what Dad's will said about the inheritance split. He pulled out a file and showed me the notarized document dated 6 months before Dad's death. Everything was split 50-50 between Mark and me. No exceptions, no conditions. Dad had been crystal clear. Then Mr. Peterson mentioned he'd tried to reach me several times after Dad passed, but Mark had assured him he'd handle communicating everything to me. He said it with this apologetic tone, like he was realizing something had gone wrong. I kept my face neutral, thanked him for his time, and asked for copies of everything. He printed them out without hesitation. Back at home, I remembered something. Years ago, I'd helped Dad set up his email account because he couldn't figure out the password reset process. He'd made me write down the password in his address book, and I'd kept that book after he died along with some of his other personal items. I dug it out of the box in my closet and logged into his email. The account was still active, and that's where I found the smoking gun. There was an email chain between Mark and what looked like me. Messages dated a few weeks after Dad's funeral, where I supposedly told Mark that I didn't need the inheritance money, that he should take my share, that I trusted him to use it responsibly. The emails sounded nothing like how I actually write. They were formal and weird, full of phrases I'd never use. I never sent those emails. I never even received them. Mark had forged the entire conversation to create a paper trail that justified him taking everything. I kept digging through Dad's email and found bank statements he'd had forwarded electronically. The final statement showed the account balance the day before Dad died, $340,000. Then I found a transfer confirmation from 2 weeks after the funeral. All of it, every single cent, moved to an account in Mark's name. Mark had used Dad's death certificate and the power of attorney documents to access the account. It was all legal on paper, except for the minor detail that he'd completely fabricated my consent and stolen my half of the inheritance. I sat there staring at my computer screen for an hour. Part of me wanted to believe there was still an explanation, that Mark wasn't actually this person. But then I remembered all the little comments he'd made over the years, about me being irresponsible with money, about how I'd probably waste any inheritance on my freelance business or blow it on stupid purchases. He'd been justifying this to himself probably since the day Dad died, maybe even before. I printed everything, bank statements, the forged emails, the will, all of it. Then I called Mark and asked him to meet me for lunch. I kept my voice casual, said I just wanted to catch up, that I'd been in my head too much and needed to see family. He agreed immediately, probably relieved I'd stopped asking about the estate. We met at this chain restaurant halfway between our places. Mark showed up in a good mood, talking about work and some vacation he was planning. I let him talk for a bit, then casually brought up the inheritance again. Just wondering when things would be finalized, I said. No pressure. His whole demeanor shifted. He put down his fork and said Dad had told him verbally at the end that he wanted Mark to have everything, that Dad didn't think I could be trusted with that much money. He said it with this confidence, like he'd rehearsed the story 100 times. I asked about the Mercedes. Where did the money for that come from if he was still settling Dad's debts? Mark's jaw tightened. He said what he did with his money was none of my business, that I was being paranoid and insulting. I stayed calm even though my heart was pounding. I mentioned I'd spoken to Mr. Peterson, that I'd seen Dad's actual will. For just a second, Mark's face went completely white. Then he recovered and got angry. He said Dad changed his mind at the end, that the will didn't reflect Dad's real wishes, that Dad knew Mark would use the money responsibly. He leaned across the table and called me jealous, said I'd always been the screw-up of the family and couldn't stand that Dad trusted Mark more. That's when he said it. He called me ungrateful, said he was the one who handled everything while I sat around crying. He was the one who paid for the funeral arrangements up front, dealt with all the paperwork, made all the hard decisions. This was what he deserved for being the responsible one. He actually believed he'd earned my inheritance. I asked him directly if he really thought he deserved all of Dad's money. He didn't even hesitate. He said he knew he did, and if I had any sense of family responsibility, I'd understand that. I stood up, dropped a 20 on the table for my meal, and walked out without saying another word. I let him think I was too weak to fight back, too stupid to do anything about it, that I'd just accepted his answer and given up. Instead, I drove straight to Mr. Peterson's office with my folder full of evidence. I laid it all out on his desk, the forged emails, the bank transfers, the timeline of everything. His expression went from confused to horrified as he read through the pages. He looked up at me and said this was fraud, serious fraud, that I needed to file a complaint with the court and report it to the police. So that's exactly what I did. Mark had no idea what was coming, and I wanted to keep it that way. It took 3 weeks for the subpoena to arrive at Mark's office. 3 weeks of me going about my life like normal, not telling anyone what I'd done, just waiting. When it finally happened, my phone exploded with calls from Mark. I let the first few go to voicemail. When I finally answered, he was screaming so loud I had to hold the phone away from my ear. He kept yelling about what I'd done, how I'd betrayed him, how I was destroying the family. I stayed calm. I told him I just made sure Dad's will was honored, that I was being responsible. You know, the thing he always accused me of not being. Then I hung up. Over the next few days, Mark tried a different approach. He called back apologetic, saying it was all a misunderstanding, that he'd been holding the money to invest it for both of us. He said he was going to tell me, but wanted to surprise me with the returns. It was pathetic. The forged emails made it impossible for him to claim any of that with a straight face. There was no explaining those away. The real fallout started about a month later. Mark's employer found out he was under investigation for fraud. Apparently they have some kind of moral conduct clause in their contracts, especially for anyone handling finances. He got suspended first. Then 2 weeks later, they quietly let him go. I heard about it through Mom, who called me crying and asking how I could do this to my own brother. Then Mark's wife Jennifer called. She was sobbing, asking me how I could ruin their lives like this, saying I was tearing the family apart over money. I almost felt guilty listening to her cry. Almost. Then I remembered the Mercedes, and the lies, and the way Mark looked me in the eye and called me ungrateful. The court case moved faster than I expected. Mark tried to fight it, but the evidence was overwhelming. The forged emails, the unauthorized transfer, the fact that he'd lied to Dad's lawyer. All of it added up to clear-cut fraud. The judge ruled that Mark had to repay my half of the inheritance, all $170,000, plus interest and legal fees. The total came out to about $195,000. Mark had to sell the Mercedes immediately. Even with that, he didn't have enough to cover everything. He ended up taking out a massive loan, and his credit got destroyed in the process. I heard through the family grapevine that they had to pull their kids out of private school and cancel the vacation they'd been planning. Mom called me almost every day for 2 weeks, begging me to drop the case. She kept saying he made a mistake, that he was still my brother, that family forgives. I tried to explain that this wasn't a mistake. Mistakes are accidental. Mark planned this. He forged documents, lied to everyone, and genuinely believed he deserved to steal from me. But Mom didn't want to hear it. She just kept saying his whole life was ruined now. His job, his reputation, his marriage hanging by a thread. I told her I didn't ruin his life. His choices did. I just made sure there were consequences. She stopped talking to me after that. She said I was tearing the family apart, and that she didn't raise me to be vindictive. That hurt more than I expected. I'd already lost Dad, and now I was losing Mom too. But I couldn't just let Mark get away with it. What kind of message would that send? Mark's texts got increasingly unhinged as the months went on. He'd swing between apologetic and threatening. One message would be him saying he was sorry, that he wasn't thinking straight after Dad died, that grief made him do crazy things. Then, a few hours later, he'd send something about how I was dead to him, how he hoped I was happy destroying his life, how Dad would be ashamed of me. After the third round of this, I blocked his number. That was 8 months ago now. I got the full amount he owed me, finally. Most of it went straight into savings. I'm not touching it except for emergencies. The only thing I bought was a framed photo of Dad that sits on my desk. It's from a fishing trip we took when I was 16, back when things were simple. I think about what Dad would have wanted sometimes. Would he have wanted me to stand up for myself? Or would he have wanted me to forgive Mark and keep the family together? I guess I'll never know. Mark apparently found some sales job that pays way less than his old position. Jennifer stayed with him, but they had to downsize to a smaller house. Mom still barely speaks to me except for a text on my birthday that just said, "Happy birthday." No call, no dinner invite like she used to do. Just those 2 words. Most of Dad's old friends sided with me once they heard the full story. They knew Dad wanted things split evenly. But some extended family members think I went too far. My aunt told me at a cousin's wedding that I should have handled it privately, that airing family business in court was shameful. I didn't bother explaining that Mark left me no choice. Sometimes late at night I wonder if the money was worth it, if standing up for myself was worth losing my brother and my mom. Then I remember that lunch, the way Mark sat across from me and called me irresponsible, the way he truly believed he'd earned the right to take everything Dad left behind. He didn't just steal money. He stole Dad's final wishes and then tried to make me feel like I was wrong for caring. Last week I got a letter forwarded from Mr. Peterson. Mark is apparently trying to appeal the court decision. He's claiming emotional distress made him act irrationally, that he wasn't in his right mind after Dad's death. Part of me is exhausted at the thought of going through this all over again, but another part of me is ready to fight it if I have to. Because here's the thing. If I had done nothing, Mark would still have that Mercedes. He'd still be telling everyone that Dad trusted him more. He'd still be the golden child who could do no wrong. And I'd still be the screw-up who couldn't even stand up for himself when it mattered. I didn't ruin Mark. His greed did. I just made sure justice had his address.